only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026. The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Welcome everybody, we're currently playing the ultimate game, Don't Press the Bell. We got 2 of the most mechanically talented players here. We've got Niall from Vitality and of course Garcia from True Rippers. Boys, do you understand the rules of the game?
Can you please explain it?
Yes, we need to explain.
It's simple. All you gotta do, tap the top of the container. At any point, you can decide not to tap and move it away. First player to ring the bell accidentally loses. Best of 1. They've only got 1 opportunity. Is it the jungler or is it going to be the gold laner that makes the difference? Good luck, boys. I'm praying for both of you. You may begin. 3, 2, 1, begin. They're going pretty fast here.
Wait. I think he's doing a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Let's do it faster. Let's do it faster.
Let's do it faster. We'll speed it up.
Faster.
Okay. You ready? We'll start with Garcia again. Keep going. Ooh. That's an intense game. Ooh.
Wait, that's not fair. You're out.
No, but there's far.
Can we check the tape?
But it's okay. If I lose, then it's okay.
Let's check the tapes
okay,
on
it's okay.
that one to get some confirmation. But overall, thank you boys so much. We have 2 of the most mechanical players that we have here in the most difficult roles.
This is so good.
Inside and outside of the stage. Remember, don't press the bell.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, 1 final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, 1 moment can change everything. 1 mistake ends the dream, 1 clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. 1 final series in a best of 7. all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Round 1. Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, PRO Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
PRO Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings! And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit!
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
Or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the Grand Finals.
Selangor Red Giants are your new champions, MSC 2023 champions! ONIC!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
booked Esports World Cup.
$75 million worth of prize pool here at EWC. Why am I getting paid so little again?
Chris, you're getting paid?
Who are you again?
What? A turn-up from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We were on the rooftop and stuff.
What's the prize pool for the mid-season
$1 million. $1 million US dollars.
So the players are getting paid, at least anyway, Rachel?
Do we get paid? You're getting paid. I want to get paid.
We should probably get on with our jobs. It is day 2 here at MSC. Of course, very, very excited to get into what is the Group of Death.
Group of Death. We have 3 champions from their respective regions. We have head-to-heads that go all the way back from years, and it's going to be an insane day.
MLBB, day 2 here at EWC starts right now.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring us the prize and finishes it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak?
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Limitless possibilities. That's a great way to start the Group of Death, where 4 of maybe 8 of the top contenders of this tournament are going to have to go home because they are all going to be battling against each other. Today is certain to give us fireworks here in Paris as we welcome you back to MSC. It's an amazing time to love MLBB because we've got some of the best action you may see all tournament going on today as our top teams are title defenders of MSC 25 take the stage and try to prove that they're grand finals bound. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to the studio. It's good to see your faces after a great Group A day, and I've got 2 new faces here who you are very familiar with, Brigitte and Lafell in the beautiful blue and red. Guys, did you coordinate this, Brigitte?
No. No.
No,
But
honestly,
Bell, you did though. Right?
Honestly, no, because we don't really like each other that much amongst us talents. In fact, you know what, Brig, we got to be careful. If we go back to the green room, Turner might ask us about our pay. Like, we need to let her know that she's the only one not getting paid. But
oh no, why did you say it?
Oh, you know what? My bad.
She still doesn't know. I mean, let's keep this up for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Maybe till M9.
We made sure that she can't access her email, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is. I've got all the email here on my tablet. Guys, it's great to be back. And yesterday, it was a fantastic day of Group A showing what they brought to the table here at MSC. Some high highs and some low lows as we take a look at the STC Rewind. Brigida, you were casting yesterday. I mean, what was your takeaway? Because we saw a new meta. We saw these teams take the stage at MSC 26 for the first time.
Yeah, I feel like there was such a stark difference between like teams who really wanted to go all out on macro and micro, at least in yesterday's games. But for today, now that we're in the group of death, I'm not so sure of what to expect because there have been changes in the patch and some of these teams are expected to adjust a lot, but some of them we might question to a certain extent on whether or not will work out for them.
Well, I gotta say, welcome Rain Day to possibly the best tournament here in NWC.
Come on, baby.
MLBB MSC is where it's at because here's the thing. We're going to the group of theirs. There's like 3 previous MSC champions. 23, 24, as well as 25. I gotta say, if today is a sweep, that'll be very disappointing. I want at least 2 games go all the way.
It's an incredible showcase that we have. You're talking about that 24 winner as well, SRG coming up soon in this first matchup. But there is just so much that's being learned. We talked about the stories of yesterday. 40 unique heroes, LaFell, was something that was keeping us on pace to maybe break 90 this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, that's amazing because we talked to some of the players, the coaches, and we're asking their opinions. You know, you watch Wildcard, you watch MWI, that was crazy. How's MSC going to look like? And then they say, like, they're barely scratching the surface. And then after day 1, we're like, you know what? They're right. A lot of unique hero picks. 40? That's insane.
I agree. So whether or not we will have like a very specific tournament meta here in MSC, I don't think we can fully solidify it in at least the first 2 days, unless Group B2 really goes for the exact same prio picks or trends as we saw in day number 1.
And we'll preview that matchup coming up. But Midnight and Aurora, they've been kind of ahead of the curve here. And maybe that Eudora is responsible for what they've been putting out in scrims and maybe in conversations.
Hey, you know what? Shout outs to Midnight, man. Midnight is one of the best casters now, transitioning into coach-ish. And listen, he's very nice, very funny, but most importantly, very analytical. He knows the teams, every team here in MSC. The fact that they created a lot of meta, that's insane because Eudora is something that all across the world, everyone was so surprised at one of the basic heroes that we didn't thought would be meta. But yesterday, 100% pick or ban.
And maybe to add another adjective to Midnight, he's one of probably the most skeptical analysts out there. So to think that they are willingly using and trying out these kinds of heroes really means something for this coach.
And speaking of heroes, I mean, I had to go and load up MLBB. I was so inspired. I played some ranked last night, got some Eudora games in for the first time. The power of the stun, showing how important it is, maybe not in your general meta, but with the assassins coming forward, Brigida, in this meta, it's so important to have some way to deal with them. And Eudora has a pretty good answer.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that it also shows up often in at least the first 3 picks or the first phase of the draft, I think will somehow make you think twice about just locking in an assassin immediately once you see the presence of a Eudora on the other side.
Well, it should make you think twice about how you pick your heroes in MLBB. It should also make you think twice about who you pick to win each matchup in MLBB today, because we got our pick'ems ready to go. Earn your share of $300,000 by participating in the pick'ems for EWC. We'll have this for all of our games. MLBB is no different. Scan that QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll show the results later on throughout the show, so stay engaged with us. We'd love to know whether you guys are getting them right. That's my big question. All right, let's take a look at the groups here. We saw Group A yesterday. They did well. Group B, though, Brigida, I mean, just for people coming in, why do we call this the group of death?
Because of the amount of champions that we have here, the amount of MSC champions, respective region champions, or maybe you could even count runner-ups. MSC runner-ups are also found in this exact same group. So the competition here is expected to be really, really high.
I mean, you talked about ONIC, right? And they've won MSC in 1923. But when you look at the
2023, 1923 is it's quite a while.
You guys thought it was 1923. That's when my great grandma was born. I don't think that ONIC's been around in esports that long, 19 and 23. But, you know, being in a position, obviously, as a champion, maybe not recently, but coming into this, you have a group of people who are known to be the best of the best. And that means that in a double elimination bracket where 4 of them are going to send 4 of them home, I mean, this is not a desirable spot to be in, LaFell.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If we're going to talk about ONIC, the best way to describe him is that they inspired a lot of players today, right? A lot of players became roamers because of Keyboy. A lot of players became assassin users because of Kyrie. So ONIC, even though they were runner-ups in MPL ID, that doesn't discount them from being one of the favorites to actually win it all.
Yeah.
Imagine even in the women's division, you have someone named very similar to Keyboy. So that just goes to show the impact that they have. And a lot of stars, honestly, a lot of star players and highlights are actually expected to be really in this group.
But have they been playing since 1923? That's the question, because that experience is just another level. The oldest esports players in the world. Okay, we're joking if you haven't picked up on that as well. You know, this is going to be a really fun one, guys, because as we look at these groups and these brackets, you have to say, what are they going towards? Well, it's that prize pool. Turner mentioned it, $1 million for first place. Brigitte, you were on the caster's desk while we talked about this on stage, but this is life-changing money for that winning team.
It is. And imagine once you get into top 8, that's already 100,000 USD guaranteed going into your pocket. So you really want to fight for that? That's a 25,000 USD difference, unless you don't, or if you don't make it there.
Yeah, imagine if you get 1 million USD, how many skins can you buy?
Oh, man.
Probably all of them. You have all the skins?
I don't. I want to have all of them. Do you have all the skins?
Yes, but so okay, you don't need $1 million.
You don't get paid. You get paid in skins, right? That's how it goes for this event.
Yeah, paid in diamonds. Yeah,
become a caster, you get paid in skins. That's how it is. Let's focus in on our first matchup of the day: Selangor Red Giants versus PRO Esports, and this is really a matchup of Malaysia and Cambodia. How has this gone? Has Cambodia suffered the end of this Malaysian matchup mostly, LaFell?
For now, yes. And it's more for Selangor Red Giants. But here's the thing. Who hasn't fallen against Selangor Red Giants? Because they kind of appeared out of nowhere back in like a 23. During that time, they were still experimenting the roster. But then 24, come MSC, that's where they solidify as an S-tier team. And ever since then, everyone has tried to take them down. A lot has failed.
Yep. How long have they been together? Winning 5 MPL trophies.
So at least 2.5.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's like 2.5 years of them, and we don't know until when they're really staying together, if ever they're actually planning to part ways even, because they're such a dynasty already considered here in Malaysia, or at least in their region.
Such a powerhouse too, and it only seems like it's getting worse for teams going up against them, because you've got Ling, who is really performing, one of our highest picked heroes, and also you've got somebody named the Sky Prince on Selangor Red Giants in Sakai. So that should be a really good combination. In fact, we had a chance with the Turner to talk to Sakai a little bit earlier as we preview what Selangor Red Giants are bringing to MSC.
We're now here with Sakai, the Sky Prince from SRG. Welcome, Sakai.
Hello.
It's your debut match today. How are we feeling coming into Paris?
I think we're really excited for this first match, especially against Cambodia team, PRO Esports. So yeah, really excited. Yeah.
I heard there's a little bit of a rivalry going on between you two. I mean, for the past few international escapades that you guys have done, you've eliminated or even knocked out or even defeated some of the Cambodian representatives. So coming into this, are you confident to be able to do it again?
Yeah, I think we are really confident against this team, because even our past tournament against Cambodia, we are really, I think, doing well against them. So I think to this match, I think we will have a smooth game. Yeah.
Full confidence coming in from Sakai is one of the reasons, because, you know, the Ling is back in the meta. I mean, we remember your Ling from when you were able to win MSC like 2 years ago.
Yep. I can't repeat the question. Sorry.
Esports. Do you like the link now? Do you think that the link will help you?
Yeah, I think for this new update for Link is really helpful for our team, especially because I'm an assassin user. So I believe that changes can help us out in this tournament.
We remember. Do you think you can replicate that same success?
Let's see, but I'm confident to do it again.
Okay, we're excited to see. Hopefully we get the Link performance once again, because we remember it was crazy back then. But what do you think about the new Cambodian representative? Do you think it's going to be different for you this time?
I think it's going to be not much difference, because I think Cambodia team is like they have one kind of playstyle that we actually kind of study them well. So I think we just do our thing and we will win it. Yeah.
Focus on themselves and they're confident that they will win. Once again, thank you, Sakai, and over back to you guys.
The Sky Prince Sakai feeling confident with Ling back in the meta, as they should. There hasn't been a grand finals at EWC MSC without them being in it. Back-to-back runners. They love this place. Now they're in France, so we'll see if the change of location matters or if it's just EWC that matters. But somehow, Brigitte, this team certainly has the expectations of being grand finals bound.
Yeah, I think I would be very torn to choose like who I'm expecting to go into the grand finals, again because of the amount of champions that we have, and that's only talking about Group B. We haven't even touched on Group A, who also might have some sort of buff because of the venue that we're currently at, because of the country that we're currently
at. The baguette buff.
We saw that in MWI.
The baguette.
The baguette.
Baguette.
And a croissant.
Croissant.
It's croissant. I will just follow his lead because he's always coaching me the words. But yeah, so we saw that. MWI Vitality actually won the championship. I wonder if there will be something similar here in MSC as well.
They said they're not focusing on Cambodia, and I think that might be because there is a bit of an aggressive style that they bring. Sometimes it's hard to match and prepare for that. But the thing about this team, PRO Esports, is that whether they have that aggressive style or with some of the Filipino players that have also joined this team, they have had a road to get here that is memorable and has put them in a position to say that whether you believe in us or not, we want to upset the Giants.
PRO Esports start in MPLKX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Selangor Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally become the champion of MPLKX Season 10.
Wiley! Triple kill though, Lin! Maniac! The grand final! PRO Esports is the reigning champion for MPLKX!
When we win MPLKX, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, live the trophy!
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because like since last year I didn't make it. Right now, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon. Now on to Kenji. It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon.
The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because like last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In PRO Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding, so I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it, and when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ PRO Esports ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026
PRO Esports looking to battle against what could be one of the contenders to win this entire tournament. And guys, I mean, they have a really good journey heading into that. And I think part of it, Brigida, is that sometimes you don't know what to expect. I think a more traditional team who's had success playing MLBB, I don't know if it's the right way or at least the way that's been successful so far. Do you feel hesitant going up against a team like Pro Esports, which might be one of the more aggressive teams in this entire tournament?
Well, I feel like I'd want to balance my expectations a bit when it comes to aggression or Pro Esports, actually, because they do have, again, as mentioned, 2 Filipino players, and one of them, Kozen, who plays in the gold lane, is actually very textbook-like when it comes to his approach. So that might somewhat balance things a bit when it comes to playing against Pro Esports.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Brigida, but for me, I have this mindset that I'm more afraid when I don't know when I'm going to get punched.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Honestly, it is kind of like combat sports where some people, they want to play the early stages of the fight, just getting points, gauging their opponents, right? So during that time, they're hoping for a slower game, slower match, but then all of a sudden, if the opponent goes headstrong, 100%, very, very strong punch, and then try to end the fight that way, that could really surprise a lot of people. So I think that's the best analogy here, where Selangor Giants, they will spend their early game roughly understanding the habits, but if somehow, some way, they just get a very good lucky punch, that might really change the course of the game.
Could be interesting, too, to see, you know, they have time. This is a double elimination bracket. You guys are doing some MMA against each other off camera. You just missed it. They literally were fighting. Yeah, look, they're taking a deep breath as well. Oh, back at it. Turn it into some combat. I love it. We have a chance to see what you guys thought about the pick'ems, and you said Selangor Red Giants 86%, but Pro Esports has a strong 14%. This is not, Brigida, the most lopsided vote we've seen. We saw like Team Spirit have like a 92% against Ignite yesterday, so they feel like Pro could do something special.
I feel like they can too, because I was previously asked before MSC began on which matchup am I actually looking forward to the most. This was right after Mirko did the draws and established this entire group of death. Shout outs to him, by the way. But I considered them not just because of the throughout this entire MSC ever since card, but that is true. And this is not the exact same lineup that we saw even in, let's say, the recent Asian Games, but even then, this is a lineup that beat that lineup that we're talking about. So I have really high expectations for Pro Esports going up against Selangor Red Giants.
You look really good on camera, by the way. I don't know if it's the camera. The camera looks pretty good.
You guys are both right. Look at this guy too. He's looking good too. I told you, I complimented you guys right off the start. I mean, everyone's looking good. We're ready to go. Feels like it's going to be a good day of MLBB.
Oh, by good day, do you mean like game 3 days or something like that?
Hey, you know, I really don't mind if we go 3 games at game 3 and 4.
Because we're not there.
Well, it's time to get it started here. Your second day of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 begins right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. And I know, Rose, that there's one thing that you love more than long-winded introductions, and that is some good MLBB.
Oh yes, Milosh. Honestly, good MLBB and long games, that is something we all love to witness. So much happens in the Land of Dawn, so much drama unravels. I cannot wait for today, because today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s in the Group of Death.
Yesterday was quite fast. I think today would not be surprised if we go the distance on more than one game.
Yes, Milosh. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Selangor Red Giants! This team proceeded to win it all in 2024, making history for Malaysia. Last year, they attempted to defend their title in the Grand Finals. How will their journey play out this year?
It's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I know, but we know they've been there before. They can do this again. It's no easy task, though, against the up-and-comers on the other side. Please welcome Pro Esports! They've grinded away for season after season of MPL, and the door to greatness has finally opened. From aggression and early game dominance to calm composure, their discipline could herald a deep tournament run.
And you know, Milosh, this regional rivalry dates back all the way to 2024. And throughout it all, SRG has been coming out on top. Will the same happen today?
There's got to be one moment, one inflection moment today might be the one.
Yes, sir. So, boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, don't forget a little fist bump or a handshake in the middle.
See if they end up doing it. Oh, walking up for it. Hey.
There you have it. We are ready to kickstart day 2 of the MLBB group stages. Without further ado, it is time to rise above.
Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0. There you have it, 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit. And they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
So day 1 opened up very impressively. All the teams really showed up. The meta is looking pretty great, but for me, the most intense matchup for day 1 was Vamos going up against Team Falcons Mena. But if I want to narrow it down even more, it's Aero 404.
They're going to go for this mid turret. They know Inferior coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting attacked already. Zeke is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Voided down.
He kicks Aero 404. There's nothing he can do off that.
And now jumping into day 2, this is the group of death. Selangor Giants going up against PRO Esports. I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to see what Selangor Giants is gonna bring, especially Skies, because back in 2024, Ling was the hero that gave him the title, the Sky Prince. So I want to see if he can bring it back and whether PRO Esports can fight against it.
Trying to find the assassination, Bendison is able to blink out forward. Now in the back, Skies goes for the chase, the assassination on the count of the flicker, followed from Yum.
Team Liquid going up against Aurora. This is probably the game to watch for everyone because both teams and both organizations have been at it for a very long time. Especially for Team Liquid's Philippine, they are, I would say, the trendsetters. We really want to see what kind of meta they want to bring for this MSC. ONIC going up against Entity7, that's going to be very, very interesting because Entity7 actually perform very, very well in their own league, especially Shin. Shin going up against Suns. I think that's going to be a very, very strong matchup. Yangon Galacticos going up against GK Esports. I'm looking forward to see if there's going to be a crazy damage jungler coming in from Yangon Galacticos.
Backland, the arrow here comes on. They dive back in. The Terrify comes through. First blood for Han.
Because looking at their meta, it's really not going to be the same as any other team. And then for DK, I feel like they just got to prepare for it because, hey, if there's a Natalia in the room and such, you know, c'est la vie. That's life. Hey, make sure you guys tune in because day 2 looks to be like a bloodbath.
That handsome man gave us all we need to know. And he's actually right here near me as well. SRG versus PRO Esports. Coming up, SRG, they have yet to miss a grand finals at MSC, at EWC. The last 2 years, they have been unstoppable on their path. Will PRO Esports find a way to throw more than just a rock in the middle of the road, maybe an entire wall to force them to turn back around and find another route? Guys, this is a big one, of course, and before we jump into the draft, I want to let you know that we have 2 champions and 1 game. Our My Champions event is live from now until July 27th. So get your champions pick now, win 50,000 diamonds. My goodness, again, live now until July 27th. So scan that QR code and get it going.
Brigida, I gotta say, Reindeer has a very soothing voice.
I know.
Very relaxing, very calming. I feel like if I'm angry, if I listen to it, I'll be like, you know what? Life is good.
Hey.
Life is okay.
Just when we ended that recap, you told us today is likely going to be a bloodbath. But I heard rain days.
Oh, now I'm feeling
bloodbath, you saying?
No, maybe I can calm down a bit.
Oh, how about a warm bath?
Oh, a warm bath.
Oh, warm bath would be good.
Epsom salts.
You know what's nice?
What?
We have bathtubs and Eterna doesn't.
Oh, that's and she's not getting paid either.
Yeah, so you know,
it's just insult to injury.
Oh, that is true.
Oh man.
We can visit her room later just to confirm. But yeah, Pro, something that I do want to see if Ling actually gets banned now, because here is one of the dangerous things going up against teams like Selangor Giants when they do have an assassin player, a decorated assassin player like Sakai, is that you kind of have 2 must-bans. Number one is Fanny. Do not let him get that Fanny.
Yep.
And then kind of don't give him his Ling. It's either ban both of them or have a very solid answer for both of them.
Especially considering that looking at the stage, it's likely they are going to be on home side. So if they do go blue, we saw this trend yesterday. We kind of had at least 3 or 4 games maybe with a Ling Prio in first pick. So it's not impossible to see that happen again here with SRG possibly going to blue. But we are going to confirm that in just a bit. Did we get Dangerous Grass?
Yeah, no, we got Expanding Rivers.
okay.
Yep. I may be colorblind, but I can see the maps. Actually, no, that's not true. Dangerous Grass is very difficult for me to see. Anyways, going back into that topic, right, we got to find answers for the Ling.
Yeah.
An old answer before was that Hayabusa, where it basically becomes a skill matchup between who uses the ult first. But one of the problems is, ever since Hayabusa had that range nerf on the quad shadows, it has become quite a 4th or maybe 5th prio in terms of the assassin's pick. And now we're jumping into draft here. Selangor Giants first pick on the blue side and PRO Esports red side second. Already betting out the Phovias, and for PRO Esports betting out the Atlas.
The Phovias already says a lot, I feel, about how much you need to pay attention to your next 2 bans if you are PRO Esports, considering that they are indeed going to go in blue, and the Expanding Rivers map is just going to help them so much more in terms of making the rotations much faster than expected. But they ban out the Fanny themselves. I think this is also great. Coily now, because he added an LY, is also someone I feel like you have to respect when it comes to the jungle and assassin picks. Just the same. But even then, you're going up against the Sky Prince. So a lot are still actually gonna be available for Prio. At this point, majority of the fighters actually, the XP laners too, are gonna be there, and the mid options.
Something that's interesting for me is that they banned out the Zushin. Sure, Stormy is an amazing Zushin player, but doesn't that kind of say that their draft might have a lot of stationary heroes that could get picked up by the Zushin? Because I kind of feel like in a very high mobility meta, maybe the Zushin isn't a prio ban, but this might be showing that they're going to have at least 2 steady front lines that just doesn't move a lot.
Yeah, and what are the chances that we see even Stormy pick up the likes of a Eudora, right?
Pretty high. I mean, like, he likes to use Odette, Nana, Selena. Like, Esla, honestly, he even played a Hellcurt mid once, and he dominated that game. So I'm pretty sure Stormy can use anything.
See now the 3rd ban for SRG, followed up yet again, and the first pick about to be on their hands.
It's actually open.
It is open, but Eudora is also open.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But I gotta say, Brig, I feel like a lot of junglers, they have this ego, like, I don't care. You think you can stun me? Hey, good luck.
And we've seen it, the success of Ling. I mean, one of the most picked characters, but also moments of taking over games. Era 404, you mentioned yesterday. Can we see that from Sakai?
I think a lot of people want to see that. So it's just a question of whether
maybe not PRO Esports.
Confident, but maybe not PRO Esports.
There's 5 people who don't. 6 people at least who do not want to see that.
Yeah, but they're taking the time here, Brig. I think they're really trying to think whether they want the Ling or give it over to PRO Esports and encounter it later. I think they can because they pick up the Valentina. So it looks like Selangor Giants, they're going into the first draft here, trying to read PRO Esports by having a very, I would say, flexible mid. And now, looks like PRO Esports, they got the Ling as well as the Belleric. Very scary opener here. Link has a lot of burst mobility, can go for the back line, and then in case Selangor Giants wants to go for a dive composition, Belleric can stop that. So I wonder if Yumes will try to use something like the Cho to potentially stop the Ling, or they got something else.
Yeah, and apart from that, I feel like the Valentina is one of the safer mid lanes to just pick up. I know blind pick Valentina, not a lot of people are a fan of it, but now in this meta where the Ling is just an automatic pickup, then maybe it's one of the safer options to go for. And considering the Cho that you've mentioned, there could be a chance, but are they willing to pair it immediately with the gold lane pick? It seems like no. They're gonna go straight into the Hirara and the gold lane pick instead, revealing their cores in this lineup.
Hirara obviously has been somebody that when you let it go, you have to deal with. They knew that they were going to get a pick here. And the Moskov, LaFell, it feels like it's been rising in value a little bit, coming in that first phase of picks rather than some of the last phases.
Definitely, especially because Moskov is one of the rare GOAT laners that don't need anyone else's help to save himself. He has a lot of dashes as well as his second ability, able to push someone away. And if there's a wall, it will get stunned up. So here, I think Innocent is just saying, bring it on. If you want to chase me, I'll kill you first.
And a question, too, is if you have a team like maybe Pro Esports who are aggressive, Moskov allows you to push as the Eudora comes in, but also if there's a random aggression, join that team in that fight, right? So a little bit of global safety if they get countered quickly.
I gotta say, this is Innocent on this Moskov is something of nightmare to Cambodia, because even back in M6, CFU coming in from Cambodia almost eliminated Selangor Giants, but then Innocent with one very good ult, with one SOD, turned things around, got a maniac, almost like, and then basically ended the game then and there. But now we got to talk about the opening here. It looks like Pro Esports, they're opening with a very meta MSC draft, right? Bringing the Ling, bringing the Eudora, and the Belric as well. Whereas Selangor Giants, I would say even though their first pick, they're being slightly bit more reactive by having an early Valentina to counter whatever they're going to get. They have the Aurora, pretty strong pick right now, and then having the Moskov to say, if you guys want to dive me, I can protect myself. And this is one of the stronger strategies that Selangor Giants has, where they go for a 4-1 position, where Innocent, you're all alone. You're not going to get any help. Good luck. Everyone else, do your best.
Which is, I think, great, because at least Pro Esports have a Ling to somehow match whatever Innocent could do across the map, because I think that's one of the biggest threats that we're looking at right now. But also, we don't know who the front lines are going to be for SRG just yet. We're looking for a bit more crowd control, perhaps. There are also some other combinations that could still come out, honestly.
What would you like to see?
I'm thinking of maybe even an Akai Arlot, just to really make things difficult for the Ling, because there is a chance we see that. They also took out the Alice, a really great matchup if ever for the Arlot, but that's on top of the many other picks that could still come out, because again, they have a very flexible Valentina in the mid lane.
And the Cho got banned out, so they have to figure something else out to catch this Ling.
That kick is gone, and the fact that you do have Ling, it does make your problem in some ways one-dimensional, but it just feels like a control-oriented draft right now from Pro. And does that indicate that they're playing the way we think, or does that indicate that they, are just matching the ability to, if we are getting dove, have an answer for that?
Oh, this is very interesting. The Ruby gets banned out. So I think Selangor Giants, they're reading into Pro Esports, like you said, like a more controlled kind of draft, where there's a possibility of them playing double fighters, and that might be too much for Selangor Giants to kind of handle. So now Pro Esports, they pick up the Harif. So I'm liking the balance that Pro Esports has, because Harif, even though he is a GOAT laner, I would say once he's level 4, he has that Zaman Force, he can already dish out enough damage, making it so that even if Ling somehow got disrupted early, still has time to get the farm back.
Yeah, and idea is pretty much the same. You still have a somewhat box created, at least through the Belric, that space that could really aid you in just going for the counter attacks if ever SRG does go and commit to a very aggressive lineup, because we're still looking at their last 2 picks. We brought up some of the suggestions earlier. In terms of the roam, Hilda's gone, Cho's gone. Oh, they go for Uranus. So that's not the most setup-heavy XP laner, but they will compensate it through a Badang in roam.
So the Badang is one of those heroes that can actually catch these assassins, especially like pin them against a wall. I'm seeing Selangor Giants. This is a very unorthodox kind of draft that I feel like not a lot of teams can pilot very well. But Selangor Giants, they have a different kind of way to play, where I feel like they're going to win the lane and try to invade the jungle. And now Pro Esports answer with the Sora. Quite a lot of damage. I feel like first turtle going to be difficult for Selangor Giants.
A lot of team fight and a lot of pressure from the Ling, who could just bounce all over the place for Pro Esports. But when you look at lanes, when you look at like setting up a macro game and playing it just through and through, do you feel maybe SRG got the better end of it, Brigitte?
It feels like maybe lane to lane in a way, because it's a very individual type of draft where they have to perform individually rather than us expecting them to go team fight head on. But we'll see if Pro Esports somewhat get to handle that now that we're heading into game number 1.
Well, SRG have found a way to make it to grand finals every single time they have been at MSC EWC. Can they start their grand finals run again today, or will PRO Esports stand in their way? Let's send it over to our casters to find out. It's Gideon and Trex.
Thank you so much. Our very first series of the day is already going to be a banger here with the Selangor Red Giants playing on blue side, facing off against Pro from Cambodia on the red side. Now, Trex, I'm looking at this and immediately I'm getting a little bit of those flashbacks. Innocent on Moskov again?
I mean, at this point, we already know it's probably going to come. Moskov has been meta. He hasn't fallen off for a while. And Innocent, this is a dream pick for him. It's comfortable. It's comfy all around the map. But for me, my eyes are on the Aurora being let through. This is a pick that has been banned out consistently.
And here's the thing. The question is whether or not they're going to have Sky Piercer, because the first invade is all looking way too good as they're looking for first blood.
A lot of damage on to PP there. Sakai's now running away, getting taken out by Coley. A nice trade. A beautiful trade at that, taking out the jungler of SRG.
And that's perfect. That's exactly what they want. The trades need to be effective. And with the jungler already taken out of the question, in trade for a support, I mean, Pro, they're punching above their weight. They're getting great trades so far. And I think, Trex, at this point, we got to talk about strong side, weak side, because they initially played for early game strong side onto Cram to deal with Felix, and it's only going to be until level 4. After that, I think they're going to head down to the bottom side.
I mean, I think at that point, SRG with that quick invade, looking for play, kind of testing the waters, right? How good is Pro? Can we bully them? I think they learned quickly that Coily is going to respond, and because of the movement on this lane, it's a bit harder to try to make those plays happen. And yes, Sekai's has the iframes, he has the ability to escape, but we're already seeing the consequences that can be made if you overextend.
I feel like he's already lost that momentum, right? As soon as you hit level 2 on Aurora, that's probably your biggest power spike overall without the items. But now, we're seeing that a lot of that mid-motion, right? Clear up that mid as soon as possible and immediately start moving towards the other sides of the map.
All right, so PRO Esports looking for an angle in. Sekai's already started working on this turtle. Saw making the way as well, does have level 4, can put out some decent damage, watch for the stun, but SRG's not going to try to rush this either as Coily goes for the orange buff, a little bit of damage onto Yumes. Sakai's making his way in. Sariam Felix gonna back off. No big angle from Pro just yet. Coily has to finish this orange buff as quick as possible. He's gonna look for the angle in. No Finch Poise just yet. Gets a nice little bit of damage onto Sakai's. Tempest Blaze does, comes down, gets the knockup, plus the turtle, and a lot of damage onto Sakai's. He's taken out. PRO Esports looking for the next target. Stormy runs away in shambles. Sorry, I'm Felix with a kill under his belt. Make it a purple buff as well.
The conversion is going to be good. Pro played that perfectly, knowing the Wrath of the Dryads was in the hands of Stormy. Already gave them an idea. Hey, they're looking to team fight, but they're not clearing this Lord fast enough. When we this turtle fast enough, let's look at the replay one more time, because Cram's job is very different. Right now, he can't zone out multiple people just yet. And the worst part about it, losing that 50-50 from the side of Sakai's has already netted this team to be playing on the back foot for at least the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised Sakai's went into that knowing the Tempest Blaze was going to come, but a little bit of damage down here on the boss side. Kuzin, gonna try to get away, gets hit by the Terrify, and a beautiful SOD from Innocent to get to the backside, taking out Kuzin. PRO Esports forced to back off. A nice little bit of something, and back to Innocent. Hasn't been involved in any of these fights. Having a decent experience could be the saving grace unless he's taken out by Coily here. A couple more shots. Tempest of Blades does come down, and a kill into Coily's pocket. Able to make sure he secures that Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Yume's already used all of his charges for the Fist Crack. Fist Break, unfortunately, did not connect at the right time. But like LaFell mentioned earlier, SRG is playing a really difficult composition. It's a composition where you truly must be interconnected, similar to Avatar. Just, you know, you gotta make sure their hair is connected, and more importantly, if they can find something back.
Nice damage. Stormy able to output, but just not enough. Pepe takes him out. Saw gets the kill. PRO Esports have an answer for everything right now.
They kind of have the answer for everything. And I think the worst part about it is the update. The patch has made this Belleric a little better. Innocent now taking at least 1 gold crab here to make sure that he stays ahead. But this 1.3k lead that we see from Pro, I don't think it's leaving anytime soon. Let's quickly have a look at the level difference here. Sakai's currently at level 7. Thank you for moving away, Lord Spawn. To level 8. So he's a level down on this.
All right, Turtle. Tempest of Blades comes down. Coily able to take the Turtle with ease, and Sakai's once again in a horrible spot. Dashes into death. Cram just trying to keep vision, just trying to help defend this mid lane, but Pro Esports doesn't care about it at all.
This is starting to snowball out of control. Sakai's made his best attempt to try to at least contest, but so far, Coily, he's been hitting these retributions perfectly on top of the advantage that he has. At this stage, as you can see, the PP is already invading the enemy side just to get early information to allow Coily to make the smartest choices. Hey, there's a lot of people down by this orange buff. Let's quickly push out mid. He's looking for efficiency.
I mean, right now, Pro Esports all around the map. A lot of damage onto Yumes here. Gonna dive onto the tower. Yumes has no escape, tries to flicker, but it's not enough today. They're gonna be able to take this tower. SOD does connect. Innocent does dash in. Was it a mistake? He just wants to clear it. Bakuzin's not gonna want to let him get away up at the top side, though. Saw falls. Sakai's on to Pepe. Pepe not gonna be able to get away. A nice double kill into the hands of SRG. Able to try to find something in the chaos.
Holy cow, that was dangerous. So dangerous. The SOD on top of utilizing your battle spells to get into this fight. It connects, he takes it, but he already knew that the backup was coming into that back line. Stormy even opting to flicker early with the stolen Wrath of Dryads to guarantee this kill onto Sa. The trading isn't just instantaneous, it's 15 to 20 seconds ahead in the future.
So SRG are still finding some moments, right? They're able to get some little trades. They're behind 2.5K gold, but it's definitely not the end of the world from them. We know that just with the game IQ, they can make something, shake something. Is it too late? I don't think a 2.5K gold lead is too late at all. We'll see at this first, not third turtle, but I think first Lord is going to be the big moment where we know who's possibly got this in the bag.
You know, before anything happens, Zipper, pull up the item list. Thank you very much, because I'm interested in where Coily actually is at in this item list. He's 4-0-2 as of right now, and that's a phenomenal lead for any Ling player. And they're immediately on this turtle as SRG are trying to take that mid position.
I think that's the right play this time. Give up the turtle. Sakai's 2-0 on the first time, just keeps getting caught by the Tempest of Blades. Look for plays elsewhere. Innocent on the bottom side getting a little bit of push. Maybe they translate it to a tower, but Coily's already there to help defend.
Thanks, Zipper. That's already 2 items up for Coily. He's in a phenomenal position. Even if he gets put down to 1 HP, as long as he has Finch Poise, he can get out of there, go to 1 camp, get back up to full, and he's ready to fight once more. And that's so different in comparison to Hirara, which is so burst-oriented.
Nice damage onto Felix. Even Pro, even with the advantage they have, they're still taking things slow. They're still playing this smart. A slow push on the bottom lane, gonna connect onto that tower. Top side pushing as well. Pro Esports, you would think they might have came in very chaotic, but honestly, even with the aggression they have in the micro, they're playing a decent macro on the map.
Trying to make sure that they are efficient. They've developed their 1.6K lead, now over to a 3K lead. And you can see that Cram now, he's getting a lot more confident after that chastised Pauldron. He knows he can't get 100-0 just yet. Sa doesn't have his full 2 items, and most importantly, not enough burst with the amount of HP that he has, but I'm worried about Coily. He's getting close to that endless battle.
Cram, though, is another problem on the side of SRG. He's still deathless. Yes, in the beginning, he wasn't able to shine that much, but right now, as this game moves forward, he'll become more of a nuisance. Only quick stuns on the side of Pro Esports, except for the Wrath of the Dryad, but even that won't be able to hold Cram down if he can continue to harass.
But just look at the trades that they're doing, right? They know that we can't compete with the mobility of this Ling, so second best option, use Moskov to create these cross-map plays. That way, Ling is balanced out and you never have to keep worrying about, oh no, my long lane, I have to deal with it, if not I'm going to lose another structure. But looking at the items so far, more importantly, now that Felix has his second, this Lord is going to be really difficult. If he engages in there while having those Queen's Wings, there's a pretty good chance that SRG might opt to flicker past him and go straight for that back line.
I almost feel like SRG, the way they're going to win these fights is positioning, right? I don't think they want to just go head first. Look at the damage on a Stormy. A little bit of play in the mid side, but just kind of baiting out skills at this point. Sakai's does get his retribution in as Coily starts working on the Lord. Sakai's wants to look for an angle. He just goes straight in once again. Felix able to push him back. Trying to find the backside now. Tempest of Blades does come down, but Sakai steals the Lord beautifully, but Yumes might just pay the price, but a beautiful response, pushing Pro back. Yumes now on the run. Sakai comes in and makes sure Felix can't get to him. Nobody goes down except for Stormy, and that's a decent trade for SRG. Look at the boss side now as well.
Innocent, he's playing the exact same role that Coily is trying to do to threaten them in those side lanes, but luckily Sakai is able to win out that 50-50 despite being 2 levels down. That's the difference here. Both sides are going to be highly contesting these neutral objectives because, unfortunately, they don't have the correct tools to siege each other. So, truly, if you want to win that fight, it starts with this Lord, and you got to let the Lord do the work. Breaking the towers afterwards might be a little bit harder than it looks.
Yeah, but Innocent on the top side, going to gain some ground there, even if they don't follow in with this Lord. Ooh, wait a second. Coily into the backside, onto Yums, putting out a lot of damage. Does have Tempest of Blades, decides not to use it, isn't going to chase it down. Cram now onto Kuzin as Innocent makes his way to the mid side as well. Sakai's getting brought down low, going to try to run through, takes a tower shot to the face, but will be able to dash through, but the chase is on. Felix is going to catch him, but the iframes are still there. Does he get the juke? The sidestep, and Sakai's will not fall.
Oh my God! What a
Hold on, SRG! Innocent does it again! Cross map the Hail Mary!
Make him miss an SOD or something. This entire game, that SOD has been at a 100% efficiency, whether it's stealing away a camp, whether it's closing the this caliber.
And now the game has fallen into SRG's hands. Pro Esports, it was in their grasp. They had control, but control is not a given in a match against the Giants.
Oh man, it's interesting to see how this is going to play out, because now that Coily, he's got that Blade of Despair, he's got some real kill threat to anybody on the side of SRG.
All right, Cram into the backside, continues to harass. Nice Tempest of Blades, does not get the knockup. Coily just trying to get away at this point, but there's no escape. Cram gets the kill, the recalls are out. SRG's in full form.
I figured it out. It's all about the scramble. It's all about the scramble. Somebody, you can be coordinated on the engage, but I have never seen a team actually go and disengage at the exact same time. And that's a big problem from both of these sides. Whoever breaks away first usually gets punished, whether it's soft. Wait, hold on.
Cram takes a lot of damage, still has the Consecration, and has a Flicker. Opted not to go Purify right here. Cram is comfortable, deathless. Like I said earlier, this Uranus is going to be more and more of a problem as this game goes on.
Yeah, I think even Kuzin is starting to recognize that he doesn't have enough consistent DPS to stay on top of Cram. And worse yet, it just feels like a waste of resources as Cram is zoning out 4 members to get the information they need.
All right, Coily wants to try to make his way down. Lord still getting contested as Saw keeps vision, but Cram just pushes them away. The one-man army. Coily cannot find a good angle. He can't come Riverside. He's got to go around the backside, but Cram's already got vision onto the whole team. And Sakai's isn't going to rush it. He bounces back and forth. Sorry on Felix in this tri-bush. May try to make a play, but the problem is mid lane's getting pushed in. Pro Esports has to back off.
Yep, they're not going to do this, and now SRG trying to be even more efficient. They're not going to show topside until it's too late, and now Pro, unfortunately, just has to respond to this as SRG are playing Pro's game, but just a little bit better because they don't need...
A little bit of play, a lot of damage. Cram jumps onto 3, Tempest of Blades does come down, but it's more of an escape use. The taunt locks in, the Wrath of Dryad and Saw falls as Innocent is catching targets left and right. Sorry on Felix, just has to try to get away under the tower, but another Wrath of Dryad and a double kill for Innocent.
Oh my God.
Kuzin just wants to live. Goes back to base, and SRG didn't even need the Lord. They're finding members.
Oh my goodness, Innocent. An incredible baseline. He is showing that all gold laners need to have perfect movement. Look at that! Nothing can touch this guy so far. Every ability, pixel perfect footsies all the way through. It's been tough because Pro has been throwing so much at him.
Coily.
Can he steal it?
Coily. Tempest of Blades comes down. He goes, but Sakai still secures it. Coily gets the kill on a Stormy, though. He's trying to make the big play, trying to get away. It's not enough.
I don't know. Between so many regions across the world, for some reason, Malaysia versus Cambodia always gets the blood pumping.
Always a banger.
Always a banger. Oh my goodness. It is a tough game here, but it's not completely over. Pro understand, hey, we still have scaling on our side. Zipper, if you pull up the items, I'm pretty sure that Kuzin is pretty much getting to his third, if not finished it already at this stage. Yep, fourth item technically already complete here. He's got real damage. The problem is that he can't close the distance. If not, Stormy or even Yums could knock him out of place.
All right, Pro Esports, can they defend it? They still have inhibitors. This is only first Lord, second Lord actually.
They got a
Crash has come through. Sakai's wants to jump in. Yums with conceal play. Doesn't find the big payoff. SRG looking for an angle on the backside. A lot of damage from Sakai's. Coily just wants to try to clear the waves. Innocent looking to target onto this base, but Lord is already down to 20%. Cinco to Pepe trying to run away right now. 9 seconds ablaze. Sakai's taking out Coily. Gets the pick off.
And they're looking for more. Can't shift even more. They're still holding the wave. It's 3 of down, and they want to push this and make sure they buy another 4 minutes into this game.
Pro Esports with a beautiful defense. Cram falls the first time he's died yet. Can they do more? Kuzin gets a nice shot onto Yums. Stormy doesn't want to give it up this yet. The minions are still on the base. Pro Esports trying to defend 2 more waves coming in.
They can hold on.
They go to Pepe. Doesn't have the ult. Coily. They're able to push him away. Pro Esports survives another wave.
You can tell. Both sides, they just want that moment to breathe. And SRG finally have to let go of the pressure after losing Sakai's alongside with Cram. They recognize Pro. They're going to be able to respond faster. Can he get this? No. At least he has the purple buff, but does he trade?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yums goes down. Immortality does pop. Can he escape this? Sorry, I'm Felix. Look at the final shot. Kuzin able to get it. That's a 42-second death timer on the side of SRG. Lord comes up in 45.
All right, I got to stand up for this one. Yeah. With this game,
hype it up.
It's a high intensity for too long, 16 minutes already, and there hasn't been a moment where their heart skips a beat every single time. Cool, calm, calculated. I mean, we're the amateurs here compared to those professionals up there, but now we're getting into the later stages of the game. Maximum items. Is this a punish?
Ooh, shifting skies. Cram takes a lot of damage, but Coily's gonna back off. Rathandria does come down, but doesn't connect onto anyone. Pepe gotta run away right now. Pro Esports gotta give up space as SRG takes control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and with missing inhibitors on all fronts, Pro recognize that, man, we're gonna have to pray that Coily can be the one that buys us the extra 3 minutes we need. If he steals this Lord, this is going to start dragging out. But Pro don't have the advantage in the lanes. Every single side is getting shoved in.
All right, but Pro Esports know this may not be a Lord they can give up. And when you're in a position like this where you have no inhibitors, you kind of have to force the fight. You can't play the long haul. You can't play the dance. And this could be the fight they're trying to force. Look at the damage. Coily in the backside. Tempest Blades does come down. Sorry, I'm Felix able to just get away, but taken out by Yums. And the fist crack. Saw's down next. Pepe locked on to as Kuzin and Coily trying to make it back to base. The Terrify. The immortality isn't enough.
And there you have it. The forced mistake coming out of Pro and SRG. This is why Macro plays a huge part in this game. With such a tough composition to play as well, they managed to hold on and turn these conversions only limited to the jungle and not structural damage.
And SRG, with a well-fought battle, will take game number 1.
It's not over just yet. This is an amazing contest of 2 incredibly mechanically inclined teams, and I think everybody is praying. I wish this was a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7, but for now, both sides are gonna go back into their corners. They gotta listen to their coaches here because there was, I don't want to say mistakes, but there was anti-synergy at moments.
Bad calls, possibly, or maybe overextending or doing things a little too late.
I don't think they were bad calls, but I definitely think that there were coin flips that could have been skewed in certain teams' favors had they just waited half a second more or thought a little bit further into the future. But man, an amazing bout between those two. I'm hoping this turns into a 1-1 because if we learn anything, that early game was incredible coming out from Pro. The fact that we saw that SRG, even though they stole the Wrath of the Dryads, It's about efficiency, but more importantly, how much can you get with these ultimates? Every single time we see a stolen Wrath of the Dryads hit 2, it's a guaranteed win on that fight. If we see 3 from the side of Pepe, the fight's immediately over for SRG.
I think Pro, you're right, had such a great early game, and SRG shows that they can hold out and wait for their time to shine, wait for those power spikes. Pro maybe got a little ahead of themselves. Once it got into, maybe they should have put more focus onto Innocent early on, honestly.
I don't know.
Because he had such a free game. And I mean, they actually tried to. They tried to get some of those ganks down there.
It's true. I believe you, but at the same time, it's tough because you're looking at Innocent and he's just like pixel perfect movement every single time. Just at the maximum range with the stun. Managing to hold on and use that Purify for 2 CCs overlapping each other. And this final moment where we do see the inevitable flank coming in from Yums' side, a lot of teams are now going to start thinking, hey, we got to be careful on that top side. But with that being said, we're going to leave the rest for the panel to break it down and make a prediction for that next game. Rain Day, it's all you.
Rex, that was a great matchup, and you guys did a great cast there. And one of my favorite things about taking a look at MLBB, especially after a game, see what went right and sometimes what went wrong. Innocent got off to the races and did not look back. There was no answer for a game that I thought went pretty well for Pro Esports for a while. We'll see if they can change up that macro and find a way to finish it out, maybe tie the set going into game 2. But as the players take a break, we'll welcome you back onto the panel. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined again by Brigitte and LaFell. And this time, someone you probably know very well, Moon, jumping in from the stream to join us here on the official stream. How are you, Moon?
I'm fine. I'm good.
Are you enjoying being in Paris?
Yeah, I enjoy live here, and I eat a lot of bread, croissant,
baguette. Mike,
anything with bread I eat.
He was listening to us, guys. I think he knew we were setting up the croissant baguette conversation. Moon, we'll get your thoughts on this game in just a moment. I'm going to go down the line, though, with Brigitte. Game 1. I mean, SRG, they look strong, but
the majority how proactive sports actually were across game off of them just punishing SRG's more aggressive approach during the start, and it worked out really well from them, not until moments wherein it had to come down to a mechanical showdown in the latter portions of the game.
I know you'll have some things to tell us, LaFell, but in general, overall with the game, happy with how Pro Esports approached game 1?
Honestly, that was an amazing game. Like, this is one of those games, if you give me time, I can talk about it for like half an hour. Because also
that's longer than the game.
From Pro Esports as well as Selangor Giants, they showed so many good things in that game that that's a perfect way to start the day.
Well, you know what? I know Brigitte wanted to get a little workout in as well. You guys were fighting, but now I'll have her hold the mic for you while you actually get going with some telestration. You can talk about this for a little bit longer.
All right.
Thanks, Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Brigitte.
You're welcome.
She's a great mic holder. For now, we got to talk back about the draft because honestly, like, over here we saw like individual plays coming in from Selangor Giants. Now, the thing that you guys have to see here is both Innocent on this Moskov as well as Coily on this Ling. They are the position 1, right? They are position 1, and they have to fight against each other many times. And one of the reasons why Selangor Giants can win this one is because Innocent keeps on winning that 1v1 battle. And of course, we also have to see the synergy between Cram as well as Stormy as well as Yums, because Cram, he is the front line. He's the front position trying to force out the mistake, and then you see Yums as well as Stormy just being a little bit behind. Whenever the opponents overextend, they cross Cram's line, they will intercept them here and then they will make a play. So that was very smart coming in from the draft here. And when it comes to Pro Esports, we wanted Sora here to try and able to catch out Stormy, and he was able to do it many times. But he was not the win condition. The win condition is Innocent, and he survived many a times. We're going to see a clip here. I'm going to try to go very fast, where this is where we see the strength of Pro Esports, where you can see here, just from this image, the lock coming in from Pro Esports, there's a lot of crowd control, and this enables them to win 5v5 team fights. So then what we see for Selangor Giants, what they do, they split the team fight. This is where we see Innocent came in, forcing out them to actually do something about it because he wants the minions. But looking at the minimap, we can see Stormy as well as Skies flanking from behind. And then as we move forward, we see Stormy using the Wrath of Dryad to lock both members here, allowing Sakai's to get that free damage. And the last clip that I want to show, this emphasizes what Selangor Giants is doing, right? Sakai's in this position is position 2. He's the disruptor. He is the one that's going to create chaos in the game, and that's what he did. So during this fight, we can see that Sakai's had to run away because that's already job established, and now we're going to be looking at Innocent, where again, this is what I'm talking about. Position 1, 1v1 between the Ling as well as the Moskov. The Moskov won this round, and he keeps on winning again and again and again. And all the while, we can see that Sakai's has survived the initiation. So in this matchup, it really is about how Selangor Giants, they buy enough time for Innocent to win that 1v1 against Coily, because once Coily is out of the game, the Ling is no longer a threat. So this is a draft that requires individual skill and honestly next level macro understanding as well as team fight understanding.
It was a masterclass in terms of, we mentioned control being a big kind of theme for Pro Esports, but they found a way to use a draft that wasn't as good in a team fight to ultimately isolate fights and get their their position 1 into a good position to succeed, and that's what Innocent did.
Yep, and I can't help but really commend the fact that SRG did all of this willingly. They let go of the Ling even though it was open for them, possibly could have been picked up by SRG even in first pick, but then eventually it went over to the hands of Pro, even the Eudora.
Yeah.
Even the Eudora was in the hands of Pro, but all these quote-unquote meta picks, at least during the first few days, were countered out here by SRG through sheer, I don't know, like synergy or maybe just chemistry overall.
Moon, I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen so far, because we've seen Eudora, we've seen Ling, we've seen some of these meta characters start to show up and evolve what people are playing in the tournament. What are you seeing as being an effective way to approach this meta? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
What I think about it, boleh cakap bahasa.
Sure, you can speak Malay, I'll translate.
Apa yang saya suka adalah we can see that sorry.
I thought we needed translation, Moon.
Okay. Boleh nampak macam meta dah berbeza, and saya suka nampak dia punya perubahan daripada segi hero, and makin banyak berubah. Assassin pun dah back to the meta, and benda-benda yang macam ni dapat buatkan fans lagi excited to see the gameplay, dia punya perubahan daripada segi planning, daripada segi chemistry, macam mana dia nak main, macam mana dia nak execute the whole things punya ni sebab terlampau lama dah meta and beta sama, so bila dapat berubah ni sukalah, best lah.
So he said he likes this because for quite a long time the meta has been the same, but now new characters are coming in, and because of that the meta has to change, the planning has to change, so he really likes it. But now if I can ask, so Moon, Eudora, did you predict Eudora to come into the meta? Because Eudora is kind of strong, burst, crowd control, but going up against a Ling, a Hayabusa, Nolan, isn't it dangerous with all these assassins for team to use Eudora?
Rasanya Eudora will doing fine sebab dia ada stun, dia ada macam rasanya dia punya job desk ni lebih ke arah macam dia backup. Dia macam backup marksman ataupun orang-orang yang boleh carry the game lah. So it's very useful lah bila kita ada hero yang macam instant lock. Sebab kalau contoh lah, kalau kita letak macam Farsa ke dia at least nak kena first killer. But Eudora just different breed lah. So it's help a lot on kalau nak focus in defending, something like that lah.
Yeah, so he basically said Eudora's primary ability right now is the ease of actually peeling for either the marksman or the assassin. Compared to other heroes, they can kind of do the same thing, but much more difficult to do compared to Eudora. It's a point and click stun. Something like a Farsa, you have to aim the ability first, so it could fail.
And speed is another thing. When you have a point and click, press a button quickly and it happens versus trying to aim that down in a circle. Well, something that doesn't happen so quickly, I mean, you have to get the equipment, you have to, find a room or at least a microphone. But if you want to get those things quickly and then join us as a co-streamer, that can happen almost instantly if you guys apply. Co-stream at EWC. Make sure it make a time to scan this QR code that's coming up on this Thursday page as well, because you can get all of these cool prizes as well and find a way to be a part of the official action. And if you don't want to co-stream, that's okay, but it's a great opportunity. If you want to be like Moon, come on and check out that QR code, see if you can join us. Brigitte, let's go back to kind of this game here and looking at game 2. What can be done? I actually thought that PPP on the Belleric was pretty strong. 10 assists in that game. I thought he created a pretty good front line. They sometimes could not capitalize on it in that late game. But what did you like about Pro Esports? What do they need to do more?
I really think that they played the strengths of their lineup, honestly. It's just that there was such great adaptation coming in from SRG as well. It was pointed out by Lafel earlier here when they realized that Pro were just too efficient when it comes to the counter engages in terms of utilizing the Belleric and the Wrath of Dryad and team fights. They just decided to split everything up. They decided to play the map and they decided to take or allow Innocent to take the lead and maybe be a more secondary role for Sekai's. And I think that kind of maybe shocked how Pro Esports had to adjust mid-game.
And honestly, I kind of want to ask Moon, because Moon was a professional player. I want to ask, SRG playing this way, basically like a 1-3-1. Sekai's trying to push people away, 3 people trying to protect Innocent. Is this gameplay more difficult or actually easier to do? Because we see Pro Esports, they try to 5v5, but then SRG tried to split the fight. Is it easy to play like SRG?
Sebenarnya tak susah kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain lah. Kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk buat lah. And kita boleh nampak pun Sekai's dia punya personal skill pun memang one of the top level dekat MPL-MY and at the whole international. Dan kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk dorang buat lah.
Yeah, so I basically asked Moon, like, is it difficult to play like SRG where you split the fight? And he's like, honestly, if you trust each other that well, and when you have such a good jungler like Sekai's, it is most definitely possible. Because if everyone does their job very, very well, then the game plan just falls into place.
Yeah, I understand. Because I think it was also...
You understand Malay?
No, not
All
Malay. The way that they did that. Because like, huh?
I've been talking about you. I didn't know you understood me.
But yeah, it's the way that we entered the game assuming that SRG would just play a very individual approach to this because of their heroes. We were maybe questioning the synergy to a certain extent because you saw it a bit more from Pro Esports end, but in that game, since they were just so reliable individually, then it wasn't as difficult for them to adjust on the fly.
What do you think was going on in their head when they saw that 3? Because, coming into MLBB and learning so much from you guys, I immediately said, this is a really good team fighting composition. And so at a certain point, do you think that SRG realized, well, listen, that's what they're going for. They kind of beat us to the punch on that. Why don't we lean into our strengths? We've got the Moskov. We can kind of go and try to play this individual game.
I think they had that backup plan all along because they just let go of the Ling anyway. They let go of the Eudora anyway. So it was also them like willingly playing into this draft, knowing that there will be a fallback, knowing that there could be a way around this. Because I think their first approach failed. It was them trying to be the more proactive ones across the map. They went for the invades, but they got punished. And that's where they probably started to realize that there should be a certain switch up, but they didn't do that up until the mid game. So I think Pro Esports were caught up in the idea that, yeah, we're somehow still taking the lead, but at the same time, they were actually not because SRG was already on the way to doing something that would favor them much more.
Zushin in the ban list right now as we get started. Dangerous Grass will be how we play this match, as game 2 is a chance for SRG to go 2-0 against the Cambodian squad of Pro Esports that has certainly proved to be dangerous in the early game. Talking about this matchup a little bit unique. Liking to play in a way that's not going to be subdued.
Yeah.
They're going to show up. They're going to make sure that you know that they're present in that game. We saw that in game 1.
Yeah.
See if their lineup set that up for game 2 in this draft.
I really wanna ask Moon though. Do you think it's just really SRG confident that they can counter the Ling? That's why they're not picking it up in first pick? Because I feel like we really want to see Sekai's on the Ling, but at the same time they're not going for it.
Actually, he's playing chess with them. Yeah. This is like macam biasa lah diorang buat benda ni kat MPLMY. Tolong tak?
No, he's saying like this is something that they even keep doing in MPLMY. Even though it's a strong pick for them, they're like, hey, you pick it up, we'll counter it.
Wow.
Because it's a bait, right?
It's a bait, but also it's kind of like psychological. You're giving your opponents the best heroes possible, and you still beat them. That's especially in a longer series, that could break people very, very fast. Maybe that's why in the grand finals they keep winning 4-0.
Maybe they found a way, trying to do it again here at MSC 26. The fanny ban?
Yeah, I think the fanny ban is very much warranted, because especially with all the junglers that are present here in MSC, a lot of good fanny players, and a very good fanny player can almost 1v9 if he has a very, very good start. My interesting thing though is that the Yi Sun Shin gets banned. Moon, what do you think about this Yi Sun Shin ban? Do you think it's warranted? Like, should they ban the Yi Sun Shin here?
I think the Yi Sun Shin is good to be banned because he can
outplay, out macro. Okay, out macro.
Yeah. Dia punya farm pun laju, so dia boleh rotate the enemy lah. Plus boleh dapat vision tu lah sebenarnya yang paling mungkin dapat menyusahkan daripada segi macro play.
Yeah, so Moon basically said like the macro abilities of a Yi Sun Shin, and the fact that he has very fast farm as well as a global vision might disrupt Selangor Giants, so they opted to ban that out. But now Selangor Giants picking up the Freya, and Pro Esports quickly pick up the Belleric again.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, we saw how impactful that was, and the Ling. So going back to what worked, I mean, if I'm Pro Esports, Brigitte, I'm thinking we were close in a couple of moments of turning this around. If we can somehow force them to stay on the back foot and take these team fights, or have to take these team fights against our Belleric with our Ling, we might have a chance.
Yeah, because they can do a very similar approach to what SRG were doing as well. It's just that maybe Kozen took a bit more time to scale up rather than Innocent. Innocent, again, in that game was, I think the casters mentioned it too, he was a bit too free. They could rely on him on the damage already when they needed it the most. But Kozen, I think it took a bit more time for them. So maybe there could be a certain adjustment in terms of that. Maybe handing him over a much better matchup in lane. But with the Hirara Cho already showing up, I think Kozen either way would already have a very difficult job.
So what do we see here? Do we see the Moskov picked up now?
They go for
they pick up the Ruby. Now that's going to be good, because here's the thing. Pro Esports banned out the Cho, but now Yums gets the Cho, and now Pro Esport, Ruby was banned against them, and now they get the Ruby. Moon, my question to you right now with Belleric as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control. Do you think Sakai's on this Hirara can go in and out? Do you think Freya can go in and out? Because I don't know, it looks like Belleric and Ruby is countering 3 heroes of SRG.
But they still can't do anything actually, because Freya got immune, right? When he's using ulti. And Chow also, I think the approach for SRG game right now will be different. Will be more towards laning and objectively.
Okay.
Also with vision. They will play vision a lot on this game, in this game. So let's see how they play.
Yeah, so it looks like Selangor Giants, they want to try to control the map now. But again, Pro Esports, they want to go for team fight. Personally for me, this is very scary coming in from Pro Esports.
Yeah, it's very similar to what happened in game number 1, and we saw how SRG were able to answer that, and they're also still letting go of the possibility of this Freya still being flexed eventually. Like, if they still want to go for a marksman in the gold, Innocent can still get a hold of his Moscow, but at the same time, you also wouldn't really want to see him on the Freya either, because it's equally just as aggressive, and you could just pick up another source of crowd control or means to combo this lineup through an EXP lane pick for Cram, because either way, I think SRG could be very flexible with the picks that they have right now.
Honestly, interesting that they're banning out the Esmeralda as well. So I think Moon is onto something here. They really want to win the lane. So I feel like Selangor Giants, in game number 1, they were playing the mid game as well as a little bit of the late game. I think for this one, they want to have priority from the get-go. They want to make sure the first turtle they're able to get, second turtle they're able to get, and then try to control the map by the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, when you look at what you could do better, if you go back into that room for the 10 minutes between games, that's what you're talking about. I mean, those are the moments of a coach to come in and say, this is what we can improve. improve. You guys did great towards the end once Innocent got going, but if they had countered Innocent a bit more, that could have been trouble, which is why, I mean, I'm focused on what they're going to put Kuzin on, because the Harith didn't quite match up with Innocent, and so they need somebody to kind of go toe-to-toe, maybe pressure him out, make sure he doesn't have such a free game.
Oh, Vexana. Moon, what do you think about this Vexana pick? Like, Eudora okay, but what about Vexana?
Vexana rasanya dorang lebih fokus ke arah untuk bagi sisi untuk crowd control to chain. Yes. So dorang more towards fight. Dorang sebab kan kita boleh nampak dekat first game tadi, dorang susah nak target tau. Player SRG kan. Tapi kali ni kita boleh nampak yang dorang betul-betul ada satu targeting ataupun satu hero yang dorang nak target untuk kalahkan terus dalam team fight tu supaya dorang boleh take advantage lah.
Yeah, so basically you're saying Vexana has a lot of burst as well as good control with the ult. So looks like Pro Esports, what Moon is saying, they still want to double down on more crowd control, but this time having Vexana going straight to the back and try to get the instant kill, but now Selangor Giants with the Farsa as well as the Claude. So right now it looks like they want to fight fire with fire. You have burst, we have burst. And he can still play the long lane with the Claude.
Wow, look at this.
Not looking fun. This is not looking fun.
I mean, I don't know about you. I'm having fun with the draft coming in from both teams.
Well, if you're playing this lineup right now, then you might not have this much of a good time because you already are seeing so much backline potential from SRG.
Man.
And you're playing a Vexana with little to no mobility or escape tools as well. If not for that knock-up you could just get from the Eternal Guard. But again, you raised the question on what Kuzan could pick up. We're not sure if the Ruby is going to be his hero, honestly. But Moon, do you think it's Gold Ruby? Or do you think they are still planning to flex it? Okay, never mind.
Back to it. Well, in some ways, this is confidence that we did some things right and we needed to swap a little bit. That's where the Ruby comes in, off the ban list, and the Vexana to try to mix up what is a similar 3 out of 5, Harith, Ling, and Belleric for Pro Esports. But the Farsa, the Cho, the Claude, and the Freya, all new picks here for SRG.
I gotta say, this looks like a very fun draft coming in from Selangor Giants. This is the kind of draft that says, we still want to show our micro, but we just want to end the game fast.
Moon, it's been great having you and your thoughts as well. We're going to follow you along your stream. Thank you for joining the desk.
Thank you for having me.
As Game 2 is about to get underway, SRG trying to make it back to grand finals here for the 3rd time in a row at MSC. The challenge of Pro Esports stands in the way. What can they do? Game 2. As we send it over to Gideon and Trex.
Thanks so much. We're already jumping into this next game, and the adjustments have been made by Pro. And I'm not gonna lie, initially when I saw Vexana, I'm pretty sure with the rest of the world, we were all like, wait, what? Why? Why are we going this when the Eudora was already doing some good work trading battle spells? And I think what it comes down to is wave clear. I mean, you can get Cinco de Pepe to come with you every single time to get that concussive blast, but now with Sa on this Vexana, single-handedly, I can clear this waves. Pepe, go where you need to be.
That is fair, but you still have to be careful because with something like this, you lack the flicker. Yes, you had to pick up a flicker yourself, but you lack the movement, and that's where I kind of like this Farsa. And you lack some of that big AoE where I would have kind of liked the Eve possibly for Pro. But again, they're the pros here. They're the ones who have to make the decision. You do at least get the stiff arm for Cram. You have the Terrify. You have that ult that can kind of either disengage or engage, so there is potential for Saw here.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of potential, in a matter of fact. I was thinking Eve in this same exact light, but I think the big problem is that once you drop down that RWM, you're kind of a sitting duck, and I think here up in the top side, Innocent doing a very good job at winning out this lane and even getting an early regenerate out of Kusan. He's going in to call for some help here, and Belleric is on the way.
Oh, Sakai's though wants to try to target down Kuzan. First blood into the hands of Sakai's.
And it's just a little too late. Pepe could not get there in time. A great setup coming in from SRG's side. But now it looks like with that top side winning the way that it is, it's got to be a bit of a trade, right? Strong side bot with this Freya. This Ruby is going to try their best to try and slow Cram down as much and more ideally sandbag him.
Coily gets knocked up. Coily's been doing amazing on this Ling last game. Even when he died, he was making some great plays, always at least trading off. Able to secure the first 3 turtles, all 3 turtles, into the hands of Pro Esports. This time, Pro, though, definitely taking a slightly slower pace. They want to look for the engage, but look at SRG in this bush.
Yeah.
Oh, nice I'm offended. A lot of damage comes in. Kram has to try to run away. But the Venom airstrike comes down, instantly targeted by Coily. Coily able to finch pose away to safety. But Yums is there.
Punish? No.
Yums not going to punish.
Nah, unfortunately the flicker is coming back up only in 12 more seconds. The mistake was the fact that Kram and Stormy, they had the right idea. They're in position to actually activate the gank, but as soon as that feathered airstrike comes up, instant target prioritization coming in from Coily to attack him. Let's look at the replay one more time, right? The I'm Offended comes on through and even Kram decided to disengage from that fight. I was thinking whether Kram could actually 1v3, but it's too early on in the game for him to do that, so they just have to peel away the jungler to slow down any kind of snowball attempt.
Still a big win for SRG though. 1.2k gold lead, a turtle, 2 kills. The deaths are on Sariam Felix and Kuzin, both offlaners. And a big kick lands down onto Pepe and he falls. Coily now trying to pick up something in the midst of the chaos. Tempest of Blaze does come down. Gonna get the knock up onto Yums. Yums falls, moves on to Stormy. Stormy forced to wings by wings away. Coily has one more finch pose in the pocket, but Kram's gonna try to lock on. Sariam Felix here to help out, and SRG backs off.
Yep, they could have tried to deny the purple buff, but luckily Sariam Felix is just man-to-man defense against Kram. Not gonna let him walk away from this lane scot-free. And on the opposite side for SRG, this is a big lead. 1.5k is looking really, really good right now. However, a lot of their damage is coming from both Sakaizen as well as Stormy. Yums is supplementary damage, but eventually it's going to fall off in the later stages of the game.
All right, so with that, I feel like we're taking a slightly slower pace this game. Things seem a little more even, but SRG still holding a nice lead.
And I like the movements from this, right? Hey, let's try and invade. Oh no, they're already there? Okay, let's quickly clear up mid and set up a potential dive on bot side. Now keep in mind, Sariam Felix, 7 more seconds until that flicker comes back up, and Kram, I mean, he's thinking about it, but somebody needs to make the kick happen.
He does have the ult. This is a scary hero to go under a tower with. A lot of ability to hold you down for a second or more too. PRO Esports has no idea they're all there. They finally do show themselves. A lot of damage on Sariam Felix, able to use the flicker back out of the way into safety. And SRG knows they weren't able to get it. They're gonna back off.
Beautifully played, and now they unlock Kram from this lane, and they need to quickly run back up towards Turtle side. Unfortunately for PRO, they can't rush it down just yet, so SRG will contest.
Rooms gets away the dragon, right into Sakai's, a lot of damage. On to Beleric. Pepe will fall, Innocent able to get the kill, but the response quickly from Kuzin, able to get one onto Yums. Roamer for Roamer. Kuzin in the midst of Zmon's force. Kram forced to back off, doesn't have an ult anymore, and now PRO Esports has the pit.
Yep, they played for the fight, and now they don't have enough to contest for this turtle. They trade supports, and that's the thing. They're trying to make sure they keep Coily in one place for as long as possible, while SRG quickly have to make a cross-map play on the opposite side. Let's look at this replay one more time, because initially, I was thinking maybe they don't have enough damage, but then Innocent comes in with a Blazing Duet to give that last bit of a kick that they need to get across that finish line. Kram, the entire time, zoning out Sa. It's a great idea, because Sa is going to be the main anchor for the side of PRO Esports to wombo combo with each other.
All right, so it's a turtle for a turtle. PRO starting to show off a little bit. Coily getting some nice damage on a Kram there. Force use of Valkyrie's Ascent just to get away. PRO Esports are matching the pace very well across the map, and even when SRG looks for plays, they haven't been able to secure the big gank yet.
Yeah,
yes, they're able to like attack the offlane, but nobody's gone down to those advances just yet.
See, that's the thing. I think that PRO actually decided to adapt it. They realized that a lot of the punishment was targeted towards Coily's side, a lot of the invasions as well, and even down here by bot side, right? They're trying to keep him in visible areas across the map. They're not letting him take control on the opposite ends, and I think they've been doing this since game number 1 for the side of SRG. PRO on the other side, hey, if they're focusing on our Ling for this long, you know what? We're going to play for our Harith, right? Look at the reinforcements controlling this top side. Wait, a kick!
A lot of damage. Saw goes down, but a lot of ults used as well from SRG. They're going to be able to take that tower in the bot side as well. It finally falls. They've used so much just to try to secure it, and all PRO Esports are going to get out of this is a top tower.
This is quite the scrum, a game of rugby. Sakai's, no, Coily not going to go for it just yet. Scared that maybe without the Blade of Tempest, he's going to get hit by the stun. That's a pretty good call here for the side of PRO. It's 6-3, but this 1.7k lead has not been developed further than this.
All right, so PRO Esports kind of backed against the wall a little bit here. I do feel like SRG has been ahead of them, but still they're calm, right? And Coily continues to look for targets, wants Cram so bad. Can he get the final hit? Tempest of Blades comes down, but a nice jump away from Cram. And now Sorry and Felix is going to try to get locked up with a big kick on to Coily. Right into the feathered airstrike. Yume's caught in between 3, will fall as well, but still it's a jungler for a roamer. SRG gets a huge advantage.
It's great, it's great. This turtle should fall into their hands as Pro is forced to move back into the lanes to make sure something happens. And Innocent, he's max stacked right now on that Art of Thievery. He's dealing some real damage.
A lot of damage from Stormy as well on Asari and Felix. Sakai's able to get it, and everyone misses Cram. Looking for the engage here. Doesn't have the Valkyrie Ascent. Will back off. Guzin looking for a quick strike. Drops him on force. He dives in, but he's stunned up, taken out. Guzin might just get away from the blaze. They do win. Guzin dashes back. Innocent not able to get the final shot down, but still a win in SRG's book.
Oh my goodness, you can hear that crowd. What a gut punch. They wanted to see Kuzin go down, but his mechanics kept him back up. And with the trades that have been happening across the map, honestly, it's not the worst for Pro, but at the same time, it's not helping the scenario, right? It's just trying to stop the bleeding. It's trying to stop the infection from spreading. And for Pro, Coily, he's that guy. But let's look at this replay just one more time, right? A great play because Kozin has just enough CDR to be able to close that distance, but Sakai's locking him in place to not sneak in that last auto attack.
I was looking, I was so locked onto Kuzin. Sakai's getting taken out by Sorry on Felix. Definitely evens the playing field a little bit there in that fight, right? Pro Esports haven't fallen behind. I mean, last game when they were ahead, they were sitting at about a 2.5K gold lead, and SRG was able to turn things around. This time, SRG only leading by 1.4. Pro Esports definitely not out of this. They're going to try to move on to this bottom tower. The slow push, and SRG's not going to be able to make it there. Gotta watch out for Yumes. Nice way of the dragon. Tempest of Blades comes down. Innocent has not engaged this yet. Yumes taken out. This could be bad for SRG. They don't want to force the engage. They're forced to just defend.
Able to get the Tempest of Blades out and buffer it just before the kick actually connects. Really good stuff here because it comes in 2 parts with that kick. So if you want to drag it out and max it out, you absolutely can. But if you got the right boots, you can get out of it no problem as soon as you have your abilities available. This could be Flicker, this could be Bladed Tempest. Either or works the exact same way. In this particular case here, I'm noticing that SRG, unfortunately, don't have the same benefits. Pro can walk into you like a bulldozer, overwhelming force. SRG actually have to play the consistent push and pull. They can't all go in at the same time. If not, Bellerin gets value, but Cram can't go in by himself.
Both teams dead even on towers on the off lane. No big macro advantage, but a lot of damage on Yumes. Feather Airstrike comes down, but the damage isn't enough to keep Pro Esports off of his teammate. Pro Esports now with a man up. Aren't going to rush this Lord, but Sakai's with a cheeky positioning into this tri-bush, looking for someone to fall into the trap.
Actually, that was pretty huge. The fact that Pepe lost not only his Flicker, but his Wrath of the Dryads, he can't force a play upon his opponent. He pressed the buttons in the wrong order, and now this contestation might be a little bit harder than it seems.
I mean, with a man up, it still feels comfortable. Sakai's going to try to make his way in. Coily's still able to get the Lord. Sakai's able to get away with his life. Trying to take it. He's going to move on to the target, though. Pepe taking a lot of damage. Valkyrie sent into the backside. Sakai's goes down because Kuzin responds with Swan's Force. And now Pepe may be able to get away here as Cram is unable to secure a kill. It's 2 down on the side of SRG and a Lord into the hands of Pro Esports.
And this is what I was talking about. It's so difficult for SRG to throw everything at the wall. Somebody might be out of position. Somebody is a little too far, and they need to be in literally the perfect triangulated area to catch everybody. Because look at the tri-brush here. Instantly when you see that Cram decides, I'm going to change my targets over to Saw's side, the rest of Pro immediately collapse around him. And most importantly, Sorry on Felix is buying the perfect amount of time for everybody to either battle spell out of there or create some distance.
Feather Airstrike does come down in defense, but a lot of damage on Yumes. Yumes just hasn't been able to hang out long in these fights. The damage just a little too much from Pro Esports. Are they going to move for this? Oh, Sorry, and Felix comes in. Purple buff is secured by Sakai still, but a close call on the side of SRG.
If they potentially dive this, and Sorry on Felix, he might just initiate. He's looking for these T2, but he's definitely not going to get that tower.
The damage, Feather Airstrike comes down. Sorry, and Felix forces it back off. Tower does not go down like you said. but Pro Esports are relentless. They're going to wait for the next wave and take it down.
Yeah, this Ruby pick, especially with the wave, ridiculous side.
A little bit of a 1v1 here. Innocent, not on the Moskov this time, won't be safe. Coily, though, able to pinch pose and escape. A beautiful steal for Pro Esports.
Really good stop there. Innocent, unfortunately, just needed to kite backwards towards where Sakai's was going to be. He was really trying to sell that he was by himself, and unfortunately that costed him his life. And again, this is a much better position from Pro. Game number 1, they had the early game. Game number 2, now they have the mid to late down on lock.
Coily's starting to feel himself a little bit. Oh, I'm offended from Sorry I'm Felix, and Sakai's is taken out. Pro Esports back off immediately. They're playing it cleanly too. They don't overextend. We got our target and we leave.
He pulled off the Michael Jai White. He was like, he's not given the signal that he's going to engage. It just looks like his hand is floating there, and the next thing you know, he's caught 2.
Uh-oh, Feathered Airstrike comes down. Just trying to fend at this point, but every time the Feathered Airstrike comes out, Coily's there. He really wants him to use it.
He wants it bad, and right now, I think that SRG, they have to recognize that they can't fight traditionally against Pro. It really comes down to the forced mistakes, but now that they're taking too much structural damage, I don't know how much control they can actually have. Looking at the items, finally 3 down for Stormy. He's a real threat in the damage department, but he can never use his Feathered Airstrike first, because as soon as he does, Coily's right on top of him.
Oh, what a beautiful I'm offended there.
Right?
And Kuzin was so ready for it. The comms right now are on point.
It's so good, but the worst part is that it's unpredictable. You don't know when he's going to flicker I'm offended at this point. He's not giving the traditional signals most EXP laners usually give.
Okay. Nice kick. On to Pepe, but Coily in the backside once again forces Stormy away. Pepe's unfazed. Coily just 1 by 1. Anyone can come catch these hands at this point.
Yeah, they're throwing it up. They have to play the D. And so far, it's a lot more difficult to play the cross map without the Moskov. Seal out, and yeah, Cramp, they have to contest this.
Gonna look for it in. Kuzin gets the Lord. Blazing duet to the backside by Innocent. Takes out Saw. Sorry, I'm Felix looking for a target. As Tempest Blaze lands to the backside. The dash through. Cram falls. And now Coily gets kicked, but it's still not enough to stop him. Stormy drops. Yooms might just be the next on the chopping block, but Pro doesn't care. They're coming down the mid lane.
And if there's one thing that I've learned about the Cambodians, don't mess with their assassin plays, especially when it comes down to Ling, because they are nasty with it as they're looking to open up the inhibitor with a Lord empowered wave just after.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Esports tied the score.
What a prediction with the I'm offended. Holy cow, we got a real game on our hands, 1-1, as both sides refuse to back down. I mean, SRG, they can't be sad about that. The same can be said about Pro. The outplays were really good this time.
I'll tell you what, we're not sad about it at all.
Absolutely not.
This is entertainment right here. It's a 1-1. Yesterday, we had to watch all sweeps. Today, in the group of death, every team is fighting for their life.
I cannot believe that we've already got such great quality games within the first 2 days. Yesterday it was about clean macro. Now it's about how dirty you can get. How good is your infighting? These neutral objectives, though, I gotta tell you, Trex, half the time I'm making a prediction in my head. Are they fighting or are they taking the neutral? I've gotten wrong every single time.
You never know. They're always fighting, and they're always taking the neutral. It's all part of the plan, remember?
Yeah, that's
all part of the plan.
You're right. I need to open my mind up a little bit more.
Your third eye, man.
It's not there yet. It's too early here at MSC to open up that third eye, but based on what we've seen so far, Pro, they've adapted so well, having a lot more wave control with not only just this Vexana, but making sure that Sorry I'm Felix is a great answer. No Esmeralda, no problem. You're playing Freya. All I gotta do is sustain, and there's literally nothing you can do. I'm gonna lock you down for ages.
And honestly, we were worried a little bit about Saw. And I feel like even though it wasn't a star of the team, it still worked well against Cram and against these big advancers.
Well, with these big advancers, let's throw it back over to our desk to break it down. Do you agree with us? Was it all this one pick, or could there be more as we throw it back to the desk?
Thank you, Gideon and Trex. Well, I can agree with one thing. The fans are hype. France is finally alive here at MSC as we got one of our first set going 3 games. And of course, it's in the group of death. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Brigida and LaFell here to break down the action. And that was what we would call action. What a comeback. But if you were watching and you were watching closely, Brigida, I wouldn't be surprised. Pro Esports, it felt like it was coming, and it came in game 2.
Yeah, they still felt like they barely wanted to change anything about their draft even in game number 1. They didn't really have to switch up much. It was just them trying to polish it a bit more and adjust their XP lane. Like their gold lane stayed the same. Their XP lane, I think that's what made one of the huge differences here in this game, simply because it was also one of the heroes that they used to dictate the pace and set up a lot of times throughout that game. There was that one highlight from Sorry and Felix. You have to give it to him to actually close it out almost from that point onwards.
Speaking of Sorry, I'm Felix, we actually had a chance to catch up with him for a pre-match interview. Let's hear a little bit about his mentality heading into this matchup against SRG.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Sorry, I'm Felix. Welcome, Sorry, I'm Felix.
Sorry, I'm Felix.
So, first of all, we gotta ask, why are you sorry that you're Felix?
Sorry, I'm Felix. ដំបូងយើង sorry គេហើយចាំយើងវាយគេ I just want to say I'm sorry before I attack you.
Oh, sorry before he attacks you. All right, so we get context there. But Felix, this is not the first time that we've seen you coming through to MSC. We've seen you with See You Soon, and back then you were up against SRG. Now you're going up against SRG again. What's the main difference now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងអានេះមែនជាលើកទី1ដែលយើងជួប Felix នៅ MSC ពីមុននៅជាមួយក្រុមគេហើយឥឡូវបានជួបជាមួយ SRC ម្ដងទៀតប៉ុន្តែខាងនេះខាង Pro Esports អញ្ចឹងលើកនេះមិនដែរមានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយចិត្តហើយប្លែកយើងធ្លាប់តែប៉ះនៅធីមចាស់អីធីមយើងពីមុនឥឡូវយើងមកប៉ះនៅធីមថ្មីទៀត Yeah, I feel like this is a new thing for me. Before I met this team on my prior team, and now I'm here on my new team, and I'm meeting them again in this match.
Do you think it's stronger now? Do you think the team is stronger?
គាត់ថាក្រុមរបស់អ្នកថ្ងៃនេះខ្លាំងជាងក្រុមពីមុន Yeah, ខ្ញុំគិតថាអាចនឹងខ្លាំងជាងពីមុន Yeah, I think we're stronger.
Okay, he thinks they're stronger. Can we ask why?
បាទអញ្ចឹងសូមសួរហេតុអ្វីដោយសារពួកយើងខំប្រឹងច្រើនហើយពួកយើងមានពេលវេលា train ជាមួយគ្នាច្រើន Yeah, I feel like we worked really hard and we had time to train together.
Okay, so they worked really hard, they've trained together, and obviously they've trained for the new meta. So what does he think about the new meta? What do you think about the new meta? Considering that we've seen a rise in assassins in the jungle, how is the EXP lane like right now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងបានវឹកហាត់នៅក្នុង meta ឬ series ថ្មីរបស់ game នេះអញ្ចឹងពីមុនមាន jungle ឥឡូវខាង XP lane អញ្ចឹងមិនដែរ lane របស់បង សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ជាមួយនឹង team ខ្ញុំអាចអដាក់វាតាមនឹងបានពួកយើងបានព្យាយាមយកស្វែងយកពីផាច់ហ្នឹង Yeah, so for me and my team, we're able to adapt to that version, and then I'll be able to adapt to the map as well.
Okay, but how is the role like? Like, is the XP lane still a very important part of the game, or does he think that the jungler meta is more important now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងតើមុខងាររបស់ EXP lane មានសារៈសំខាន់ទេឬក៏ថា jungler សំខាន់ជាង ខ្ញុំគិតថាសំខាន់ទាំងអស់ I think they're all important.
Okay, they're all important. We'll get to see how exactly that it breaks down later on in the next upcoming match, because once again, they are up against SRG. SRG, last time when you met them, unfortunately, you suffered a defeat. Do you think that you can win this time against SRG?
អញ្ចឹងកាលពីលើកមុនបានជួប SRG ហើយបានចាញ់គេអញ្ចឹងលើកនេះនឹងមេតាយប្រកួតជាមួយពួកគាត់លើកនេះខ្ញុំនឹងសងសឹកពួកគាត់ឲ្យបានយកឈ្នះពួកគាត់ឲ្យបាន Yeah, we're going to do what we can to win today.
Okay, I like the confidence. Thank you so much, Felix. And of course, good luck. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Well, I feel I should say, sorry, I'm Rain Day. at this point because I have to talk at you. But sorry, I'm Felix. A great interview from him. I actually really enjoyed hearing his experience. He's referencing playing with See You Soon at MSC 24, where they went 2-0 down to SRG in that iteration. SRG winning MSC 24. Now, back on MSC 26 in France, they've actually taken a game. So already performed better. He's already said we're stronger. They are stronger in terms of results. And LaFell, we didn't get your thoughts after that game. After this post-match breakdown graphic comes up, give us your thoughts just on what you saw Sorry I'm Felix impact be now that the Ruby was available for him.
I mean, it's amazing because he played that Ruby offensively and defensively beautifully. Because the thing about SRG, their draft is all about going all in. They want to dive. And having that Ruby constantly applying crowd control over crowd control over crowd control, the fact that Sorry and Felix doesn't die as well really made it so that Sa using that Vexana have a lot of free hits going in, as well as the lane coming in from Coily was not disrupted at all. So basically, no win condition was disrupted for what you call it, Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems to be one of the most natural counters towards a Cho, which they clearly tried to play around. It was a great start for SRG, no doubt. We missed seeing the Cho and Farsa together and how aggressive they could be in the beginning of the game. But when it mattered the most, you see the attempts, the setups, not just coming from the Cho. I think it was more Yums also struggling to find footing, struggling to actually land those kicks, those setups towards the members of Pro Esports in that particular scenario. Or maybe if he did, it's not like you could automatically expect them to link up because of also what Coily has been doing on the link. So it was really great synergy overall. Pro Esports, I like how they just came into that game as if unaffected by what happened in game number 1.
LaFell, you have a couple of clips for us. What did you see just a little bit before we get into this
Well,
draft?
my boy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, wait, you're welcome.
Yes. So, first of all, we got to talk about the draft here because one of the more important things is in the previous game, we talked about position 1, but now I want to talk about the advantage of having red side or second pick because red 3 as well as red 5 in this game, Pro Esports was able to use this red 3 pick to counter what SRG showed because in SRG, the order of their picks earlier was they pick up the Freya first and then eventually pick up the Cho as well as the Aurora. Now, the thing is, the third pick for Pro Esport was this Ruby, which was banned out earlier. And we can see the effect that Ruby has because it counters basically all 3 of these picks just by the relevance of them wanting to go in. Yeah. And Sorry, I'm Felix making sure that you guys never go out. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esport. We're just going to see just a few clips here. And this is one of the mistakes that potentially could have been good for SRG because unfortunately for this one, Pro Esports didn't play that draft where they try to go all in, Kozin goes all alone, and yet you see the minimap, everyone else, the damage dealers as well as the peelers, is nowhere close. The fact that he was able to survive this and eventually got a kill was unprecedented. So honestly, SRG should have won this one, but it's a good thing that Pro Esports was able to outplay that. And then we move on further. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the Ruby is so strong. Because we can see here, what Cram is supposed to do is to basically 1v4 in this line, giving a lot of space for the backlines of SRG to actually go for the attack. But as we see, that doesn't happen. Look at how Cram gets just chain CC to death. There's nothing that he could do, and once he dies, there's nothing that SRG could do. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esports. SRG needs to be careful of that coming to the next one. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of that. Yeah, thank you as well, Brigida. This is a second job here.
Wow, boy.
At least she's getting paid. You know what I mean? To do that.
Oh.
And I think at this point, when you look at these two teams, we have seen strengths against other strengths. We'll see if this continues to be the case as we get ready to jump into this draft where Pro Esports is allowed to dictate the pace of these group fights with strong heroes like Belleric that has worked so well for PPP and has kept them consistent. Will they give Sorry I'm Felix another chance at the Ruby? Or will they basically bounce that out in the ban phase to allow for Cram and again Innocence matchup against Kuzin? One could argue that that might have been the most important lever that SRG pulled in game 1 that they did not pull in game 2, Brigida.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it was encouraged by the fact that they saw it was a not so high on mobility mid lane. It was a Vexana. They had to go in for dives because they would already expect the backline attempts, especially from Coily on the Ling, and that there had to be someone who could bypass the walls that clearly Pro would set up just because of how they wanted to answer and catch these dive heroes. But then it didn't really work out well, especially as the team fights did not really favor them eventually. But now it's different. It's flying clouds.
I personally feel like there was also something that SRG wanted to limit this. They want to see with the Cho, can they catch Coily on that Ling? And he showed that. Good luck, because that's not going to happen. So I feel like if SRG, they have two options. Either ban out the Ling or allow them to pick the Ling, but this time pick out the Moskov as well, because that seems the more reliable choice against the Ling.
Yeah, I think they could have attempted to try if the Cho could just catch the Ling. But also, you know, like, it's not just the Ling. You have to also worry about the Ruby. You're being countered just in the same way. So you couldn't really do the job that you wanted to execute. But now we're seeing exact same sides. 3 games in a row. It's going to be SRG on blue and Pro Esports on red. But the difference...
Which is weird, because the color of the shirts are...
yeah, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Hey, that's us, Break.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing red, you're wearing blue.
So
wow. Wow. And you're sitting on the same sides here for this draft. You can't see it on camera, but LaFell's on the left side. So does that mean you feel SRG is going to do something a little different with this pick?
Hey.
I feel
kind of. I mean, they've been allowing the response. Right?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Coach Arcadia as well as Coach Ozoravecki, they know how to respond. They know how to adapt. So I'm fully confident in them adjusting for this one. But I got to say, win or lose, game 1 and 2 already showed that this is an amazing game. So
yeah.
I'm all up for whoever wins this one as long as it's a good game.
I'm wondering if Pro Esports 2 are considering banning out the Phobios, because I don't know if SRG want to pick up the Ling this time. Because if ever they...
I want them to pick up the Ling.
But that's a good point. There has been like a hesitancy. They've had the opportunity to do it now.
Yeah. So
why Sakai's, you think, going away from that?
It's already mentioned earlier, that's probably them also just really destroying the confidence of their opponents.
You think that's what it is? It's 1-1 now.
Well...
Please pick up the Ling, just so that we can see it again, because, yeah, I feel like part of it is... Sometimes you let that pick go because you know that you can counter, right? So I feel like they've already proven, with the Moscow we can, right? And then they see with the Cho, maybe they can't.
Not good enough.
I want to see how they're going to adjust for that, because the other one that is painful to say, what if after 2 years, he just doesn't have enough practice with that hero again? Yeah, because I believe muscle memory is there. You can still do good, but hey, there's a lot that can happen in 2 years, you know, as your age gets older. But hey! Finally, Ling is back for Skies.
Yeah, and Pro Esports don't have the focus or don't have like the opportunity to grab it for themselves this time. So Coily might have to pick something different. Maybe we see the Hirara in his hands this time around. Possibly red 3 if they want to pick it up there, because as of the moment right now, they are going to go straight for the Belleric Prio. Or maybe if they want to save a bit more of their strategies, they could also show the Hirara here too. But at the same time, they're just the Freya still open. There's
Would you grab
bunch
the
of other...
the Eudora.
That's true.
Yeah, trying to make sure that they can control the assassins or just high mobility heroes here. So I'm liking the Eudora pick here. I feel like Pro Esports, I just want to know whether they want to Hirara themselves or they want something else in the jungle. Because, hey, you know, like playing, there are different assassins. Maybe they have a different option. It would be scary, I gotta say, if Pro Esports somehow get a Moskov as well. Moskov and Eudora, I don't see the Ling having a good time.
Yep, probably 2 of the most annoying heroes to go up against. I'm wondering now if SRG, do they want to stick with something similar to what they did in game number 1-2? The Valentina is still there if they just want to further limit the options here for Pro Esports, or if they just want to pair it with strong mid duos again, similar to what we saw in game number 2. Because there goes the Valentina, as we've mentioned, so they are going to pick that up.
Badang.
But the Badang, I'm surprised it actually shows up here.
Why are you surprised?
I feel like it was something you'd expect more to come out in second phase.
So a little early.
Like, you don't expect the Badang to get banned.
Yeah.
You're expecting maybe the Raiders get banned, maybe the Esmeralda, because right now, looks like SRG want to run it back for game number 1, except this time, changing the Herrera into a Ling.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Cram has to use some kind of frontliner. He has to be the bait, and then Valentina as well as Badang, used by Stormy as well as Humes, is supposed to be the backup.
And I mean, I think they are saving that EXP pick so far on the side of Pro Esports, so we don't know what that's going to show up with. But so far, Cram having a good game, and then that kind of set up Sarian Felix being on the backside. Now, when he had a great game with the Herrera getting picked up for the jungle, Sarian Felix was able to control tempo with the Ruby, and that really helped. So maybe that Cram matchup is really important for Sarian Felix.
Honestly, even in the interview, Eterna asked whether the EXP lane is still very much important now. It definitely is, and I feel like for both Herrera as well as Ling, they would prefer if their EXP is winning that matchup, because both junglers like to counter engage inside the enemy jungle, right? They want to path vertically. They don't want to clear their own jungle. They also want to clear the opponent's jungle. And if your EXP is winning, bonus, if your mid duo is winning as well, your jungler, your position 1 is going to have such a good time.
Yeah, I just don't see it being a good game for a Ruby potential pickup again.
Okay.
If ever Sarian Felix does want to consider that, it's simply because of the presence of a Valentina this time, which I feel like if you pair together with the Badang in multiple ways, stealing away the I'm offended through the IMU ultimate, then that could just mean more and more damage for Pro Esports in terms of the team fights, because that's multiple layers of crowd control. You also don't know the kind of frontline that we are going to expect from Cram as well. So they would just probably enhance their teamfight capabilities if ever they go for the Ruby route all over again. But again, there are a couple more options out there, and considering that there's a XP lane matchup you just really want to guarantee favoring your side, then there's a chance we also see it considered in last for Pro Esports in this draft.
Do you let the Freya go through?
That's a good question. Here's the thing. I feel like Freya could do it if they're looking at Pro Esports' 4th pick. Does not have a lot of crowd control, because Freya's tankiness comes from lifesteal, right? And then your picks like the Arenas just by healing very, very fast. So I feel like the Freya, as long as there's not much crowd control, so she can keep basic attack to death, then I think they're like, you know what, we can go for Freya again. If the 4th pick, whatever it is, has 0 crowd control, then yeah, maybe Freya. If not, maybe something like a Terizla would be a better option, just to be a tanky frontline.
Okay.
Moskov banned.
Yeah.
So we won't see that.
And we also don't know if like SRG are considering.
Wait, honestly, another pick. One of Cram's favorite is the Lapu.
Yeah.
I feel like it is going to be good enough still. And there's a potential for a pick like a Sora, where I can see how they're going to play is someone goes in, please kill Eudora fast. Once Eudora's out of the picture, it's a bit safer for the Ling to come in. So they have 2 options. Either have a tank to absorb all the damage, or kill the Eudora so fast that the Ling can just clean up.
Yeah, and we also don't know if SRG...
Someone loves you, Brigida, but that's every day, bro.
It's Brigado. It was Brigado.
Brigado?
That's probably not me. I'm just
3
kidding.
games on the Harith.
Yes, thank you very much. But going back, it's going to be another Harith for Kozen, and we don't know if, again, SRG might want to consider a double fighter setup as well, since the Freya is still open, as you've mentioned. So there's a possibility they go for that in gold, and then another hero in EXP if they just want to play around the Ling for Cram, and that just makes them a lot more team fight heavy as well. That's just gonna help them execute much more of the maybe creative angles that you were talking about earlier, Lafel. But a lot of the other marksmen are also still available nonetheless if they want to consider that. But I'm really considering a Freya potential here.
Okay. Innocent had a great game 1. Set the tone.
Oh.
Yu Zhang.
Yu Zhang coming in the EXP as well as a Clint. Okay, I'm going to go very fast for this one. This means Pro Esports, if they pick up a tank in the EXP, they will lose. Yu Zhang's great in lane, but more devastating in terms of turtle fights, team fights, anything in the river. He will be able to dive in, stop them. The anti-CC that Yu Zhang has helps him a lot. And Clint, if he gets going, the burst is going to be so high. I don't there's a chance that Aurora won't be able to get into the iframes and just die instantly.
Isn't this also just like one of the best ways to deal with the Eudora? You just fly around the Eudora and you don't care about the threat of getting stunned as long as you're still in your dragon form. So
trying to stun me when I'm...
Yeah.
Although, honestly, that should have higher effect because Yuzong's high in the sky. So lightning should be more effective. But
True. You're actually closer.
Yeah.
Right? And there's the Freya.
Okay. So I think they got to answer so much here. Laning wise, Clint into the Harith and then the Yuzhong into the back lines.
I gotta say, Rain, this is a draft that's hard for me to call
Yeah.
because the win conditions is not like rock, paper, scissors. This is very like, you need a lot of context about what happens in the game. So it's gonna be difficult for me to call this one.
Yeah, so probably one of those down to execution type of scenarios. As cliche as it sounds, it might be the way to go as we head into game number 3.
Well, as it should be, with two teams fighting to advance here. One to go elimination side, one to keep their dreams alive with a chance to advance with one more win. Let's see what happens here as we go to game 3 of our first series of Group B.
As we jump on into this match point for either side, and I gotta agree with the table here. It is a tough game to call as both compositions are distinct in what they want to do, but most importantly, it changes and fluctuates depending on the game state, and each one of these phases is gonna be devastating for those who give first blood.
Let's be honest, all 3 games have been a tough game to call. It has been a coin flip back and forth between these 2 teams. I do feel like SRG, there's a lot on the line of how is Innocent going to do on this Clint. Yes, sometimes the Clint can be an amazing pick, but for me, I worry that there's just not enough of a box around him, and he could be an easy target for Pro Esports.
I think he's going to be the main anchor of the team. He's going to be coming in the last person to show up. I think it's going to be Cram who has to somehow zone out Sa to keep him outside of that area, and the rest of the team need to figure out how to deal with Sorry I'm Felix, because let me tell you, that Vengeance is going to buy him like 3 seconds worth of time, and that could be like anywhere between 6 to 19 auto attacks.
Very, very fair at that. Both teams, though, taking it slow here. Nobody going for the big invades. You do see Yums kind of checking out Orange Buff to at least figure out the pathing of Coily here, but nobody trying to overextend. It is game 3. It is a lot on the line right now.
A lot on the line. I love the pull yourself together coming out from Sa. He understands. I'm willing to trade flickers, but most importantly, if I catch somebody without theirs, it's game over for them. And I like the fact that Pro have adjusted, right? They didn't get super aggressive in the mid stages of the game. And more importantly, for the mid lane, they want SRG to kind of walk out here. They've already figured out the jungle pathing of where Sakai's is going to be with the help of Cinco de Pepe, and he's made sure he knows, okay, he started on Orange Buff. They're going to show back up on this turtle side again, so level 4s are going to be key.
Good poke from Innocent there. Is forced to use the Revitalize. The Rejuvenation. On the boss side, Turtle will be up. Sakai's going to look for any angle in, but again, both teams just taking things so slow. It's so different compared to what we saw previously.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Speak of the devil, though, a lot of damage onto Yums. Yums taking out first blood into the hands of Coily. Basaw's going to fall next as Stormy finds a kill. Sakai's looking for a target, but forced to run away. Pro Esports taking domination over the pit. Cram drops as well. 2 members down inside of SRG. Skies isn't done just yet. Coily low. Stormy keeping vision. Yums back to the party. Doesn't have Fist Crack available to him. He's still level 3. So we can't get a big playoff. Sorry, and Phoenix zoning them away as Pro Esports takes the first turtle.
They tried to drag this out as long as possible, and really unfortunate for Cram, right? He finds the initial assist, but unfortunately he can't keep fighting forever when there's so much CC on the opposite side. Unlucky for Stormy, wasn't able to get the steal the Wrath of the Dryads fast enough to buy him those precious few seconds to get a little bit more out of his Shah Residue passive. In the meantime, though, this first turtle already in the hands of Pro, a very slight lead, but the lane states hasn't really changed too much. Maybe for Sorry I'm Felix, but for everybody else, it's pretty neutral.
Sorry and Felix just consistently rotating up to this mid. We can already see the slight aggression. They smelled blood. They're looking for maybe a little something more here. Cram hanging out in lane. But I mean, that's kind of the plan, right? You wait until the objectives, and that's when you want to use that Black Dragon. Whereas when you're on this Freya, you want to move around a bit more. You have the ability to do that.
Yeah, the lane states are so important, especially like manipulating these waves. Cram understands if he hard shoves this, there's a good chance that Sariam Felix, if he's there at the right time, he's able to kind of freeze him out and will always take a negative trade against him if he's next to his tower.
Oh, Coily walks right into it. Danger has struck. Sakai's gets the kill.
Beautiful and intelligent invade here. They knew for a fact he was going to show up, knowing that he started on the top side of the map. So this was all pre-planned by SRG, and also not to mention the fact that they've denied information. On the top side, nothing much is going to be happening here, right? Like, we're expecting both teams to get more aggressive, but I think the lane states are by far too important to disrupt.
You know, you would think Pro has maybe learned the lesson a little bit. SRG has loved coming down to this bot lane. They love that tri-bush, but it looks like Pro loves Stormy. They're looking for the target. Sariam Felix needs one more hit. He finally gets it. Consistently finding moments to get an advantage.
Every single time. And luckily for Sariam Felix, he's not wasting much. He's just going. He wants a whole priority, doesn't mind sacrificing. Oh!
Nice fist crack, doesn't fully commit though. Knows he wasn't able to get more than one.
That's a Black Dragon form. I think they just have to give this up unless Cram makes a super play where he petrifies 3.
Cram is looking for it. Unable to connect though. Sariam Felix connected himself. Will get knocked up, but it's just to make sure Cram can get away. Pro Esports moves on to the turtle as Sakai's points his eyes elsewhere.
All right, that was expected here. It was going to be a no contest no matter what. Yuma's made an attempt, and unfortunately, that's going to be the signal to back away. But Sariam Felix is becoming a little bit of a problem. He's starting to take more control over his side of the map, making it more difficult for people like Sakai's to even take his regular camps.
All right, so Pro Esports with good control over the rotations, good control over the map. Sariam Felix seems to be a step ahead of Cram. We saw this in game number 1 though. SRG just needed to wait for that mid state so they can start working together, start overpowering as a team. Right now they're still playing a very split up game. Do we think that moment's going to happen around the 7-8 minute mark when some of those second items start really locking in?
I think it depends on who gets this upcoming turtle, right? If they can deny Sakai... Oh!
A lot of damage onto Yumes. Saw able to get the kill. Sakai's wants to try to dash into the backside, but he's unable to connect. The stuns are just too much. The stiff arms are always there. Tempest Blades comes down. Maybe a bad play. The re-engage is there. Coily locks in. Diving under the tower. Finding Innocent. Stormy just looking. Coily doesn't want to stop.
No. They're so good at extending their leads, but it's still going to be flying clouds, right? They will be able to get back into their base, into the fountain, and immediately start heading back to where they need to be. They can respond fast, and Pro recognizes this, right? Luckily, we're seeing just how fast with the hand cams, how quick these people are playing. But let's look at this one more time, because again, it's really coming down to how hard can we punish Yumes. We take away the trigger man, and the rest of the weapon just doesn't fire anymore.
Yeah, and Cinco de Pepe, PPPPP, whatever you want to call him, the guy has been on fire, always catching Yumes. And it's not just this game. We saw it before, even on the game that they lost. This Belleric has been a nuisance overall. It makes it so hard for SRG to want to engage.
Yeah, and worse yet, now we're seeing the infection starting to bleed out from that EXP lane. Small camps getting taken away, and now they fight.
A lot of damage onto Stormy. Stormy not able to get away. Sariam Felix with an Valkyrie descent, but in the back line, Sakai's trying to make up for the loss of his teammates, but he's unable to do anything in the face of Pro Esports. Cram falls next. And Pro Esports lead this game with 5,000 gold. It's nothing but Innocent left.
They can't do anything about it. The peel is too good, and if SRG makes the first move, it's going to be Pro who finishes it. As they take this T2, let's look at this fight one more time, because again, this is a terrible position for SRG. They want to have a traditional front to back. Innocent doesn't have as much mobility now that he's playing Clint, instead of having something as good as a Harith or even a Moskov, or more importantly, the Claude.
Yeah, they keep getting disconnected. It's no longer a front to back. Is it a front and back? Because someone else is standing in between them. And at that point, once they're split up, Stormy gets taken out. Sakai's already committed to the backside, which means he's going to get taken out because he's got no backup from his team. SRG is getting intersected every time.
It's starting to look like a bit of bullying, right? You know, he's coming into and stealing the meat from your sandwich, leaving you with only 2 pieces of bread and nothing good in the middle. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We need to start seeing the third item start to come on through. Unfortunately for Cram, not even the second item has been completed, so he hasn't been able to sustain as hard as he wants to. And there, the Wrath of the Dryads is out. This might be the signal.
SRG is going to force it, though. I don't think they can force it right now.
No, the IMU got wasted, took the Xamen Force, did not get the Wrath of the Dryads there. They're just going to have to let this happen.
Sakai's at least on top side looking for some play on the map. They haven't taken a single tower yet. So not only is it a huge gold lead, it is a huge map lead for Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, 2-0-3. The man has been a monster on this Freya.
It really has. And the worst part is that they have no real... Oh!
Big stun, a lot of damage on a Stormy. Cram takes it as well. Coily, untouched, unfazed. Another tower should drop here. Pro Esports relentless.
This is disgusting. Like, Sa can do this forever. This is such an impressive play style. 80 seconds to 103. That's a 23-second difference just because he has pull yourself together. And Sa's going to do it again. He's going to keep repeating this process, targeting Stormy to make sure that they don't have any form of counter engage, because Yums is the only one who's allowed to walk forward.
So do we think we're regretting the Ling pick up front? Maybe should they have gone for something else? I feel like at this point, the Aurora or the Ling, it's an even trade no matter what. No matter what, you get one of them. Maybe you can start prioing something else. Or is Pro Esports just outplaying in a general sense?
I think it's outplay, and I think I wish they were thinking, I wish we had Lapu, but here we go.
Sakai's looking for a way into the backside. Coily still able to get it once again. Sakai's looking for the steal. At least they don't lose any members. They still have a holy defense in the mid and the bot. This could be defendable still against Pro Esports.
That was a difficult contest here, especially for Sakai's. Despite the Bladed Tempest, right now he is 2 levels down to Hirara and has plenty of base damage just to kind of go above and beyond the retribution numbers that we're seeing so far. And now that SRG backed all the way into the corner, we're seeing a repeat of game number 1, but this time for Pro.
Skies continues to play the off lanes while his team defends. The holy defense will be in the mid side for when this Lord comes. Meaning Pro Esports may not be able to get a full push in.
Cancel the recall.
Is this the 1v1?
He's got to cancel the recall. Ooh. There we go. That's it. That's what Coily has been doing all game. Oh, you're going to recall in a very dangerous spot. I'm going to waste another 5 seconds of your life. And these 5 seconds have been stacking up already.
Seal play on the top side. Cinco to Pepe, looking for a target. Cram forced to back off.
Okay.
Wrath of Dryad has not come out just yet. He's holding on to it. He finally pops it. A lot of damage on Ayums, dive into the backside, Kuzin gets the kill. Sakai's into the backside as well. Tempest of Blades comes down, unable to find any targets. Sakai just can't secure it as Coily gets it with barely a sliver of health. 2 members drop on the side of SRG, but they do defend their inhibitors.
It's down to the wire. It's down to 1 HP. That makes the difference in Pro. Unfortunately, it was a good play. At SRG, they had the answer, but they didn't have the economic lead to make it work.
Honestly, though, the fact that they lost no inhibitors is still huge. I might rather want to lose 2 of my team members than lose that off lane. Lord is going to be up soon. Macro is going to be important. Where we are at in this game right now.
We are at quite a difficult moment for SRG because now, at the very least, they're willing to throw bodies for these inhibitors. They don't want to be put in a forced mistake scenario, but at the same time, they clearly don't have enough numbers to finish off the correct targets. I think the only person they can really jump on is Sa. Kozin, he's vulnerable for the next 30 seconds, but by the time the Lord actually spawns, he's going to get the Purify up again.
It's Pro Esports. I think at this point they just continue to take it slow? Or is there a clock eventually ticking for SRG? Because I still am on the board that SRG is not completely out since they didn't lose any inhibitors.
That's a good question.
It's comfortable, right? The map isn't... It's not like what we saw in Game 1 where Pro had 0 inhibitors. It's going to be hard to fight for a Lord. The possibility is still slightly there.
It is. Thank you, Ziffer, for pulling it up. Already 1 step ahead of me here. But yes, 3 items already done, but I don't know how they're going to take advantage of the Sky Piercer. This might have been a little bit of a mistake on Innocent's part, but at the same time, I think it's a lot of faith as well. The rest of the team is like, we will put them at 1 HP. If you had Sky Piercer just a little bit earlier and you could auto-attack them, that would have been a 2-for-2 trade. So at this stage, my hands are up here. I'm praying that SRG can find that angle, but Pro, they have not made this easy.
Look at this position from Yums right now. They're definitely going to try to fight for this Lord. Look for a cheeky back. They do not know. It's a very clean position. Nobody checked the bush on the side of Pro Esports. He's going to come into the backside. Conceal play. Can he target down? Yume's looking for Sakai's gets the Lord in a big fist crack. But Pro Esports hasn't fallen just yet. Saw drops as SRG tries to get away with the steal of their life. The steal of this game. Coily low. Stormy shuts him down. SRG have flipped the table.
And they've done it. They've done it. I thought they were going to play for the fight, but unfortunately, Yume said, no, we are going to go straight for Coily. They lock him down. The iframes are good, but it's not over just yet. Kozen!
Stormy tries to do something, unable to do it. Kozen.
I don't know. Kozen slapped him. Just a big backhand to Stormy saying, no. This
We were talking about it. With the clock ticking. They didn't need a clock. They just needed Yume's in a beautiful position coming in from the backside. Sakai's finally able to get a neutral objective under his belt in game number 3. And now they are knocking on the door of Pro Esports.
I can't believe both Cram and Yume's technically survived that. They used everything to try and disrupt Coily from actually taking away this Lord. And SRG knew that if this next Lord falls into Pro Esports' hands, there's a pretty good chance this game ends in the next 4 minutes. But now they've bought themselves some time. The investment has been worth it, and we are getting to the end game. Now that we're at 44k to 47, despite a 2.5k lead for Pro, Sakai's alongside with Innocent have completed all of their core items.
Man, they didn't check that bush. They didn't check that bush. I've seen that bush be used against teams that I like in my own favor. Nice fist crack, though, does come in. Koizen takes a little bit of damage. Black Dragon.
It's good.
The Petrified. Koizen goes down. Sakai's able to get the kill. The response, though, comes in from Coily. The iframes just aren't enough. Cram falls. He's able to find it. Sakai's with a double under his belt. It's a brawl. As Felix is trying to get away, but Coily finds Stormy and ties it up. It's 3 for 2. Pro Esports definitely not out of this.
The push and pull was good from SRG, but Pro said, I got one better. Really unfortunate for Sakai. He was willing to die to trade off. Let's look at the replay one more time because this did not work out the way that Pro wanted to. And all of a sudden, with the counter engage coming in from not only Yume's, but forcing Pepe to drop down that Wrath of the Dryads really turned the fight in SRG's favor. But here's the problem. After everybody continuously fought for this long, the big play came down to when Sakai's ended up going down after Bellerin caught him with the taunt before he goes. Then, how do you deal with a Freya? You can't deal with that fully scaled up Freya, man.
Man, I think the whole crowd right now is on the edge of their seats. We are on the edge of our seats.
Everybody's praying. They're praying for their teams, hoping there's a God out there to give them some strength because 7-15 so far, and Pro has not been able to put the final tombstone on SRG.
And everyone still has inhibitors.
Yeah.
Meaning, honestly, this could go another Lord after this. If this is just a clean Lord take where nobody loses too much, this could still go a little bit farther. Pro Esports is going to start it up. Cram does have Black Dragon. We're going to wait for that one. Yume's as well with the fist crack.
Here we go.
Green dots everywhere. Sakai's into the backside. Wait a second. A lot of damage. He gets it once again. And the damage comes down onto Saw. Yume's trying to get away with his life as Cram holds the rest of the team back. Masarian Felix won't make it against Sakai's.
Oh my goodness. Cram, despite everything that he actually tried, the dashes from Coily, he played it perfectly. Iframe to dodge. Manages to slip past, and even then, it wasn't good enough. If they can hold on for just a little bit longer and protect an inhibitor, maybe there's an opportunity, but I don't think it's going to show right now. Here they come, because Kozen, he still has that Zaman Force.
He does have the Zaman's Force. Pepe's low, though. Crash will come in. Zaman's Force drops. Cram taken out. Coily's going for more. Dashes in, does miss. Has to get out of the base. Taken out. Innocent with the shutdown. Into the backside. Sakai's falls. Koizen. The kid's on fire.
He's on fire. Pepe managed to flicker out just in time before the ammunition was about to dome him. Oh my goodness. I don't know who's gonna win this game, but by God, this has been the most fierce competition we've seen so far. Stormy now finishing off that Holy Crystal for the sake of the extra little bit of damage. You notice that every single time both teams interact, so many people walk away with 1 HP despite Sky Piercers being in play.
I feel like honestly with that last Lord push, all Pro really needed to get was an inhibitor out of it. You only had 3 members. You're up against the Clint and a lot of just siege defense potential. The fact that they were able to get the inhibitor is a good start. But like I said, we're going to another Lord. Pro Esports still has inhibitor standing. SRG has gotten to the max item point almost. We're getting very close to tie game material.
All right, Zipper, I need your help. We need to know how many Thunderbelt stacks Yums actually has. I need to know the numbers here to see how much damage he can technically take. Because so far, Kozen has been absolutely melting. Oh!
Skill play. Saw gets a stun. Cram.
It's gone. Able to get away. The Black Dragon comes out, but Kozen still gets him. Sakai's with a beautiful blazing duet finds Saw.
But Coiley's chasing him down along with Koizen. 1 for 1 Mage for EXP.
Not bad, not bad. And honestly, I think it's more worth it to get rid of Saw. Now they don't have to worry about, something getting blown out of nowhere. And the best part is by the time the Lord actually spawns, Cram is already up and ready to go in comparison to the staggered death timer coming in from Eudora on Saw on the opposite side. So if SRG want to take first position, they absolutely can. But then again, is it playing to your strengths or do you want to be the ones who push Pro out of the scenario, right? Make him hesitate on the trigger finger.
I feel it. I think without Cram, though, it is a little hard to break through. But Sakai's either way, even without Cram, has been doing such a great job at invading that backside and slipping out so quickly. Yums once again looking for position around this Lord. As Pro Esports play the map, are we going to see Yums look for that back push again, and will Pro Esports check it?
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be taking that space just yet. There's no reason to. And I think from Pro's side, they've kind of set a neutral state. Top side is going to eventually turn into a slow push. Same goes for that bottom side as well. With that extra minion here, SRG need to be the ones who reveal themselves first. But if they do, that means Pro is going to start blitzing the Lord. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's about information. It's just corporate espionage at this point.
Corporate espionage. I like it. We did see Coily whittle down to that top side to get the push back. SRG are going to look for the engage. Cram hasn't used the Black Dragon just yet. Yums there as well. Has an immortality. Can take a lot of shots. Can take the big push. Sakai's looks for an angle. Pro Esports bring the Lord down to 10%. Sakai's hasn't made the engage just yet. He finally comes in, but Coily still gets it. Sorry, and Felix backs off. Pro Esports got what they wanted. They're not going to force a fight.
No, they're not going to go any further than this. This was a dangerous position to be in, but now we see the minions pushing into the way. Stormy will respond just in time. But this is where it gets really difficult, because now we're talking about a Lord that also gives you damage reduction. Pro Esports just need to gather the troops and get ready to try and press their advantage into it, which is great for Innocent. But the question is whether or not that damage reduction is going to be more than the true damage Innocent can pump out.
It's a lot of damage from Innocent, I will be honest. Pro Esports are going to take this bottom lane, though. It's going to be a double push from both sides. Sakai's cleared the top. Going to be a little bit helpful, but he's got to get back to the base quickly.
Oh, Innocent, he's running out of ult charges here. He's still... Oh!
A lot of damage onto the bot. A lot of damage onto Cram. Cram may be able to get away from this. Black Dragon comes out looking for the re-engage. Masari and Felix still stops him. Sakai's going up against Kuzin, but Kuzin always seems to win out. Lord finally does get taken out, but Innocent is collecting heads right now. Headshot after headshot. Nobody can get away with the re-engage. He's done. The shot finally comes in, and Kuzin's got his own force back. Pro Esports up against Stormy. That'll be it. Against the odds, against the favorites. Pro Esports still looking for that last Canyon minion. They will take game number 3.
What an insane game to kick off day number 2 here. Cambodia finally gets the win. Obviously, both sides are tough competitors, but by God, do they produce some of the best junglers we see in the internationals. There's no way to be disappointed with that game. I think even SRG knows. It's like, guys, Aurora, they outplayed us. That's really what it boiled down to. They outplayed us this time.
Definitely the best series we've seen thus far.
in these groups, and they don't call Group B the group of death for nothing. If this is just how this is going to start the day, I'm excited for what we got to see next. Pro Esports.
That was mad respect there. This game was beautiful to watch, so messy, but at the same time, it leaves you just at the edge of your seats. I can only imagine that SRG are going to go back to that drawing board to figure out, man, this red side, something about it, something's different. They adapted a little too fast than what we were expecting here in game number 2, but come down to game number 3, when push comes to shove, Pro Esports, they don't back down.
Yeah, they were ready every single time. Coily and Kuzan. God.
They were heated up.
They were. So many plays there. Even that last Lord push with the re-engage, they could have decided to call it off. They could have said, let's go one more Lord. Let's wait a little bit longer. But no, Coily jumps back in with a sliver of health. Amazing gameplay, amazing micro, and honestly good macro as well from the team.
From both sides, really. I mean, even SRG understood with 2 slow pushing waves, that Lord is going to get blitzed down faster, and then they have to worry about the inhibitors. Oh, the outplay. Beautiful stuff here, right? This is where it happens. They miss the timing. The item swap comes through. iframe, and dash, dead. So good.
And it buys enough time for Kuzan to get that Zamon's Force, re-engage, make sure that in the end, they will go down. I love it.
They are so good. We're going to be throwing it over to our winners of this matchup. Of course, Milos, please take it away.
Thank you very much, my friends. We have the man of the hour here with us, Sa victorious. What a massive matchup against Selangor Red Giants. We have to talk about this for a second. That game 3 was super tight. Came right away to the late game. Talk to me about how you kind of all closed it up and finished the game.
បាទអញ្ចឹង game 3 គឺស្មើគ្នាមែនទែនប៉ុន្តែធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចដើម្បីបញ្ចប់ហើយឈ្នះគេថ្ងៃនេះ
ពួកគាត់ពួកគាត់ក៏ធ្លាប់ជា champion ដែរអញ្ចឹងពេលលេងមួយគាត់វាអត់ easy game ទេទៅវាចាស់ខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែ talk មួយ teammate ខ្ញុំហើយលេងមុនពួកគាត់ទៅធ្វើឲ្យយើងយកឈ្នះបាន
So because they're a former champion, we knew that this would be a hard match, but I talked with my team and we worked together to get this win.
I mean, it looked incredible. I want to ask you more technical questions in this. Talk to me about the Vexana pick, because we've only seen it once during EWC. That was at MWI. It was picked once. Didn't work out at all. Why did you go for Vexana specifically?
Okay, សំសួរមួយថាហេតុអ្វីបានជ្រើសរើស Vexana ពីព្រោះកាលពី EWC MWI គេជ្រើសរើស Vexana ប៉ុន្តែអត់ជោគជ័យអញ្ចឹងហេតុអ្វីបានជ្រើសរើស Vexana លើកនេះ
ដោយសារខ្ញុំលេង Vexana ហ្នឹងមាន combo ទៅហើយយើងលេងក្នុង scrim ឈ្នះច្រើនទៅទៅយើងយកមកលេងហើយលេងបានល្អ
So I chose Vexana because there are a lot of combos and I've had success with them before, and so I used it again.
It worked out well. And Ruby, recently patched heroes, also played by you in the team. Do you think that should become more meta in terms of picks, or is it just a Cambodia special to run?
អញ្ចឹង Ruby បានទទួល patch update ថ្មីអញ្ចឹងតើគិតថានេះគឺអ្វីដែលគេនឹងប្រើទូទៅឬអានេះគ្រាន់តែជាអ្វីដែលកម្ពុជាបានជ្រើសរើស
ខ្ញុំគិតថា Ruby ហ្នឹងគឺលេងបានទូទៅដោយសារ team គេផ្សេងក៏លេងដែរ
I think Ruby can be utilized from all sorts of teams.
That worked out for you also, and of course this is a huge story, right? You're coming in, PRO Esports Cambodian representative, you beat Selangor Red Giants. Does this give you a big boost in motivation from now on that, hey, we can beat one of the best in the world, we can do more of that?
អញ្ចឹងអានេះជារឿងធំមែនទែនសម្រាប់ក្រុមរបស់អ្នកដោយសារតែបានឈ្នះលើ Selangor Red Giants អញ្ចឹងតើមានអ្វីបន្ទាប់សម្រាប់អ្នក
ខ្ញុំសប្បាយចិត្តដោយសារវាជាការលេងលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិលើកទី1ហើយវាត្រឹមជាម៉ាច់ទី1ហើយយើងអាចយកឈ្នះទៅលើក្រុមខ្លាំងបានទៅវា give momentum ឲ្យខ្ញុំហើយทีมខ្ញុំនៅការប្រកួតក្រោយៗទៀត
Because it's our first time to compete on an international stage, I think we've gained some momentum because we beat a great team, and I think this will lead into success later on.
All right, between you and me here, look at the camera in front of us. We got it right here, the one with the red light over it. Anything you want to say to everybody else that's challenging you here at MSC after you beat SRG?
អញ្ចឹងសូមមើលទៅកាមេរ៉ាហើយសូមមានប្រសាសន៍សម្រាប់អ្នកដែលទស្សនាពីខ្មែរផង SRG
និយាយទៅអ្នកមើលឬក៏និយាយទៅทีมផ្សេង
Viewers Yeah អ្នកមើល
To the opponents.
អូសុំទៅអ្នកគូប្រកួតសុំទៅ
in សម្រាប់អ្នក team ផ្សេងៗកុំមើលរំលងពួកយើងក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ
To other teams, don't overlook us. We're strong as well.
Thank you very much, Sa. Congratulations to you and Pro. Thank you very much, our wonderful translator. There's a lot still to look at post this game. Let's have the panel all break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Great interview. It was a great game and a great moment for Cambodia as they take the win over SRG. Expected grand finalists now. They're going to have to go through an elimination bracket on the bottom side to get through what will be a really tough run if they're going to come back at MSC 26. Brigitte and Lefel joining me, Rain Day, on the desk here to break it all down. Brigitte, confidence, momentum, I'm sure that is all what Pro Esports gained here.
Yes, I believe so. That is a very much confidence-boosting performance, especially for Coil. Coil, hands up, down, or wherever. I don't know. I can't say anymore. Like that last play.
Hey, here's the thing, man. Like the cast were saying, like everyone was at the edge of their seats. We're not sitting anymore. Screw the seats. We were on the ground and Coily, bro. Like,
what a performance!
That guy is gonna be one of the stars born from this MSC because. From the Ling all the way to the Aurora, bro, that last outplay, bro.
Oh, okay. See,
okay,
it
stay on the
doesn't even
stage. Please.
on his seat anymore. He has to stand up. And what are the chances, right? He could be the next star. I agree.
Yeah.
Because he also starts with letter K. How many stars do we have that start with letter K?
We have so many Ks.
That's right.
So many superstars that start with K.
I love it, though. It's so good. And I think the fact that we got another one coming up in this upcoming set, pay attention to, so don't go anywhere. We did have some really fun interactions with both of these junglers swapping characters, the Aurora, the Haling, going back and forth. We thought... I think many people thought Sakai's was waiting, was baiting, was saying we could take the Ling if we need to.
You can already hear the Liquid fans as well as Aurora got on stage. But yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the draft, right? Where I say like maybe one of the hesitation is it has been 2 years. And a lot could happen in 2 years where I believe Sakai's was preparing for a tank jungle meta.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, after the wild cards, a surprise patch came in, make assassins much better. And maybe he just needs a little bit more practice on that thing to use it again.
Yeah, honestly, after game number 3, I'm quite torn as to whether or not I'm thinking it was just mind games all along that they did not want to prio the Ling, or was it just them playing more into their comforts? Because again, we really haven't seen Sakai's been able to pull off that exact same Ling. We're so familiar of him in the recent 3 years. And even when it comes down to things as maybe simple as objective takes, right? I think Ling is one of like the most reliable junglers to contest, and that's why it always boiled down to a 50-50 red-3 battle whenever there were objectives. But maybe there had something to do with level gaps. I don't know, but it was not the same.
A lot of level gap, but also we gotta say, man, Aurora actually does quite a lot of base damage, making it much easier for the Aurora to steal that. So I think that's a lot of information, not just for SRG, but all the teams here. Aurora is a threat. In wildcards, they say Aurora was not a threat. Well, proven wrong, man. MSC is a different beast.
I mean, the way these things develop, it's like there's the meta, there's the counter to the meta, and then there's something that gets exposed after that as you're trying to counter. And it felt like Aurora being available every single game set up Pro Esports to have success either way because they were playing Ling fine and they knew they'd get Aurora, so they did not have to prioritize any of those characters in their first 2 picks. They could take the Eudora, they could take the Belleric, which to me, I think PPP or Cinco de P, whatever it is you guys want to call them, 5 Ps, let's put it that way, was a really big factor in this team fight. And I think that was a very hard, despite, many people looking at Innocent, looking at Kozin, who did really well. I feel like Brigitte, they just kept a core that felt comfortable and they team fought pretty much the same way and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, no doubt. P on that Belleric did a really good job all series long, and I think he was the more stable player in that series. It served as more of like an anchor of what they really wanted to play around or how they really wanted to execute their team fights, whereas for Sa, I feel like it was the more flexible role for Pro Esports. There were times where he just went for the more sacrificial plays, and that was something they willingly played into. There were times that they had to rely on him a bit more. Nonetheless, I really admire how Pro Esports have established their identity and showed it to us here in this first series.
I feel like Selangor Giants, they try to counter PPP on that Belair by picking up the Valentina by stealing away the ult. Now, here's the thing, you can steal the ult, but unfortunately, you don't steal the stats. And Belair has a lot of HP. That's something that Valentina can't have. So Valentina goes in, good ult, but then dies. So
yeah,
it's very difficult.
It's just a bigger conversation to me. Do you make somebody who's doing well uncomfortable and force the team to adjust? I think that might have been a decision, but again, so much experience on SRG. They will bounce back. They will still be playing the loser of one of our final games today. So stay tuned for that. And speaking of, let's take a look at today's schedule, because that last game, Yangon Galacticos and GK Esports will be facing the winner, Pro Esports, the loser, Selangor Red Giants. Coming up next, though, you heard them already in the crowd. It is Team Liquid going up against Aurora Gaming, Carl Teasy, and the defending champions of MSC taking the stage yet again. ONIC Entity7 as well. We're getting some LATAM representation, so that'll be fun to see. And ONIC, a previous champion, not a league champion. We'll see how that goes. Of course, if you guys want to get involved, make sure to check out our pick'ems, which you can use by scanning the QR code. This allows you to say who you think is going to win. Play with us. You have a chance to maybe earn your share of $300,000. So don't miss it, and also have some fun. We can see if you were right or wrong. When we come back, we'll start previewing Liquid and Aurora. But for now, Acecraft has a new way to play a familiar game with We Fly Together. It's co-op. Check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy, half for powerful, blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Are you Sanji?
No, I'm Sanji. You?
No, I'm Sanji.
Rumor has it that he's still going. And of course, Sanji's together with the little Spider-Man meme. Welcome back. My name is Rain Day. To the desk, we've got Brigitte and Lefel here. But because we are starting off our second series, it's time to introduce an important moment, which is our Crunchyroll story of the day. It is Aurora's redemption versus the GOAT, and the Cavalry. Team Liquid, of course, Carl Teasy being that GOAT, self-proclaimed and proclaimed by the scene. Brigitte, your thoughts on this matchup? Can Aurora find a way to redeem themselves?
Honestly, I feel like they might have. They might have a chance, and they always have had that in them to just go for upsets, to break free from the labels of maybe being a dark horse and being a true contender here in this tournament and all previous international tournaments. And the fact that they're backed up by such big brains, you know, it's very, I think it's going to be a bit of a challenging task for Team Liquid, honestly.
That's what we call Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. You know, that's what we always
Big
call
Brain
him.
Man, yeah.
Mr. Big Brain Man.
That's
But
a
yeah,
great nickname. That's
personally for me,
put a lot of thought into that.
I have complete trust in Aurora, which may be something that Midnight doesn't want. But here's the thing: in my eyes, they've always been contenders. It's always just about getting that right moment.
Is there something more to it because the latter 20 for EWC, Liquid, who took out Aurora? So is it a little harsher? It's not like the general conversation here. It's like you guys are the ones who have ended our hopes, LaFell.
I mean, like, here's the thing. For Aurora, they had to fight against the final boss early over and over and over again. So it's kind of like playing a game where you thought you would, like, ramp up. But instead, you're fighting against the final boss first. Until you get through this, you can't fight anyone else. And I feel like Team Liquid just understands how Aurora plays, but the same can be said, Aurora understands how Team Liquid plays because, well, one, Midnight is a caster. We know how casters, we like to watch games, and because we like to watch games, we roughly know what's going to happen. So honestly, in this one, with Midnight coming in as the head coach, I feel like that's a very good chance for Aurora to take down Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they should feel, I guess, less pressure in a way going up against Liquid here in this match because they're not in the exact same position as they were in the previous times that they did go up against Liquid. Right now, it's not necessarily an elimination match, though it still puts you in a very tight spot because we're only having double eliminations for group stage.
Yeah.
But tournament life is not necessarily on the line. I feel like they could be, or they could just unleash whatever they want to unleash here in this series.
It's interesting. Both teams have to deserve a spotlight to even be considered this group of death. And these are two of the teams that I think maybe have taken most of the attention from us so far. And you cannot count out the fact that the defending MSC champions of last year, Team Liquid, are back and ready to defend that actual title. We saw the team they took down previously in SRG, the Selangor Red Giants. Now it's time for MSC 26 to see if Liquid can repeat. We've had a chance to talk with Sanford earlier on today about his journey getting back here and trying to claim a title.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Sanford. What is this?
Small?
Oh, it's small. I don't. Why is it so prominent, like everywhere? What was it? You don't know either?
Yeah.
I don't know either. I don't know. I guess maybe someone else knows. Maybe someone who's casting right now. Maybe.
Sure.
You're up against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora. So what's that going to be like? Because, I mean, in the past, it seems like you always are able to take out Aurora. But this time around, they have a new coach. Do you think it'll make a difference?
I do hope that it won't make a difference, but yeah, I guess. But yeah, this is the fourth time that we're gonna face each other, so I'm really looking forward on what's new for them.
Okay, looking forward to what's new. But why do you always seem to be able to catch them? Like, do you have like something secret that you have against them? Like, is there something that we should know?
No, I don't have any secret, but you know, I have my GOAT on my team.
Ah, you have your GOAT. JP.
Yeah, JP.
JP's the GOAT, right?
JP.
JP, guys. JP.
Yeah.
But, you know, going to the EXP lane, I had a few talks with other EXP laners as well. And I want to know from your perspective as defending champions, obviously, what's it like for the EXP lane right now? Like, is it as important as the previous meta?
I guess so. And this meta is really flexible. Like, you can even pick damage and at the same time, you can also adjust to tank heroes. But I can just say that this one is kind of confusing. So this might be the interesting meta for now.
So do you think it's the most interesting lane?
All of the roles right now are really flexible. So the meta in general, I guess it is.
Okay, so in general, everything's quite interesting. EXP laners now, are they going to go for more, you know, tank build? I mean, considering now that we're seeing a lot more assassins in the jungle?
let's see later.
Okay. So it might be something secret from TLPH, but of course, good luck for your next matchup. Do you have anything to say to your opponents today, Aurora?
I just want to say good luck, and especially to my former coach, Midnight. I'll see you there.
All right. Once again, thank you, Sanford, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Former coach Midnight just adding a little bit of spectacle to this already dramatic battle between Aurora and Team Liquid. Brigitte, how do you feel about Sanford going in, calling JP the GOAT? You think he got that one wrong, or?
I mean, you can have your personal opinions, I guess. So maybe it's a different goat for him, but yeah. So
I mean, Brigitte doesn't have a lot of opinion on Sanford in general.
Yeah.
Like, they work with each other. She sees some plays. She thinks like he's okay. You know, like Sanford is pretty good. JP is also pretty good.
Okay.
But in all seriousness, Team Liquid is gonna be the final boss. We're gonna see how they perform. But considering that Selangor Giants also had difficulties earlier, we gotta see if Team Liquid will experience the same thing or not.
yeah, because this day really feels like it's gonna be the go the distance day, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
You wanted it to happen in the last two series, but we had to witness it in the first one, and I really can't help but feel like there's a high chance we do it all over again here in the second one.
It does feel that way, and you kind of pit these two conversations against one another, and it's one team who's defending a title, one team who is trying to get over the hump, and what better opportunity, the biggest international stage available until you guys hit the M Series later on this year. One of the things I always thought was interesting is people who are trendsetters, and you know, you've seen it through Midnight and you've seen it through Aurora entirely. Well, I felt like it was time for us to catch up with Luna as well from Aurora and see how they felt about coming into this new assassin heavy meta and also MSC 26.
So I was wondering, this next matchup is going to be very intense. And obviously you guys have history with one another. How was your preparation going up against a strong EXP laner like Sanford?
I didn't had a special preparation for them. Like, we just prepared for like 1 month in boot camp. We will try our best. Like, we just prepared good in boot camp, but there's no special preparation.
Okay, no special preparation, but in general, you guys prepared in Malaysia during your boot camp. What did you learn from that boot camp?
We learned quite a lot of things, like a lot of heroes, like the important things in game, like greens. Quite a lot, actually.
Okay, it seems like there's a lot, and obviously you guys studied the meta, right? So what do you think about the meta specifically for the EXP lane?
I think it's quite fine. Like, it's best for the junglers right now, but it's good for EXP lane, I think.
Why do you think it's good for the EXP laners?
Because the heroes like Esmer, Uranus, like, they're quite strong. They're not dying. Like, if you have the good match, you can carry the game easily.
Okay, so Esmeralda, Uranus are heroes that you have mentioned. Do you think we're going to see some damage EXP laners from you today?
There's a quite chance, yeah, you can see it. Like, also from Sanford, we can probably see it because they're good. Like Paquitos, Arlots, they're quite popular right now.
Okay, going to be very exciting matchup later on, ladies and gentlemen. But coming into this again, you're up against Sanford. You've been up against them for quite some time, and it feels like they have like a kryptonite to you. It feels like they're the kryptonite. Why is that? What's going on with TLPH and you?
I have no idea. Every single tournament, one time we're gonna face against them. We're pretty sure after this point. Like, every single tournament we're gonna face them.
Why? Do you know why?
I don't know. We have a kryptonite, like you said.
It seems like they're destined for one another, but are you?
Yeah, quite confident them.
Okay, so this is your day.
Every day is our day.
Every day is Lunar's day. So good luck for your next matchup, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
That is a great answer. And the thing that comes to mind, too, is your name, Luna. You're saying every day is your day. You're claiming the night and the day. I mean, Luna's claiming all aspects of time.
I mean, like, to be fair, here in France, it's less night and more day.
It's more day. Let's put it that way.
It's more day. But hey, I like to see the confidence coming in from Lunar. And the thing that I like coming in from both interviews, both kind of agree that every single lane is pretty flexible. We might see, like, if the Belleric is open, then more prio for Belleric. If Ling as well as Aurora is open, then more prio for them. But yeah, this is the kind of meta that we can definitely see the hero pool expand quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, even just now, right, we saw the Ruby in the EXP lane, which I think is the first time we saw that. I don't know at how many unique heroes we currently are at after that first series, but it's just looking to go uphill from here.
I mean, we can't kind of avoid this conversation any longer. The GOAT, who many consider to be the GOAT here, Carl Teasy, self-proclaimed, coming off a championship defense. And obviously, when you look at Aurora's pain of running into Team Liquid, the only way to get a little bit of that pain off your shoulders is to say, okay, the team that we lost to won the entire tournament. That's what they were able to say with Team Liquid. But now, you know, what can Carl Teasy do? The question probably not being, does he have the capability, but if he's going to adapt from what he's been known for with his utility jungles into this assassin meta, it's going to prove yet again that he has everything needed to be considered one of the greatest of all time in MLBB.
One of the reasons why Carl is the GOAT is the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn, because he started his career with an amazing Lancelot time where he was known as the assassin jungler, and he had such a difficult time transitioning into tank, where he had like one season where he was a bit off, but then came back stronger than ever, mastered the tank assassins, and then now he kind of has to re-forget it again and relearn the assassins again, which I think he can. I think he can use the assassins. The question is, can he use the Ling? That's one of the heroes that we rarely see because, again, he's a Lancelot main, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit different than Ling.
And have they really adjusted the quote-unquote Liquid Stampede in the current meta already, since it's been a very recent patch? And that's also, I guess, aside from the conversation that, honestly, Liquid, for one, could not doubt the amount of like adaptability they have. They could not get back-to-back championships in MPL if they were not adaptable enough. They also are on the verge of getting another back-to-back if ever their run here is smooth enough. But that's the thing. It's not just one player you really have to look at when it comes to the shift in meta. It's the team as a whole. And as a whole, they've also had changes in their roster as well. They have a new goal laner in their hands. We are about to witness Teddy in another international debut, but this will just add more questions to what we're really looking forward to see against or between Liquid and Aurora.
Man, what version of Teddy are we going to get? Steady Teddy? Scary Teddy? We'll find out here in a moment. That gold lane going to be important, and XP lane as well. I mean, everything kind of blending into what can you do as a squad. And when it comes to a squad's goals, you may be saying, well, winning back-to-back, what does that mean? But coming off an MPL championship and then now winning MSC again has a chance to put Liquid on the golden road. Something that elusive, you know, win that could end up putting them into, I mean, beyond the GOAT conversation as a player, maybe the GOAT conversation as a team.
I mean, the only team that has ever succeeded the golden road is Team Vitality for the women's scene in MWI. Other than that, it has been years, really. Like, from the start of my career, and it's been a long career until now, there's no golden road winner. So if they're able to do it,
this is the start.
Good for you.
That's it? You're gonna get, it took that long? You're just going to give them a thumbs up?
And that's...
Yeah.
My God.
Congratulations. And they were close. They were close, though, to doing that. It was just a couple months back, back in M7. That was January earlier this year. But again, there's a reason why it's called the elusive title for not just them, but every single team trying to compete here in MLBB, because it's just so hard to get on that streak against these teams, against all these emerging regions as well.
Excited about this matchup?
Excited might be an understatement.
Baguette. Bonjour.
Baguette.
We're not trying to make fun of French. We love French. I wish I could speak it better. But in Paris, France, there's a moment happening. The excitement is clear. It's in the building. It's palpable. You might be able to sense it even through the screen. It is our defending champion of MSC, Team Liquid, taking the stage versus Aurora Gaming in just a moment. Our second series of Group B, the Group of Death, begins right now.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh my. Match 1 was an absolute banger to watch. The first full series that we have gotten this group stages, and Milosh, SRG losing like that. That was tough.
I'm just going to say, yes, it was tough, but kudos to Pro Esports for doing this. It's kind of this long-standing story of when will it happen a Cambodian team is able to fight back in this, and they were the ones to pull it off. A day in MLBB history that's kicked off today.
I agree, and as we enter the second match, we elevate the heat here in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalries, join me in welcoming Team Liquid! The defending champions.
Serve or be served. We're clocking that one. A tough fight, but again, it's Team Liquid. Their opponents, though, they have a lot to prove. Please join me in welcoming Aurora Gaming! Their performance at M7 rocked the MLBB world, and they've only looked better since then. They might face a tough opponent today, but clearing hurdles has been their single focus on the road to MSC playoffs.
Yes, Milosh, they have met each other countless of times in the land of Dawn, but as usual, only one will prevail. The question is, who is it this time around?
We keep asking the question. We're going to figure it out. Please, gentlemen, Aurora, please, Team Liquid, you may place your keys. You may get ready and shake your hands in the middle. We'll see if they'll actually go for the full shake. It'll be the full respect play between our two captains here. And it's gotta be, there it is, we're ready to go. My friends, Team Liquid playing, Aurora on the other side. Let's send it to our panel and kick things off.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. We're back and ready for our second series of the day to begin the beautiful matchup between Team Liquid, defending MSC champions of 25, now against Team Aurora Gaming, who are trying to figure out if they've brought enough to this meta to surprise the Giants and get over this mountain that has been Liquid standing in their way, Brigitte.
And if it's just about whatever they have in store for us in this series, then I will just not have specific expectations, especially if it's Aurora, you know, because they've been always constantly introducing these more unorthodox approaches to games, and we already touched on it earlier too. The fact that they were probably one of the first to try the Eudora or maybe something else like a Selena later on.
Well, there's a new interactive effect in the shop. Happy Rhino Day. You guys can check that out right now. I know many of you, like me, are probably playing some MLBB whenever you get a chance. I played a bunch of ranked last night. If you're in game, maybe even in this... Man, you lost? Dang, bro.
Oh, did that?
Maybe you don't want to show that one. Just hold on himself.
I think that was against Carl, if
no
I'm not
way.
mistaken.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, because it was on a Tro. He often does a 1v1. Maybe
Really?
he got lucky and got to play against him a day previously.
Anyways, gentlemen, and yes, I mean gentlemen, don't show the notes! No! Don't show the notes! No! That's a lot of information. Okay, all good now.
That was chicken scratch, guys. I couldn't read any of those notes. There's no way anyone's picking up on that.
Well, anyways, the unique hero so far has been 45.
Oh.
So that's going to be good. Shout outs to Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. That's his name. That's what we keep calling him. Like, every night we call him, he's like, hey, Mr. Big Brain Man, and then we just end the call. He has been annoyed, but, you know, what's he going to do? D&D?
Truly, Midnight has brought, in some ways, you guys have talked to him, and I think the word on the street is that this Eudora pick has kind of come in as an answer that Aurora Gaming have worked on with him. And obviously an MPL caster, analyst, knows a lot about the game, has brought that expertise here against Liquid. But, Brigitte, the bigger question is, do they do enough? I mean, is there enough to really outplay it? We even saw, SRG, you can have the right draft, but the comfort on the heroes ends up being the difference in a tight match.
Yeah, but I think another question is, what is Liquid's comfort right now in the current meta? What have they been working on, and what do they feel suits their play style, because we haven't really seen them perform in the current patch that we're in. The most recent one being in maybe Asian Games, but even then that was a different one. Like you could still see more utility rather than assassins during that time.
Even during that time, it does seem like they were, I would say, trying to grow into the patch to the point where, interestingly enough, they went for a gold lane hyper carry where it's just scary Teddy. Everyone else, from Carl to Sanford to Sanji to JP, all of them were utility to the point where JP was using a healer in Matilda in just protecting Teddy. Though I do have to say, it worked out very well. Teddy on a carry is properly disgusting. But again, different meta. It might be different now.
Sometimes I just want to interject this because I have the benefit of not having seen all of these games that you guys have. So I am coming in with no prejudice in some ways as well. The game that SRG, in the first tight contest we saw, Innocent had maybe the biggest impact in the gold lane. And I think we focused a lot on assassins, and that can, from experience in some ways, LaFell, be a trap potentially, because a gold lane that is popping off is still a win condition. And if you're setting yourself up for a win condition like that and maybe saying, we'll give you priority in the jungle, but we're going to take something that feels comfortable, is that another route that in these tight contests we might see a meta, start to develop around?
For sure. We have to see in the draft who's going to be position 1, right? Because we've seen Pro Esports, that position 1 being the jungler. All the farm goes to him. He's going to be the carry. That's why we're interested to see whether Team Liquid, the position 1, is it going to be Carl or is it going to be Teddy? Because, again, Carl is an assassin user. I want him to be position 1, but that means the draft is going to change quite a bit. And you were talking about gold lane. We're going to talk about Aurora in TNZ. TNZ as a jungler. Even when assassins are not meta, that guy popped off to the point where we believe, like, hey, maybe assassins are good even when it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, so much mind games. I think we're expecting more mind games here in this draft, but also I just want to note that it's flying clouds, LaFell. Liquid barely lose when they're on flying clouds. I think there was a clean record during MPL even. They had a loss though, I think that was an Asian Games, but other than that, this should be a map that favors them.
Raymond, this is already an interesting opener here where Team Liquid, they're already batting out 2 assassins. They're batting out the Fanny and they're batting out the Ling. So they're not going to be opting for that one just yet. I don't know whether this means they will be using a utility jungler or just go back to Lancelot in the jungle. But look at Aurora. They're batting out the Zushin as well as 2 tanks. They ban out the Atlas and the Marcel.
Coming into this, if you're thinking assassins are the meta, you ban out Fanny, you ban out Ling. Does that mean you're expecting Aurora to pick Aurora here?
Oh yeah, honestly, that's an amazing first pick. And maybe Liquid will try to counter with the Eudora, considering that it's open. Because I feel like Aurora, if they pick up the Eudora first, then Team Liquid's like, that we just don't use assassins. Right? Simple as that.
And you might want to be a bit more careful in terms of revealing their more vulnerable heroes going up against a team like Team Liquid, but they're taking their time. It's not just an automatic lock on the Hirara as opposed to what we've brought up. But other than the Hirara, again, the Freya too is available. So this is going to be the choice, a good flex for Aurora.
Now the Aurora potentially picked up by Carl TZ if he likes. But obviously the Freya, a strong pickup for Aurora Gaming. How will Team Liquid respond to this?
And also this opens up for Aurora. Not only does it mean that you can put it in the EXP or the gold, but also enable a double fighter setup where maybe you can have like a Yi Sun-shin as a hyper carry. For now, Team Liquid shows up the Eudora and now with the Esmeralda as well. So they're kind of asking Aurora, pick up the Hirara, we have an answer. But as we saw in the previous game, if you're a good Hirara, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, and they can still flex this hero to a different lane if they just do not want to face that matchup head on. If they don't want the Freya into the Esmeralda, and if they'd rather have a much more comfortable setup for them. But the Hirara that we were talking about goes over to TNZ this time. I think he is likely to be one of the best performing junglers on this kind of hero.
Agreed.
Definitely as an assassin specialist, but even the Beleric. So, okay, now we're starting to see the idea behind Liquids. It's not a Lancelot going next, it's a Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah, because I was looking at Yi Sun-shin as a possible pickup for either team here, because I feel like both teams, one of the, I would say, advantages that they both have is they know how to slow the game. They know how to make it 18 minutes, 20 minutes, so you need an enabler for that one. So the Yi Sun-shin is probably going to be position 1 for Team Liquid here. So Carl should be having a good game knowing Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think my question right now here for Liquid though is, granted the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle, is it likely we see the Esmeralda still considered a flex and they just opting to go for a different XP lane? Because if they want to put it in gold and just revolve around the Yi Sun Shin, I think that could be a fairly probable game plan for them as well. Considering that right now Aurora might just go heavy on team fighting as well. It's a Belleric in the roam that you're seeing.
And that Belleric proved to be so valuable on the side of Pro Esports and helped them get 2 out of those 3 games to take down SRG, sending them to the lower side of the bracket. It's a strong matchup so far. Aurora, Belleric, Freya, probably are some of our highest picked, also highest win rate heroes so far in this game. Haven't seen a lot of YSS, but I mean, you put it on Carl Teasy in the jungle, you're probably feeling confident.
And wouldn't the Lilia ban also suggest that they might want to go for that route?
Yeah,
it's
have more tanks, yes.
Yeah, because if they want just more melee, more close-range targets, then they definitely would have to take that out.
Yep. And also, you know, like Lilia is good against a lot of tanks and also a lot of wave clear. So maybe that's also something that they're trying to punish for Aurora, making sure that whatever picks they do have, the wave clear isn't going to be great. And now a targeted ban. They ban out the Selena. And this is one of Rosa's pick where Selena, it kind of doesn't care about the meta. It only cares, are you good enough, right? A good Selena will always make it work. But now we're looking at Aurora as well. They're banning out the Cho, which is, again, one of JP's best heroes. Other than that, there's still the Matilda, there's still the Gato Kacha, Hyo. There's so many picks that JP can utilize here.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't seen much of the utility roamers just yet. The more support type, healer type roamers. And maybe, I guess, next to that, if we're talking JP, if they really want to go play around this season, then maybe another revitalized roam would just be next in terms of hierarchy, in terms of their options.
Yeah, the only question is it going to be a Hylos or a Gato Kacha if you do want to go for that revitalize? And now the carry gets banned out as well. So they've looked at the Asian games and they feel like it could still be the case of Scary Teddy just go on that carry. And now the Gato Kacha, again, one of JP's best heroes, has been picked up. So looks like Team Liquid, they have adjusted to the meta, but they haven't strayed away from their identity.
That's true. It's still very Liquid, like the picks you're seeing right now. It's just, I guess, Aurora that we're looking at for more potential surprises, because we're waiting for their mid lane as well as their potential EXP or gold. You're not sure where the Freya is going exactly just yet, but in terms of mid lane options that might just work out for them here,
I feel like they kind of need a gold laner because they're going up against a Yi Sun Shin. Something like a Claude would be pretty good because Claude's one of those heroes that can dive. And a Rafaela gets picked up. So this is going to be Belleric in the EXP. So Freya in the gold. Wow. So what, did it go Kimmy just so that they have a long range damage dinner? This is new. And the Uranus. Midnight, what are you?
It's a mid lane Rafaela. What?
Midnight, what are you cooking? Yeah, this is a mid Rafaela. Oh, this is...
Hey.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow, wow, wee, wow,
wow, wee, wow, wow, wee.
Why is this, at this point, something that we're not expecting from Midnight? Why is it catching us off guard so much?
We're not expecting from anyone. This is... I can see
it's Big Brain Midnight.
It's Mr. Big Brain Man.
Big Brain
Midnight.
Man.
Maybe the utility healer type we were suggesting was something I expected more from Liquid rather than Aurora.
This is the kind of draft that kind of says we're playing for TNZ, right? All the heals, all the peels, everything goes to Aurora. So who knows? This Aurora might even go for a Sky Piercer, considering there's a lot of heal, there's a lot of crowd control, and now the Claw gets picked up by Team Liquid. So let me just say this: if Aurora somehow gets a very good early game, Team Liquid is gonna suffer for the fact that Claw needs farm. The Yi Sun Shin is farm. Esmeralda also kinda needs farm. So if Aurora has a good early game, Liquid might be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm also worried. It's a very annoying lineup to go up against if you are Liquid at this point. There are just ways to speed up. There's just the Wrath of Dryad that could just catch you and stop you in your tracks if you don't dive in. So timings are very crucial heading into this game.
Well, heading into our second series of the day, it's the defending MSC champions for MLBB, Team Liquid versus Aurora Gaming. Let's see if the sparks will fly as expected as we send it over to our casters here, Trex and Naisu.
Here we go. This is going to be an interesting one. Off the bat, off the rip, Trex, after an amazing Series 1 to start off Day 2 with MSC. Here we are with a draft that's out of left field. I don't even know if it's in the field, man. This is so far from what we're used to seeing with the hands of Coach Midnight and Aurora Gaming here.
When was the last time you thought you'd see a Raphael in the mid?
It's been a while. What? Maybe there was a sprinkle in M5? Maybe we saw a little bit of heal then, but I feel like, definitely saw some in M4 with all the utility jungle. Yeah. But outside of that, yeah, it's been a very, very, very long time. I have been wondering about this, if we're going to start to see some classic, Ube in a sense.
Yes.
With such heavy assassin junglers coming back, sometimes that is the answer. Sustainability, steamroll, group up, and just power through. But the thing is, with something like Aurora, it's a little different than what you would classically see with that. Normally you see the utility jungler paired up with that.
This is a different flavor, I'd say, but leave it to a team like Aurora Gaming, from Turkey to go ahead and bring this kind of strategy to play. I think that's one of the big things. Even when you look at the emblems, the Rafaela looks to go ahead and obviously have a little bit more on that cooldown for the heal. Depending on the build, too, that Rosa's going to go, is what I'm interested in. What do you build here on that Rafaela to go in the mid lane, supplement this strategy that you're going with? And you have a lot of durability here. Some poking for KarlTzy and Pagu.
Also, the Rafaela, you get the revive now. It's been a couple months since the revamp on that. It's no longer the big stun on that ult. You get to bring one of your teammates back to life, essentially. So even more sustainability in terms of how long you want to drag out a team fight. The target could literally be anyone on the team, honestly. Anyone on Aurora's side could benefit from that. You bring back the Uranus, you bring back the Beleric, you bring back Siggy Boomer Tienzi. It could all be a good play.
Ooh. Good little flicker burn there. Battle spell down for Sanji off of that. First turtle's going to be up here to second, too. So both teams getting into movement for that turtle. One thing I would say, because of the nature of the compositions, expect long team fights, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You're used to seeing really high speed, high stakes team fights, but with these kind of compositions, both sides, and a revitalize for JP, hold on. Speaking of,
nice dive into the mid, Tienzi able to get the turtle. KarlTzy on the run, look at the damage coming out from the side of Aurora. One more shot into Sanji, and Sanji finally falls his first blood over to Lunar. But in the midst of that, Tienzi drops.
And there's a respawn, right? So that's what we're talking about. That revive is going to play a part, play a role throughout the game here. But yeah, objective secured by Aurora. They're going to go ahead and try to put some pressure on KarlTzy to get his buff, but he's going to go ahead and get that just fine. But as we saw from that last fight, that's what I wanted to point out. JP's revitalize in this sense is pivotal because he needs to extend the team fight for the team. You've got to go ahead and deal with the heals that are coming out from that Rafaela pick for Rosa. But not only that, but being able to kind of weave in and out of the fights because of the Beleric, being able to, cast that Rapid Drive, lock down these members of TL, you could get stopped in your tracks, and that's not where you want to be here. So the timing on being able to extend team fights are crucial for TL.
All right, so Aurora, though, getting that first turtle. Even though they lose Tienzi, levels still very similar between KarlTzy and Tienzi. Sanford able to get that kill. Lunar able to get a kill for themselves. So both the XP laners benefiting from that last fight. But still, we're already seeing how Aurora can just kind of bully TL away in some of those big 5v5s. The only thing they're going to have to watch out for, I think at this point, is Sanford getting to that back line, something that he is so good at.
So the Esmeralda does really well. Good item pickup already here for Rosa. Flask of the Oasis locked in, helping with that sustainability that we're really talking about. It's a highlight of this lineup, and this was kind of thrown out there, right? With the kind of theory crafting out there about after this patch, would we see these healing roams pop up? And I know it's, this time it's in the hands of Rosa, but you could think about how dynamic a lineup can be now with the Rafaela, and even, for example, maybe a Matilda mid we see in the future. Estes, of course, still being one of those heroes that comes into mind with this kind of concept, but second turtle is up. Let's see if this one will once again go over to Aurora. KarlTzy is going to make his way, but he might be here a little bit too late for this take.
Yeah, he's not going to go for it. He is going to back off. He takes a lot of damage from Lunar, gets a stun onto him. JP getting a little vision as well. Sanford not going to fully commit, but Aurora wants to take the fight. A big Mound Shock onto multiple members, getting the stun. Aurora decides not to go for this orange buff. They are going to back off.
This is one of those things, Trex, where it's like, okay, Team Liquid knows the play here with this type of, your claw needs to go ahead and build up. You got to get those items here. Good flicker burnt. they have to choose their fights really carefully, and that's one of the difficult things. You can play off the Aurora, that stun that you get packed in. Even the Fork Lightning is great, you know, good for poking, but you're essentially, to get a kill for Team Liquid isn't the main focus right now. They need to go ahead and just let them scale themselves up on this kind of lineup.
You know, if there's a team that can channel patience outside of Team Liquid or some other teams, Aurora is definitely one of them. They're not trying to force fights here. They're getting objectives. They're playing the map slowly. They're looking for the slow burn, the slow kill right now, and that is going to start to scale a little bit. You have the Freya, you have this heal, and the fact that it is a mid lane Rafaela, not a roamer, that's going to actually start to benefit. She's going to benefit from some of those items and maybe even output a little bit of damage as this game goes on. Team Liquid does have some scale of their own. And I mean, this is probably one of the slowest games we've seen so far in groups.
Well, this is very different from our previous matchup, but here we go.
Big AOG connects, does get the knock-up. But Tienzi finds Sanji the backside. Carl Teasy not able to get away. Lunar gets the kill. JP gonna be next, chopped off, taken out. And Sanford falls as well. A double kill into the hands of Tienzi. Aurora take a huge lead 6 minutes in.
And that is the power of this lineup. You saw it right there, the amount of heals, the amount of movement speed. As we look at the replay here from STC, this pressure was around that purple buff. Pagu made his way around, but crashing in under the tier 1 turret and getting to lock down these members, but then just outlast Team Liquid. That's what the power play is for this kind of composition. This is why it ends up working out. You can see the men behind it for this one. This concept is working for Aurora as they get now the third and last turtle of this game.
This is what I mean when I say we are just unpacking the meta.
Yeah.
The layers are still peeling off right now, and we still got a long way to go till we figure out exactly what is what. And Coach Midnight's showing it right now. We have the Raphael, and it is working beautifully. Definitely we can't count TL out just yet, but the fact that Aurora is up 4K right now, 2 towers, TL has been unable to take anything. If they can keep this lead past the first Lord, that is unheard of.
Again, this was a big thing, you know, for a lot of people coming into this year's MSC here at EWC 26 was, you know, just where would the meta be? How would the current contenders for that championship and the defending champions themselves adapt to a meta that's quite different, right? Just from last year alone, just from a few months ago for a lot of people. And it's already showing here. Oh, no.
Oh, no escape from that one. Teddy will go down. Aurora looking for new targets now into the mid side. Carl Teasy just wants to get his camps. But Aurora want more. They want to come for this tower wave, crashing down the mid, and look at the grab. A lot of damage on a TL. Into the backside, Aurora able to push Sanji away. And Siggy Boom locks on. JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
Aurora is relentless in this game, and they'll get another as Sanford is the next to fall.
I thought for sure they were done, but now they're under towers. TNC with a triple in the face of Team Liquid. In the face of a holy defense, they're jumping under towers.
Man, oh man, who would have thought this is what you'd see in an opening matchup here for Team Liquid, and now they're desperately trying to hold on to the mid tower.
And they're still under it. The heal is insane. Tower shots to the face. They're immortal right now.
Can they end it?
I think they can. Minions down the mid side. Down goes Sanford. They're going to pile on to Carl Teasy, and they're going to pile onto this crystal. It's a wave still coming. They got to wait for it. Death counters.
They got to wait for the minions. They're going to make their way slowly here as they put on a show for us. Team Liquid, can they defend it still?
JP and Sanji are up. AOG comes out. Wave of minions comes out as well. Aurora can't fully overcommit. A big stun coming in from Sanji, but they fall. JP, Sanji. It's another wave coming. Will Aurora here?
Okay, they bought some time. They cleared things out, but man, the stacks right now on TNZ are insane, and they're looking to end.
They're going to keep on going. They're not going to give it up. Finally able to lock onto the base. TNZ will help Aurora take game number 1.
What a statement this is for the entire teams competing here at MSC. I mean, even Aurora Gaming is... They're smiling about this. This draft, again, is not what you expect, and it was executed perfectly from the mind of Coach Midnight back there and the rest of Aurora Gaming. This is, hey, as you said, Trex, the meta right now, it's pretty much wide open.
In the great words of LaFell, wow, wow, wee, wow, wow, wee,
wow,
wee.
wow, wee, wow.
All I gotta say is that the possibility of Aurora winning the game is definitely possible. But dominating? What was the time on that? That was under 10 minutes, I feel like. Maybe a little bit more. But the fact that they didn't just win that, TL never held a clutch on that game at all.
My goodness. As you look at the highlights here from SDC, you can see it. You know, they're just, it seemed like the switch just flipped. And a lot of that switch had to do for Tienzi. And we know Tienzi is a phenomenal jungler. He's surprised us so many times. And even with this, don't give this guy the Aurora, man. Because, he was max stack early on. And then when they went into the space, you could see Team Liquid just kind of knew there's not much that we can do about this. It's just too much overloading happening here. So I know the studio has to break this one down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to see what they have to say.
Sometimes there is a lot to say. Sometimes there's just a lot to look at. And that's a 9-minute win for Team Aurora Gaming. And I think that this certainly was a surprise for many of them and many of us heading into it. As we welcome you back to the desk to start breaking it down, we've got Brigitte and LaFell with me. I'm your host, Rain Day. And, as we look at this, guys, it was... I think it was really well put by the casters. We expected a win was possible for Aurora, Brigitte, but we didn't think this was going to happen.
Yeah, but the draft, I think, maybe made me feel like I was leaning more towards the possibility of Aurora winning. Just because of how unexpected, how surprising it was, and how much it countered, or not necessarily countered, but made things difficult for the lineup that Liquid put out.
And Liquid with an 88% vote on your match pick'ems results. Make sure to keep giving us those ideas. Liquid obviously in the majority, but Aurora with that 12% surprise. That's what Midnight does though, isn't it?
Honestly though, like I said during the draft, this is kind of what I saw coming. Two things, because I said that Aurora's going to be position 1, and then she's going to be using Sky Piercer because there's a lot of support. And like I said, with the draft that Team Liquid has, Esme is going to be farming, Claude's going to be farming, Yeast and she's going to be farming. So if somehow Aurora gets a very good early game, there was no chance that Liquid could really come back into the game.
Yeah, the fact that they had to take their time a bit, had to play it slow, we failed to see the synergies that you would expect from this lineup. The way that they would just layer their skills all together, because you really can't expect them to be on the same or at the same place at the same time. They had to take their time. So even when, let's say, you get to actually land an AOG or 2 or maybe a Falling Storm Moon, and even Sanji, it doesn't matter, because I feel like the damage is not just going to be enough.
I'm still on the Belleric train. Again, this is 3 out of 4 games that Belleric has won today. And Pagu looked great on it as well. Uranus also really, really strong. But you're right. It was really the surprise came out with the Rafaela and the Rosa. How did that look for you, LaFell? What was the impact of it? And do you have to deal with it now if that's something Midnight's going to pull out again with Aurora Gaming?
The crazy thing is, it's not just the Rafaela. There are other picks possible, because here's the thing. Rosa still went for the Flask of the Oasis. Once the Flask of the Oasis got picked up, they're waiting for another item, and that was the Sky Piercer coming in from the Aurora. Once they have both of them, the game was over, because number one, there's too much damage from Aurora, and there's nothing that Liquid could do. And then the healing as well as the shields coming in from Aurora, there's too much. There's nothing Liquid can do. And number 3, the draft coming in from Liquid, they don't have the wave clear. They have to wait for 3 items on the clock, then they have the wave clear, because that's one of the weaknesses of Eudora. Eudora is good against heroes, not so much against minions.
Yeah, and the way that they just drafted this and played this was just so you could see Tienzi move faster around the map, farm faster, and end the game faster eventually. Because of just the, again, Rafaela and the Belleric just allowing him to do whatever he wants. I feel like that could not apply for Liquid, despite it being a revitalized lineup, despite it being very identical to the Liquid draft that we're so familiar with. This was just a different problem entirely that you had to deal with.
I mean, I think Golden Road, let's not even talk about that. Let's just get on the road. I mean, currently they're stopped on the side with a tire that's flat, and they're trying to figure out what has gone wrong. Hopefully they have a spare idea coming into it, because Aurora Gaming have caught them off guard. Are defending champions, trying to go back-to-back in Liquid. Surprised, maybe even stunned, many would say, watching how that first game turned out under 10 minutes. And they have gone back in for another 10-minute break. LaFell, you had a lot to obviously say about that, but what can you show us about what went right and what went wrong for both Aurora Gaming and Liquid in Game 1?
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Brigida, you're on the clock.
Yeah, so for now, we have to go back into the draft and talk about how this really worked out and why it really counters what Team Liquid wanted to do. Because here's the thing, it's not that Liquid drafted wrong, it's just that Aurora, like we keep saying, thank you very much, by the way. And you see how
It's such a good telestration segment. Everyone's cheering for you.
There you go. Because here's the thing, Midnight, the thing is, he knows Liquid, he can roughly predict how they're gonna draft, so they just draft around you if you want to go in.
At this point, you're not even doing telestration. You can hold your mic at this point. Okay.
There you go. So
it's like, what's it?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, where this is gonna be position 1. By the way, I don't know whether they're angry at me or they're cheering for me at this point. I have no idea. So this is position 1 coming in from the Aurora. And one of the weaknesses of the draft coming in from Liquid is that this, and this needed farm. So if you have 3 members that needs farm, only 2 members can defend. And let me just say, these 2 cannot defend when it comes to the minions. So it became a point where the damage coming in from Aurora is just a little bit too much, and there's nothing that Liquid can do. We're gonna be looking at a clip here. Hold on. All right. So we're looking at mostly the damage as well as the sustain coming in from Aurora. Look at how, in terms of TNZ, just much damage, and then there's nothing to do, because at this point TNZ has 3 stacks or 30 stacks. Oh, perfect. 30 stacks of Sky Piercer. And let me just tell you, Rain Day, for you and for everyone else.
Yes, please.
If you have 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer, you basically can go in 1v3. The reason why you can go 1v4 is because of that heal. We're going to be looking at the clip here, and look how instantly that they were able to get this win, and then the Rapid Riot, as well as we can see that Sigibum just goes in and destroys the backline. I would say we're looking at the 8-minute mark, but honestly, the second to third, that was checkmate. That was when Aurora already won the game. And not to mention, this is Flying Clouds, maximizing Rosa using this Rafaela, where on the passive, you can revive one of your teammates. And now with the Flying Clouds, you get onto the stage much faster. So thank you very much, Brigida. That's basically the telestrator.
That was good.
It was a very short game, but perfect execution coming in from Aurora, utilizing the strengths of their draft and the weakness of Liquid's draft. And again, shout outs to my boy for holding the mic. You did a good job, even though you forgot to do it.
Hey, I still did a good job.
Hey,
she was interpreting what you were saying,
I was holding it. Yeah, and remember how you
She's
were...
the banana, I'm the potato.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, wait, actually, that does work.
What?
You're going off the rails, LaFell.
I don't know where that...
He's got too much screen time, guys. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, I feel like everyone wants Brigida. So you want to talk?
Okay. Rain Day. What was I saying?
To me?
Oh, yeah, I was saying something before this. But remember how you were asking us on our thoughts on whether or not Aurora are actually capable of doing it this time around. And we were both on the same page that yes, there's a chance, and we might slightly be leaning towards that. Game number 1, I think, significantly skewed our expectations for this series, but again, this is Liquid. This is Liquid, and mid-series adaptation is nothing new to them. Let's just hope that there does come significant adjustment, because I do agree that was a draft that demanded so much and was really difficult to pull off.
And it's kind of rare that we've seen this in this tournament so far in our first couple of days, where draft has almost like a gotcha moment, a moment that you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. Liquid might have been caught off guard, and they might have realized that and gone,
I mean, everyone caught off guard.
I mean, it's like they caught you. If you catch all 3 of the people up here, plus all of Liquid off guard, you have a chance to win. And if you do that, well, Liquid might have realized that, hey guys, we have to wrap this one up. Let's do our best, but we need to become come into game 2 much more prepared, because guess what? If they do not win here against Aurora Gaming, they're going to be sent to the lower side of the bracket. And that means one more loss could send the defending champions right back home.
I got to say, Brigitte, we're talking about the Liquid Stampede. At this point, we got to talk about the Aurora Avalanche, because look at how much they just charged in.
Yeah.
They were an unstoppable force of nature. And I got to say, like, a horse probably doesn't like snow.
I guess so.
We have to ask a horse. We have to find one first. I don't know how much horses they have in France.
Oh, I saw one.
Oh, you saw one?
I saw one. I saw one.
Oh, cool.
Maybe 2 stations away from our hotel, but there are horses.
All right, we'll ask the camera crew to follow us for us to ask the horse. Do you like or dislike snow?
But it does snow here, so they should be able to.
I still haven't experienced snow.
Same, but it nonetheless, it doesn't make it any easier for the horse. So again, we do have quite some questions heading into this draft. Even if it were on flying clouds, it did not necessarily work out for Liquid the way we expected it to be. And I just can't help but think back, because during that moment wherein they brought out the Rafaela, there were just a multitude of options that we were considering. Maybe something along the lines of the Louis, even if they're just talking about wanting to go up against compositions that are forced to group together, but instead they do it with a completely different approach. And that I'm really starting to like from Aurora, the way that the big brain decisions in draft just suddenly come in. So it's gonna be a task right now for Liquid. Now that they're on blue side, they're the ones who will be choosing this, I believe. But we have a fun fact.
And we do. Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler and MSC is TNZ.
Oh.
We just saw that proven pretty well in game 1. As for second and third, I put Carl TZ and Kyle. Those two are interchangeable.
I mean, like, based on that early performance, hey, you know what?
Hey.
He's right. He's right. And looking at his game, I wonder if Aurora, they want to stay the same or... hold on. Liquid now showing up with the link. Carl wants to prove everyone wrong by saying, hey, I can use the link.
Yeah, and hey, the Eudora ban that Aurora put out just now somewhat helps them in just confidently picking that up. But just the same, I don't think they feel any less confident about the responses that they went with. The Atlas and the Valentina, I feel, are really good pickups. The first time we see the Atlas open today, honestly, and it's going to be paired up with the Valentina, who I think is, again, one of the better heroes to fare up against the Ling.
And here's the priority on the Beleric. We also saw the Valentina picked in that game SRG against the Beleric. It didn't do enough.
Yep.
And so this is something that Aurora is trying to say, we like the idea, we think we can execute it better, we'll allow the Beleric to go through and grab the Atlas now that it's available, as Ling, Beleric, and the third pick about to be chosen for Team Liquid, trying to get on a good start here.
I gotta say, Brigitte, I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this draft crazy. Already showing your roam, already showing your mid. Well, I guess Valentina can go to the EXP depending on certain matchups, but I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this crazy. My only question is, who's gonna be the jungle? Because the Fanny's banned, Aurora's banned, as well as the Ling has been banned. Those are the top picks in the jungle. There's still the Nolan, Yisun Shin, the Hayabusa, all, in my opinion, quite viable. Just not entirely sure which one they're going to pick up, because before this, going up against the Ling, they do like to use the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa is a little bit different now, shorter range, so not as effective as before. It's still strong, just not as crazy as before.
Because that was the hero to at least match the Ling ever since. It was always been the Hayabusa Ling matchup, but considering right now that it will be much difficult to get out, since the heroes that Liquid currently are on could do fairly well in terms of chase. I think they would just opt to save their jungler for later and instead lock in the Paquito. They can take out the Esmeralda from this point onwards if ever they really just don't want to have that matchup. But I can't help but feel like even the Beleric is something we're not entirely sure of if it's going into Rome.
It could go EXP, but personally for me, it just doesn't feel like a Sanford kind of hero.
That's true.
I feel like he thrives a bit better when he can dive. Doesn't matter to the jungle, mid, or goal. I feel like a stationary hero for Sanford kind of wastes his potential, wastes his talent.
And I just feel like a lot of us would rather not see these really active XP laners on the likes of Uranus and Esmeralda. Fortunately, the Uranus is gone, but the Esmeralda is still on the board.
They're banning the Uranus. Uranus is an EXP laner. Paquito is known as an EXP laner. So does this mean this Paquito is a flex? It could go to the gold or to the jungle?
Honestly, if you're up against Aurora, I don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? Big Brain Midnight. Big Brain Man Midnight. BBMM. Big Brain Man Midnight.
Okay.
He's trying, man.
Okay, he's trying.
The rule is never to do math live on broadcast, and that was close.
I mean, you
to
don't
it.
have to be smart to be an analyst. You just have to be confident.
Oh, okay. Even the board taken out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the Uranus fan of all bans here?
I feel like it could go to the jungle.
So you think a Paquito jungle was...
Or gold.
Oh, right. Gold might be because the way that they're not banning out the Esmeralda...
Yeah.
Might they consider having them both on their side? Because does Liquid sense a possibility that that might be the plan?
Horse's sense is tingling, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to ban the Esmeralda. It's not like Esmeralda... Actually, no. Esmeralda can still do good against Liquid's lineup here. It must be so difficult to draft against a team like Aurora. It makes you overthink. And have you overthink Esmeralda ban?
Okay.
They're on the same page here, Brig. Your overthinking has helped them out.
So we're all overthinking right now.
Do you like to overthink, Brigida?
I don't want to, but I'm forced to.
You're forced to
I'm forced to overthink right now because of what Aurora did in game number 1, and understandably so. Liquid, hopefully it's not too much of being reactive that we're getting to see from them right now, because at least for now, their first 3 picks look solid. But the Harley... Okay, in a way, an assassin.
Yeah. Magic assassin.
Magic assassin?
Yeah.
Not as great as the Ling, but still serviceable for sure. So now Liquid, after seeing that, at least they know this Paquito is not going to go to the jungle. So it's either gold lane or EXP. But I got to say that has to be an EXP Paquito, because if they don't have a marksman, imagine even if they win so hard, they're not going to be able to push. And pushing's kind of important to end the game.
Yeah.
Do you like pushing, Brigida?
Turrets?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So you need a turret pusher. Maybe a Brody? A Brody or a Moskov? Either Brody or Moskov should be good here.
Yeah.
More for the Moskov.
2 picks coming up from Liquid.
Oh!
Zetian
and Arlet.
Oh, this is a very scary draft coming in from Liquid. There's multiple win conditions here. It's going to be quite difficult for Aurora to handle this.
So we're waiting for a gold lane. Likely a gold lane.
Moskov or...
I like the Moskov.
I like the Moskov too. I feel like the Moskov is a safer pick.
Yeah.
Brody is, if you think you can somehow snowball out of control and just end the game before Liquid gets a chance to fight back, but...
What?
The barrage!
Another what?
Midnight!
Wow.
Beep, boom!
How we feeling, Brigida?
Wow,
Confused.
Where is it going? Like, who is who? Okay, maybe a Barrett's roam?
I feel like I need therapy after this.
Or XP? What? Who? Like...
Hey, you know what? Our job is done.
It's gold. It's gold Paquito.
It's gold Paquito. We'll see how they're going to push out later. But Barats, I've heard, is a good counter towards the artist. So maybe that's just a lane matchup kind of thing. Maybe.
Harley jungle, gold, Paquito, Aurora Gaming doing midnight things. My goodness, this series has not disappointed. Let's see if Game 2, Aurora Gaming can close it out and send our defending champions of MSC to the elimination side of the bracket. And for now, with the call, it's Nice2 and Trex.
Here we go. Team Liquid Philippines needs this game, and they brought a draft to be able to do that, Trex. But again, it's Aurora Gaming with a little bit of flexibility. Another interesting draft from Coach Midnight as well. What do you think of this one? We saw Barrett's go XP lane in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday.
We saw the fighter meta go into the hands of Team Spirit yesterday, and it worked well.
Yep.
I'm not counting it out at all for Aurora right now. I don't think this is extremely surprising. Yes, it's a little offsetting because we're not used to it, but we have seen it worked. And as I keep on saying, there are a lot of layers to the meta right now, Nice.
I think a lot of people want to see, Carl TZ using the Ling. This hero alone has made waves already in the current meta, but now in the hands of someone as skilled and as prominent as Carl TZ. Let's see how he plays it. This is already some rough pressure, though.
Unar flicker dashes in. A lot of damage on Carl TZ. He's left his lane just for the invade. Rosa forced to use a flicker. A little bit of damage on Sanford. Sanford flickers as well. Everyone backs off.
You see how much is needed to go ahead and protect that early pressure in the jungle, even when the changes here. Now they're going for purple.
Look at the pressure. The stun lands. JP goes down. Pagu gets it. Aurora just not giving up.
They're not giving up, man. They're also going to take more. Take another camp here. TNZ is pretty relentless right now against KarlTzy, and this is one of the things you kind of expect to happen when you pick a hero like the Ling. We've seen it in the likes of even previously in our previous match where you go in the opposing Ling's jungle, you put pressure there, you take what you can, you slow him down. And so for Team Liquid, they have to go ahead and supplement that. They have to support KarlTzy. He's not really in shape to take this first turtle, but if somehow Team Liquid Philippines can secure it, that kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit here. But look at this, the lockdown again.
Another stun lands on a JP. JP is going to take a second death within 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Aurora Gaming with over 1,000 gold lead, and they haven't even taken the first turtle yet.
Trex, this is what we're seeing here is just the amount of front line that this lineup has that is just helping TNZ with all the space. They continue on.
The grab and nab, the pull back. Sanford going to try to vengeance through. Re-engages. JP unable to do anything, but Sanford still falls. Maybe staying a little too long.
Yeah, maybe he should have just disengaged there. I'm not sure if what the move was there, but still it's Aurora building up on that lead, continuing to put pressure on all sides of the map. And this whole time, again, Sigiboom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this gold lane. Paquito, you know he's going to hurt when he starts showing up to these fights. And so far, when that next turtle comes up, it's going to be really dangerous here. They continue to try to delay KarlTzy. He needs these buffs. He needs to be able to go ahead and catch up. He's 2 levels down right now against TNZ.
Sanford once again taking a lot of damage. Deadly Magic unable to get the finish. But Aurora is everywhere right now, and the Barats is looking clean. It's bulky. Lunar continues to land those stuns.
Yeah.
Continues to get those pushbacks.
Again, this is just really a smart drafting, but then just excellent execution right now from Aurora Gaming. From game 1 now to game 2. They have stopped the Stampede in its tracks, essentially. Now for Team Liquid, if they want to get back into this game, they need to start making some plays happen here. But the question is, Trex, where do you do that when your jungle's this far behind? You know, you have a Zetian who essentially is able to go ahead and give you some vision, get that little minor stun in. But if you're choosing these fights that you can't win, it's going to further delay you. So I think, again, they find themselves in this situation of game 1 where it's like, do we wait a little bit here? Do we try to scale up into this game?
Lunar is going to go back to base here. And I think, yeah, Team Liquid at this point, they kind of have to. You got to look for Teddy to get some gold. Luckily, he hasn't gone down. KarlTzy as well hasn't taken a death. He's lost a purple buff early on in the game. It's why they didn't try to contest on that last turtle. They know that they're a bit behind right now. Not even just a bit, it's almost 3K gold. Will they even try to fight for turtle number 2, honestly?
With that retribution, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this turtle will go in the hands of Aurora. Right now, it seems like the call is, yeah, just wait, but hold on, Teddy could be in trouble. Luckily, JP is here to keep him secure. Turtle's locked in, though. It's secured. Where's Pagu going to go? This is the best thing that Karl can do, though. Push that bottom side, get some extra gold, but there's a fight.
Not just a fight, a big fight. A nice Wrath of Dryad onto 3 members of Aurora. Sanji able to get the kill, but look at the Fatal Links! And look at the damage. Sanford trying to vengeance through, able to find one. Another! Sanford picking it up and will eventually drop a double kill before taken out by Sigiboom. Well, this is happening, though. KarlTzy taking a purple buff of his own. They're trying to even the playing field.
Hey, Trex, as bad as things were, at least it wasn't worse here. That was a great Fatal Link setup. As we look at, well, we got a chance to look at the replay here. Look at the Fatal Links after that setup. This could have been way worse, but again, some maneuvering here, some finesse from TL keeps them from getting decimated here under that tier 2 turret. And it also, mind you, allows KarlTzy once again to get what he can, takes a buff, because he's got to play the catch-up game here. They need to be able to get just ready for that first Lord once it comes up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them give up the next turtle too. Just again, give that call, do what they can, because they're losing real estate as well on the map, as now some of the tier 1s are falling.
Yeah, and they have to start looking for some pressure on the map. I will say this, You can't count Team Liquid out until after the first Lord, at least in my book. As long as this gold lead stays around 2.5 to 3K, TL will always have a hand to fight with. I'm still waiting for that big moment for KarlTzy to pop off, though. He's been farming. He's able to come back a little bit. He steals a purple buff. Look at the damage. Does come down onto Lunar. Lunar's able to use the flicker. Tempest of Blades falls as well. And everyone pulled back in. The damage on Aurora is insane. But Evado Links in response. Still not enough as Teddy locks onto Pagu, chasing him down, but there's no escape today. A double kill into the hands of Sanford.
Leave it up to Sanford to make that play. What a final slash he was able to use to set things up, but it's still Aurora. They take down a tier 2 turret. They're finally going to lose the turret in the mid lane, but Aurora now needs to be a little more calculated. They put themselves in that position. They know an Arlot's there, so they got to watch out for that. And so little by little, TL has brought themselves into a position now where maybe they can actually get a turtle, unless still it's that call of give them this one. Let's just get ready for that Lord. JP is going to give that information. Sanji's here as well. They don't want to get caught out here. KarlTzy's not even a part of this, though, as he wants to push down bot.
Another turtle in the hands of Aurora as KarlTzy looks for more map control. Team Liquid have dropped that gold deficit down. It's only a 700 gold lead over the hands of Aurora. Sigiboom on the hunt for KarlTzy. KarlTzy will be able to get away. On the mid side, Aurora want to reclaim this mid tier 3. Even out the lane field. A nice Fatal Links does not connect. Purifies Zupopto. Look at the damage onto Lunar. Teddy goes down with Sigiboom over to the backside. He finds 2.
The
Sanford locking on though. Tianzi falls. Double kill for 40. Maybe a triple over to the hands of Sigiboom. Unofficial, but still able to possibly get that final hit. It is a brawl. It is a bloodbath. Aurora and TL. Who would have thought it'd go like this?
Oh, Sanford. Okay, there's not much more I don't think he can do here. Just trying to clear this wave out, but he might take a couple too many hits. Sanford shut down.
A beautiful shutdown into the hands of Sigiboom. The guy is a monster right now. 5-0-2.
Oh man, look at this. There's the replay brought to us by SDC. Look at Sigiboom.
Yeah, comes
he
to the back.
joins this fight from the back, and everybody just lined up there right on target. Again, the bleeding was staunched a little bit because of Sanford's play here. But it's just that case of we're playing from behind. If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you have to be able to make these happen. And now KarlTzy gets taken down. So not the best timing here for TL to lose their jungler.
I gotta say, Sanford's had some great plays, but there's also been a few times where maybe he stayed a little too long, used a few too many vengeances. Look at Pagu here, hanging out in the bush. He's gonna finally show himself and back off. But they gotta watch out for those angles because Aurora's been so good at attacking from all sides. They're finally gonna be able to take this tier 3 as Pagu zones away Teddy. The tower drops, JP will drop as well. The Deadly Magic should be able to finish it, but no, he gets the health back. Teddy with a blazing duet as Sanford jumps into the backside. Aurora kind of in shambles here. KarlTzy shows up as well. Tempest of Blades comes down. He takes out Sanji. KarlTzy still unable to get a kill though. One more hit, he's terrified, a double kill into the hands of Rosa. Aurora has their number.
Great team fighting from Aurora Gaming there. They knew the plan and they stuck with it. Again, this final slash was great, but also the Blazing Duet wasn't able to get the efficiency it was looking for there from Teddy. TNZ with the fancy moves here to try to stay alive through this all, and he does. Just, again, the fighting that we're seeing from Aurora Gaming has been refined from the last time we saw them play here. And my goodness, they're making it look good.
Aurora's making it look so good, saving the Terrified. All of those little micros. And the thing is, it's not just the small fights that they're winning, they're also winning on map placement. They have the whole package right now.
Trex, this is insane. Look at across the board how much of a lead they have, but especially Sigiboom. You mentioned it, 7-0-4. He's up nearly 3,000 gold against Teddy. And that is not where you want to be. I mean, again, we talked about Paquito in the gold lane. These fighters being brought back into the gold lane when all we've seen for a long time was the Clots, the Moscows, the Harris. Well, this, once again, changes things, the dynamic of the meta. And you see it in the hands of Sigiboom like this. I mean, where do you start if you're TL? Who do you focus on here? And I think that's the biggest thing. That's why it feels like the Aurora Avalanche, man. It's coming right at them.
The force of nature itself at your front door. Tower will drop. There's no holy defense to bring down this Lord. Aurora Gaming not going to force it, though. They're going to move on to the mid-tier 2. Should be able to take it.
All right. Turrets take a little bit of damage here. The tier 2s will fall. Holy defense shields being held on, but that bottom one is the only one to stay. Conceal's going to be used. Where's Pagu going here? They want this base turret. Oh,
It's more of just a zone, but they're still able to get it. JP going to move on. Fatal Links does connect. It's more of just kind of a stall there as the rest of the team backs off. Still no inhibitors down. TL hold the defense.
All right, you have to start looking at where this could turn over on its head. 6,000 right now for Aurora Gaming. That is a big lead to hold against a team like Team Liquid Philippines. Again, they did it in game 1. They're doing it here in game 2. And it's still looking the same. Again, where do you start if you're Team Liquid? Well, that Lord coming up in about a minute might be something, but do you take that risk? Do you take that gamble to go and just try to make that steal? You know, what we've seen before in the hands of Lings, where you can go in and get that miracle play, that miracle retribution.
I think with the fact that they do have all of their inhibitors still standing, TL could maybe let this Lord slide. They do have some decent base. It's a hard base to crack. Not only on top of that, you have the Wrath of the Dryad, you have the Final Slash. They have a lot of defense measures.
Trex, this is how far behind Teddy is currently. The Corrosive Scythe was just picked up. Usually you see that Trinity locked in. I believe he's got the Trinity now if we can take a look at the items, but you know, 12 minutes in, yeah, he just locked it. That's about 3 minutes behind right now. So that's the big kind of thorn in the rose right now of Team Liquid. You know, how do you deal with that? Now he's online, but even if he comes through, does he have a defensive item to withstand what Aurora Gaming is throwing at him? Yes, you mentioned the Wrath of Dryad, that's a big thing, but maybe you give up the Lord, you go for one more defense, you have a great high ground defense that you can play around with if you have to, but Daytona's welcome's used up here.
Daytona's welcome does lock on along with way to the boss side. Look at the damage on a Teddy. Siggy Boom is just unstoppable. The target is locked and he never misses.
Just going to make it worse right now as 2 fall for Team Liquid. Aurora Gaming will go ahead and get themselves this Lord and get ready to approach the base of Team Liquid again. Again, this has been a really rough one for Teddy, the gold laner of TL, but just the team as a whole because, again, your firepower, once it's taken out, it's mainly into that quad. Carl Teasy might be able to help too, but he was also delayed, so just as a whole, across the board, Team Liquid has been playing with their backs against the wall. So Carl Teasy will cut the waves for where he can, delay this Lord push, and wait for the rest of the team to be up here.
And Siggy Boom's trying to lock on. Will he get there? Yes. Tempest Blades drops. This move after Carl Teasy. A lot of damage comes in, but there's no escape. TNZ gets the final hit. Carl Teasy caught too deep in enemy territory.
I've never seen a boxer punch the sky like that. My goodness, Siggy Boom. He picks up an immortality, 9-0-5. And now here we go. Lord making its way up top. Gonna charge into that base turret and take it down. 20 seconds still for Carl Teasy to be up here, and now Aurora Gaming with a 10,000 gold lead will look to end this series in a sweep.
Aurora Gaming looking to end this. A big Fatal Links does lock on to Sanford, a Blazing Duet to do everything they can to defend, but Aurora Gaming have locked on the base, and the Stampede has been stopped. What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day happens. The champions go down, and Aurora Gaming take it 2-0.
A very tough loss here for Team Liquid. And the Cavalry around the world right now seeing this, but I think it's a wake-up call once again for all the teams that are eventually going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming from Turkey here, because, man, what they're doing and what Coach Midnight is doing with this draft, how do you prepare for this? Who would have thought we would have seen this today? In the nature that it did, a sweep and everything else. Again, phenomenal execution here from Aurora Gaming. As you look at the highlights from STC, this was a game they had control on, and it all started in the jungle, putting pressure on that Ling of Carl Teasy, and they didn't let up. There were some moments, like you said, from Sanford to try to alleviate the situation with the final slashes, but just fell apart by being too far behind across the board.
This just goes to show that this is probably one of my favorite metas we've ever been in.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of picks that are viable, not just picks, but strategies that you can approach every single game with it. And I mean, for the past 2 days, for the past few weeks, with all the games we've seen all the possibilities, and we've seen something where normally you see these picks and it's like, is it a cheese or is it actually viable? Because this looks viable. Aurora Gaming.
It's just
speechless.
Speechless, man. I mean, I think a lot of people that have been tuning into this, you know, the hundreds of thousands of people online watching this, they're going to have a lot to say to about. But we got to go ahead and throw it over on stage with Rose to hear more from Aurora Gaming.
This game has absolutely left everybody speechless. Aurora Gaming with a 2-0 up against the defending champions TL. And of course, right now with us on stage, we have the one and only Rosa. Hello, how are you doing?
Ya aslında gerçekten şu an kelimelere dökemiyorum yani yaşadıklarımızı. Sonunda gerçekten o laneti kırdık ve yenmeyi başardık ve çok mutluyuz açıkçası.
It's hard to put into words what I'm experiencing right now because I really feel like we finally broke that curse. And this has been a great winning for us. I'm very happy.
I agree, because if we look back to 2025, you know, you guys got eliminated by TL in both MSC and M7. Do you feel fulfilled in this, what we call a revenge matchup?
Yani aslında evet, hem SRG ile hem de Team Liquid ile karşı sürekli loz aldık ve artık onları gerçekten yenmek istiyorduk ve gerçekten bu sefer iyi hazırlandığımızı düşünüyorum ve sonuçlarını da görüyoruz bence bu sefer.
Yes, that's correct because we previously lost to both SRG and TLPH, but we really did our best to prepare for this game, and I think we have seen the good results as a result of this preparation.
Yes, now let's talk about the preparation, because in game 1, we saw a very interesting pick coming out from the side of Aurora, where Rosa actually played Rafaela mid, and he's currently laughing at that. So tell me, first of all, what made you guys pick Rafaela?
Ya aslında ilk patch note geldiği zaman Rafael'in yediği buff'ları fark ettik. İlk olarak support oynanmaya başlamıştı ama Assassin metasına geri döndükten sonra oynanılmaz bir hale aldı ve ben düşündüm. Yani mid olabilecek bir şey vardı ve scrimlerde denedim 10 maç gibi ve genellikle hepsini kazandığımız için ve güvendim ve aldım. Böyle oldu yani.
So I saw that there were some issues at the beginning, and based on also what my experience was during the practice games, during the scrim practices, I saw that I could have this possibility. That's why I also put it into use here, based on the practice games that I previously played.
Okay, Rafaela is a very interesting pick. So Rosa, tell me, will we see anything else that is interesting in MSC this year for Aurora Turkey?
Aslında birkaç tane daha sakladığımız bir şeyler var ve şu an göstermiyoruz, hala var yani.
Yes, we have more tricks hidden up our sleeve. We are keeping them close for the moment. We are not sharing them.
Okay, I love that. You know what? It's very rare that I see Rosa on stage all smiling and all laughing. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. And now we will throw it back to the studio to break down what happened in this insane matchup. Throwing it back to you guys.
Well, Rose and Rosa, what a great interview there. And one of the only people who has gotten Rose to kind of be like, okay, that's good. Those are good enough answers, and we'll move on. And of course, surprising the entirety of the MSC MLBB viewing community, I think that will do it right there. It wasn't the first time, though, Brigitte, that Rosa had come in with some tricks up their sleeve for the first game. Selena against ONIC last time, and I think this is just the way this player who has really shocked a lot of us alongside Aurora Gaming likes to show up.
The Thorn Queen, right? The Thorn Queen, and now you have a Rafaela to add to the list of unexpected picks that they are just capable of playing around. And again, I think if there's just one word, it's shock. Like everyone was just shocked at what Aurora have brought to the table, at how they played against Liquid, and it just seems like they were the better team to adapt to the current meta based on this series alone.
And honestly, like right now, hey, it's nice to be siblings, right? Somehow, some way.
The blue and red fall.
We'll talk about it a little bit more later. But look at this, 18-8. To simplify what happened is, Aurora, they won the side lanes and they immediately go into the jungle and basically made it so that TL could not farm at all. We saw a very fast rotation first rotation, they saw, hey, Carl's down at the bottom side or the orange side of the map. And then we saw Lunar leaving his lane, goes into the jungle. And it's like, yo, Carl's going to the purple buff next. And then Sigiboom left his lane to go inside the jungle. So I gotta say, Brigida, I feel like for all of the professional teams here, they've learned the fundamentals of MLBB. I feel like the fundamentals has to change just a little bit. They have to catch up with the times.
Yeah, because the way that they played it seemed very, very fast. Whereas Liquid, it felt so slow. Like they had a very slow-paced game and draft, a slow start, and it's always like that. But they're also forced to play that sort of game. Simply because, again, even in game number 1, even in game number 2, they've always picked up very scaling lineups. So it's like they had no other option but to play this slow game. But at the same time, Aurora are just not letting up. They're not allowing them to slow things at all. And they just had 2 fast games against the defending champions. What a statement. What an opener from Aurora.
Yeah, it really was an amazing showcase of what Aurora came to do, which is to upset the top dogs. But also, it's clear that Liquid have had people have their eyes on them, and they're going to come prepared. So this next game you'll see them play in the lower side of the bracket, it's going to be go big or go home. Unfortunately, for Liquid fans, you're in that situation. But fortunately, you do have another chance to go back to the drawing board and set yourself up for success. LaFell, let's break down what happened in that game between Aurora Gaming. Yep, you can get your co-star there to help hold that mic for you so we know exactly what they can take with them after a loss that was so shocking.
Well, first of all, again, with Aurora, we have to talk about the draft here, where honestly, that draft is pretty interesting. But again, everything makes sense because we got the pick of, I would say these are the
Oh my, oh God.
These are the strong picks here because they are lane winners going up against the Claude as well as the Arlet. They pick up the Barrage to fight against the Arlet, and they pick up the Paquito because he's a good pick. But also, quite interesting here where Brigida was talking about how they wanted to scale up. Well, 1 scaling hero, 2 scaling hero, 3 scaling hero. Ha, ha, ha, ha. Right, so that makes the game just a little bit slower, where when we see the Paquito as well as the Barats just go into the jungle, she can't do much to protect. He can kind of do something to protect, and Arlet kind of help, but not really because all of his flickers keeps on, being used quite early. It looked like Liquid is able to do something because we saw Aurora where Aurora did engage later on. Unfortunately, it was missed here. We're going to be looking at this one instead. Yeah, so this is where we see why Aurora is good in this one, because I gotta say this looked like a botch engage. It really did, because Purifies was used and etc. And then it looked like nothing could happen. But having TNZ here as well as Sigiboom close to rotate as well, we'll be seeing Sigiboom flanking from behind, making it so that it doesn't matter if the engage is botch. My microphone keeps on getting lower, by the way.
See how flexible you are, man. You know.
I'm very flexible. We're going to be playing the clip here, but TLDR is that even with this botch engage, the fact that there's such a big difference in power makes it so that it will always work out. Sanford, big props to him. He still tried to make a losing situation. Oh my goodness. Losing situation a winning one. Guys, you guys don't understand.
It's a core workout what you're doing right there. You're flexing the bicep. You're holding this core position.
Okay.
Brigida's just staring at the camera.
Hey, you know what? You lost. Now you have a red. You wore blue. It looks like we're cursing it right now. So I think the best idea is for us to get off the panel.
Probably to leave.
Yeah, I think so.
Even though I'm sad to let you guys go, and you both look great today. I think you're just, this has been a lot of fun. But yeah, every team you've rooted for.
Has it been a lot of fun, Rayman?
Well, let's not go too far. I mean, I was being nice. You don't have to push me on that. No, it's been more than a lot of fun, guys. Always a blast hanging out with Brigida and LaFell. You'll see them later on in the show. You'll see them even here in a little bit as well as we start to close out, wrap this amazing set of games we just saw. Pro Esports and Aurora Gaming take down your defending grand finalists and winners of 24 in Selangor Red Giants, and then Aurora Gaming take down Team Liquid, your winners who were in the grand finals last year. So everything that you could expect to go differently has gone differently. ONIC and Entity7 coming up next as well. The winner of that game going to play the winner of this upcoming match, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And make sure if you have a feeling where that's going to lean, get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before we go live with that one. We're going to change out our panel in a moment, get ready with some new casters, and get ready for those new teams. So get your pick'ems in now to see if you are right, whether you think it's going to be ONIC, is it going to be an 87? Let us know. In the meantime, I want to let you know that if you've been seeing some cool skins in-game from some classic games, it's no coincidence. Street Fighter and MLBB have a crossover you do not want to miss.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Two major upsets at MSC 26 already, and our third series is a banger as well. We're about to jump into the second half of the day at MLBB MSC here at EWC 2026. My name's Rain Day, and I am joined by a new panel with some familiar faces. Mirko and Rinmar joining me here. Guys, it was a scintillating morning, to say the least, Mirko. Some results that I don't think anybody could have planned.
No, nobody. I mean, I went in today with SRG and TL both winning in my books, right? I just want to say, though, in that win, TL Page versus Aurora, say it with me now if you know the meme. Midnight, parating, handa.
Always ready is midnight, is what he said. Yeah. It's translated from Filipino. But yeah, no one could have expected this. And it wasn't just because of the results, but because of how it happened. Yeah. What picks came out. Surprising is an understatement. Sometimes I'm still pinching myself to check if I'm still in the right reality. And we are.
We are, somehow. Even with the Doomsday trailer coming out yesterday. Yeah. Everyone is still realizing, is this real? Is it not real? What am I in? No, you are in that maybe one reality, Doctor Strange kind of reference in game, because this is, to me, what this tournament is all about, though, Mirko. The meshing of styles, and in the early two games where you have a double elimination, this is why. Because some styles are clearly proving to surprise even the most veteran of our competitors.
And it's just crazy to see, again, a Rafaela in mid, some of these crazy bombastic picks show up. I mean, these are some of the picks, at least, we've already seen in scrims. You know, we talked about it backstage on how it could actually work, like the Eudora, the Barats, but still seeing surprises on day number 2 after I thought most of the crazy meta picks have already been shown yesterday, especially by you, Vamos, is still crazy to say.
Yeah, and just when it looks like we've stabilized in our understanding of what is meta now, suddenly here comes yesterday Team Spirit, today Aurora Gaming. It seems like the meta setting trends are coming from EECA and Turkiye, which is crazy to think about. It's the first time in history that that's happening. Usually other regions outside of the big three, outside of Southeast Asia, are following and just slightly adjusting. But for them to actually set what is crazy and what works, that's cool.
And it's been pretty dominant, I would say, from both of those games. Pretty dominant, pretty early. We're going to find out if that continues as we head into our Series 3 of 4 today. And our Group B, the Group of Death, for those just joining us, is what it's been named. The reason, every single team in this is a champion, except the one you're about to see, ONIC. However, they fell short of MPL Indonesia championships. They're no stranger to hoisting a trophy at MSC. In 2019 and 2023, they were champions, and they look to add a third title to their name coming up in this tournament.
This is where it gets a bit confusing, right? Because if you look at ONIC, if you look at their players, and you look at the meta, at least yesterday, you'd think this is going to be a good meta for ONIC to perform in. But then if you see the Rafaela mids, you see those double fighters, you go back to asking the question, is Kelra good on fighter gold? Will Kyrie even get his assassins after all those bans that we saw in the previous series? And will Entity7 pull yet another upset? Because the pattern is, it's an upset day, bro.
Yeah, they might just be able to. My question for Entity7 is, were they walking in with an alpaca stuffy? Oh. Because if they're walking in with an alpaca stuffy, then they're my goats now.
You're E7 now?
Yeah, I'm E7, just because of the alpaca stuffy. No, but I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, especially with Hydon Bush in the jungle going up against Kyrie. We know Hydon Bush loves the assassin pickups.
You mean Hideon Bush?
It's Hideon.
We already corrected that earlier.
You know what? I think let's just make that the real thing now.
Hydon Bush, Hydon Bush. We'll find out. It's going to be a fun one, and hopefully we'll see some meta continue to change. Taking a look at ONIC's roster, they're looking for a third MSC. Even though they didn't come in winning the league, they now have a chance to win maybe a more exclusive title. We had a chance to catch up with Kyrie heading into his match today.
We're now here with the Sky King, Kyrie. Bonjour, Kyrie. How's Paris been treating you?
I think it's been good here, and the weather's so nice here.
The weather's nice.
Yeah,
it's not hot anymore, isn't it?
It's very cold here, actually.
It is very cold. And you're wearing a jacket even.
Yeah.
Is that why?
One of the reasons.
One of the reasons. But Kyrie, coming into this, I think we got to ask you, like, pressure pulse. You know, I think we've seen you on multiple international stages, and it looks like coming into the group stages, ONIC usually has a little bit of a tough time early on. Is that going to be the same problem here today?
Hopefully not, since we've prepared for so long for this tournament, and yeah, actually the meta is good for ONIC right now.
It's good for ONIC right now. Okay, could you explain why?
Because of the heroes, actually, the assassins. You know, ONIC is one of the most aggressive teams, so hopefully we can show it today.
You can just say that you're really good at assassins, you know. It's fine. You don't have to be humble.
A little bit.
A little bit, I guess. But personally, do you like playing the assassins or do you like the tanks more?
Actually, I already practiced tanks before the tournament, but everybody's been using assassins, so I don't really have much choice. No.
So who doesn't give you the choice, Kyrie?
The meta, actually.
Oh, the meta.
tournament,
Oh, it's
yeah.
not the coaches. Is it CW? Or
Both of
Paddington?
them, I
Both
think.
of them. But they're nice to you, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, just making sure that they're nice. But earlier on, you said you had preparations coming into this and long preparation. What particular preparations was that like?
Just like how we usually practice in scrims, and we always try a lot of different heroes and strategies, so nothing really, there's not much difference.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Do you have any message maybe to your fans back at home?
I just hope you guys support us, and I hope we can show you guys a satisfying match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyrie,
Thank
and
you,
of course,
Adriana.
good luck to your next
Thank you.
match. Throwing it back to you guys.
Rinmar, I mean, this was one of those moments with ONIC where you can look at Kyrie's confidence, but also cautiousness heading into this meta, knowing he's prepped a little bit more on those utility jungles.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. It's built into his DNA at this point to be able to rock out with assassins. Almost every international, he has at least one great highlight you can point out to with whatever assassin hero that he ends up with.
And when we start to look at just the way ONIC play, it's aggressive. He likes that early tempo, but that's been working, Mirko. For every team that has pushed it, they've been successful.
Oh, yeah. And again, I mean, when it comes to just playing that game, Kyrie, no stranger to it. He had his big break at M3 when it was the assassin meta as well. Unfortunately, unable to crack the Upish track of those two guys right there. But he's really good on assassins, man. Really, really good. I think that's the only time where we see an Eterna interview with a player who just stays the same. Like, nothing changed from Kyrie. It's still just Kyrie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were trying to see, is he going to blink? He wasn't blinking very often looking into the camera. He was solid, ready to go. And of course, you're going to need that if you're going to take on the LATAM representative here that they're going up against in Entity7. Now, this is a region, obviously, getting here has, in some ways, some things to prove, but also this team has been a team that has gotten together and made a lot of an early run to get here to MSC. And we'll see if they can continue it. We actually had a chance to look at the road to what it took to get here for Entity7 before they now play on the stage in a few minutes.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Amber Season 1 porque Akashi y Baggy me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
Oh, now just two members down goes Detective. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos por parte de las organizaciones hacia los jugadores, como también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros, porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei em evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Akash gets punished. Sanji fights his man.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A ONIC é um grande time, eles estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amber.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte e se ganharmos caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
Clearly the strongest LATAM team right now, representing both North and South America as a region, saying we must support each other. And now they need to do it and get that support in the biggest of moments against ONIC. And I think, Mirko, when you look at it, they even mentioned Kelra jumping in. 91% of the people who did their pick'ems think ONIC is going to win. It's not hard to doubt why.
Yeah, I mean, now that the 2 matches before this already concluded, I feel like these pick'ems predictions, you know, put a bit too much pressure on the favorite teams. But
yeah, that's right. That's
I think
true.
it's the same all the way in MPL Indonesia as well. If you take a look at it, just with Kelra joining in, most people thought it's a guaranteed trophy again domestically for ONIC. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because you know, Vitality, my goats. But there you go. ONIC still coming into this. Favorites, it's just a question mark of has Kelra adapted to the fighters if we are seeing more of those fighters in the gold lane?
Yeah, and if Entity7 saw anything from the previous matches and are now considering changing up their strategy just a little bit to adapt a little bit more to what we saw worked against the favorite teams, it might work out for them, because if they try to play their style too much and they go blow for ONIC, it might be too tough.
You know, LATAM, obviously a region that is passionate. And one of the things we get to see in the esport I cover as well, just such a fandom there. Yeah. What can they do, Rimar? Is it giving them a little bit of hope looking at the results today so far? The underdogs have won every single game. Could they be the third?
No, definitely. If the coaches and the players could get together and say, hey, if they could do it, we can too. We merged our regions. We're not just LATAM, we're the Americas now.
That's
we are
right.
fighting for the entire Americas region.
Yeah, I love that approach, man. You got to represent big, especially when you're on a big stage like MSC.
Trex support Amer, all right? NA might be out, but Amer's here to stay. What the heck is a kilometer, bro?
What the heck is a kilometer, bro? That's a good one right there. I know a kg is like, what, 2.2 pounds? I'm getting there. All right, guys, it's time to get ready. Our third series of the day. It's ONIC versus Entity7. Let's kick it off.
Yes, my friends, our next and third game is up upon us. However, I have to discuss the elephant in the room here, Rose, because today seems to be the day of upsets. Did you, my eyes just could not believe it. Aurora, Team Liquid?
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing my voice because I was yelling watching that game go down. Whoosh, Milosh, that was crazy. But you know what's gonna be crazier? This match tree that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? Perfect. Let us get ONIC out on the stage right here with us. The Sky Kings return to the MSC stage with one goal in mind. Reclaim what was once theirs. With the addition of the gold standard in the team, will it be a W in the bag, or does another surprise await us today?
I would not knock down the opportunity of a surprise today. Let's welcome their opponents, Entity7! They skipped the first 6 and on to the 7th. The inaugural MCT Americans champions have hit the MSC 26 stage. A mixture of the best South America has to offer. 4 nations, 5 players, and a whole lot of destructive aggression. Will the return to the international stage keep the upset trend we've had today? That is the question on everybody's mind.
You are right, Milosh. There's only one way to know if today will end in a chaos. Lads, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget a little handshake or a fist bump. You know what, Milosh? This game is honestly so exciting because of the amount of upsets and surprises that we've had today.
We've had a lot of them. We've had 9-minute games against TL before, but we got more to bring you. ONIC take on Entity7. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Milos Rose. Who won that rock, paper, scissors match and that handshake?
Okay, listen.
That was the fastest rock, paper, scissors match I've ever seen.
There is a positive to take out of that, right?
Yeah.
The worse you are at social interactions, the better you are in game,
yeah,
all right? So
I believe
they're pretty good.
I believe that wholeheartedly as well. One of the great things about this setup here is we just get to see the unexpected again and again. We've seen it 2 series in a row. We now have a chance for Entity7 and ONIC to go toe-to-toe. And of course, if you want to check out 2 champions and 1 game, you can check out the My Champions pick. Pick your dual champions, win 50,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code. We'll have 5 winners with 10,000 diamonds each, so make sure to check it out. Maybe you will end up with the Grand Diamond prize, available and live until July 27th in just a few days. So make sure to check it out and join up. All right, Mirko, before the draft, what's the vibe here in the building? Is it that like upset feeling that we've got going on through everybody watching?
I think it's exactly that, man. After seeing back-to-back crazy upsets, you know, one better than the other, you have that feeling. I think it's in the air right now. It's in the atmosphere of the arena. I think the fans are feeling it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Entity7, they walked up with crazy aura as well. They've got the confidence. Seeing the two upsets, I think they're going to be bringing up something special too. I think they have a lot of things cooked up.
Yeah, they have to. Previously, teams from Latin America have explained in international tournaments they want to play a little bit more or so much closer to the Southeast Asian teams, with the Southeast Asian teams being put on a pedestal. But if there's any moment to tell your team, hey, maybe it's time for us to look into ourselves again and remind ourselves of what we can do uniquely. What does our region do uniquely? Then bring that. It seems like this MSC, you are definitely rewarded for playing your own style, playing your own game. And it wasn't just even during MSC, even in MWI we saw that.
Exactly, you know, sticking to your identity, really bringing out your strengths, right? And keeping your weaknesses all hidden. And I think for ONIC, that's a very good approach as well. I think for the longest time, a lot of the criticism sent to ONIC would be they're a bit too sporadic. They go a little bit too improv in the drafts. If you look at CW, and none of them bring notes up on stage. So they're very improv, which is great in this meta. So we'll see what they can cook up as well.
It seems like there was also, from Rosa's side, just speaking of him picking up the Rafaela, like, you know, this looked like I was given an opportunity to play it. And that type of adaptability and comfort with a wide range of heroes is going to make a difference in this meta that is, would you say, Rinmar, it's fair to say that's still kind of being found out here?
Yeah, I think we're getting close to hitting the ceiling of the meta, but I would say maybe three or four more picks that we haven't seen yet that might pop up. My personal favorite is I would want to see the Martes somewhere, whether as a jungle pick or as a unique pick in the mid lane. And we do have precedence with that from MSC 2 years ago, brought out by Team NIP Flash, and they were able to make it work then. So I think there's still enough room, but we're just about to level out, especially with the rise of Barretts in the EXP lane, brought out by Team Spirit and Aurora.
That's true. That character, hero, doing a lot to help round out this squad, but Paquito in the gold lane, going into
that too,
a fighter-heavy composition, surprising people, going, well, we need some more range here. We need something. How are we going to pressure? But when you win the game so fast, the pressure's already there, Mirko.
Yeah, it almost seems like the siege, you know, like the question marks on how are you going to siege with no marksman, how are you going to siege with no range, has just been thrown out of the window, right?
Yeah.
It's all about fighting. It's all about building those early leads and taking those skirmishes to your opponents, right? Both teams equally as aggressive. So it just comes down to who's better on the assassins. Entity7, with the same approach as TLPH in Game 1 against Aurora Turkey, it was the Fanny and the Ling Band straight up.
Yeah, but we do know that we still have the Herrera available and will be a point of contention. I see Freya available as well, depending if Entity7 will ban out the Phoveus or not. So I think we're still going to go into the similar priorities. They ban out the Claude, so they really look at Kyrie and Kelra and said, all right, we're going to take out some of your comforts. I feel like the Claude might have been too much.
Yeah, I agree. If they go for the Herrera first pick, though, this leaves Entity7 with a very good approach, going for the Eudora straight up on Marcel.
Oh, yeah.
First time that it's been left open, I believe, It's always been banned out. The Harith prio is quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this is Entity7 looking at Onyx comforts and going, yeah, we're just going to pluck them away from you, which might lean towards the dangerous territory that I don't want them to go into, which is to look too much into Onyx and try to deny. Hopefully, this still leans towards their playstyle. I mean, we look at Doom, we look at how he likes to play in the gold lane, and so far, this is a little bit more akin to just a few months back, a meta from 2 to 3 months ago, where if the Phoveus is available, you pick it up. You don't have to worry about the Freya showing up here because it's going to be up against the Phoveus. But who knows? Maybe Onyx might put that up in the gold lane. I don't know anymore. What is this meta? What year is it?
Atlas, Valentina, Esmeralda banned on the side of ONIC. And you saw the Claude, Ling, and the Fanny taken away. The Herrera picked up for ONIC. We've seen her have such an impact. I mean, it's scary to go up against.
I'm wondering now if it's going to be the Herrera combo down with the Eudora, because this combination should be very, very scary. Anybody that walks up is going to get completely bursted, and the fact, there you go, is the Eudora. The fact that they picked up the Harith after seeing the Marcel means that they are very confident that they can stop the Marcel from getting a golden hour on the Harith, right? Because like at this point, I think we've gotten accustomed to Marcel's really wreaking havoc to a Harith composition just by delaying the Zaman
100%.
force.
Yeah, it's always really tough for a Harith to deal with it.
Oh.
They get an Eve. This really is very throwback Eve to just 2 to 3 months ago. Mixing it up, definitely. ONIC is going a little bit more for what we're used to with this current metagame, while for Entity7 throwing it back. Maybe their last 2 picks, I think it has to be something a little bit newer, because if they lean a little bit too much into what worked 2 to 3 months ago, it's a little bit outdated.
Well, that's the question. Group B going back into these first 2 series have seen surprise after surprise today. It wouldn't surprise us now if we see something different and interesting. These are the picks that have kind of thrown a wrench into the plans.
Yep.
But you know what they say, the best and the most well-laid plans.
I wonder if CW would be... not CW, excuse me. Lutfi, there we go. Lutfi would be up to play his one of his iconic heroes in the Lapu Lapu, who does it really well. Against Harith, up against the Phovis, you get the dive against the Eve. You get the strong crowd control, the damage. Should be good.
There's something better that I think Entity7 needs to ban out. The Esmeralda is still up against the Harith, against the Phobias. Oh, my.
First ban by ONIC.
I'm blind, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not caffeinated enough.
We're not used to seeing it on that side.
Yeah, that early on. The
Yeah.
instant shit. All right, so what about the Uranus, right? We saw the Uranus earlier find a lot of success in game number 1.
Yeah, and they banned it out. So, yeah.
Stop it, Entity. Calm down, man.
But you could tell you're like mirroring that conversation, though.
Yeah.
It's like, what about this? Oh, no, let's take that out.
Yeah.
So now where did it go?
I still think the Lapu...
I think Lapu works if it is a utility jungle that Entity7 will be picking up. I think the glue is a very good shout as well for XP.
Yeah, yeah. So if ever that's the case, then maybe Entity7 would like to hold on to their jungle pick for last. You pick up their roamer at red 4, just so that ONIC would toss a coin whether or not they will be going up against a utility jungle or not. But then with the damage up of an Eva Harith, I think Assassin would be okay because they need a little bit more physical. Too much magic damage and Radiant Armor, Athena Shields, those are your main opponents.
There you go.
They take out the Nolan too.
Yeah, no Assassins available right now. If they want to go Assassin, it has to be one that's unorthodox, something that's very different. And every other Assassin should find... Oh, I'm not a fan of the Suyo pick.
Me neither. Seems like it's going to be really tough to make this work, especially with the presence of the Eudora around. The fact that Aurora can save herself from getting comboed by the Suyo. This, again, screams 2 to 3 months ago.
So even more reason to pick up the glue now if you're ONIC, right?
Yeah.
Then you round up the draft with a gold laner. I think the Moskov is a solid option to go for. If they want to play strong side, I'd say... Nah, I think just the Moskov.
Yeah.
Moskov's just safe.
Yeah, Moskov's good. You know you're up against the Eve. You can approach it from all angles. But here we go, ONIC.
Baratz is back.
He's back up. That's going to be going to the EXP. So Aurora isn't that much of a basic attack hero. So I think,
And Granger.
That's interesting. I thought they'd go for something with harder basic attack, but I think they're very happy. They just want to get that Granger and the Marcel combo together. I mean, they couldn't have gone so wrong with the pick. It's not a bad pick.
Is there something that stops it right now, or do they need to pick that up still on Entity7's side?
Right now, I don't really see anything that can really stop this kind of composition.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like... I mean, the standard choice would just be the Belleric in Rome.
He has been pretty dominant so far, I will say, as a hero today. Won most of his games, although did lose that last one that it was stolen away on the side of Aurora Gaming by Team Liquid.
It wouldn't even be too crazy to go Gato Kacha, I'd say, as well, but they go for the chip. Whoa.
All right. Adding to the unique hero pool seen so far. I think they had a 2 or 3.
Yeah, what the heck? All right, we're just seeing surprises. The Granger, I get. You're playing strong side. The chip here is like... It's great, but it will always be dictated by your first ult. If your first ult goes bad, that's GG.
Yeah, and also the question is, which one's going to hold the Piercer for ONIC? Yeah, usually you don't want to see 2 Piercer holders together. I think they're just confident enough to just plop it onto the Hirara, and then the Granger's just going to be peppering everyone from afar anyway. You have some strong frontliners with very decent damage, so they have a good damage spread. All right, let's see if Entity7 can play the map here, because team fighting might be difficult.
All right, 92% of you think ONIC is going to take this one over Entity7. Still think so after the draft? We'll find out who was right as we head over to our casters to kick off Game 1 of our 3rd series of the day.
This third series is going to be real interesting. Looking at the way this draft is going to play out, it feels like there's answers on both sides. The real question and the real test is when they hit the land of Dawn. First interaction, how are they going to play this out nicely? Because the way that I see it, Chip has already figured out the starting point of the enemy jungler. The same can be said for ONIC's side and Entity7. Like Mirko said, it's that first portal that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, the Chip is in a... it's just in a weird place right now, I feel like. I almost thought they'd just go with the Belric. That's not the case, but, you know, whoa, already taking a lot of damage early on. Oh, the flicker used from Sands. First blood already going to ONIC to start things off.
Oh man, that was a mistake for sure. Again, they're just forgetting that Eudora, especially with Superconductor, has reduced Fork Lightning cooldowns, especially when it is empowered here by the same marked target. However, same problems are still gonna last. At least Shin didn't lose too much in his lane, but the rest of them, right? Now they have the information. Kyrie is having the time of his life stealing away camps.
Yeah, this is something that they can continue to do. Going back on the Chip pick, we'll have to see if they can utilize this. The shortcuts, the portals, like you mentioned. Again, you don't see him picked up too often. It's him and usually the Loi Yi that can play that macro level kind of style of gameplay. And Chip, if utilized correctly, can do a whole lot here. But with a Marcel in this setup in the mid lane, that's what they're going to go for anyway. Sans, there's some revenge. Bagwin also able to get a kill now for himself. So, hey, good for Entity7 to get things going.
Really good. And more importantly, this is the fact that Bush understands that, hey, despite not being level 4, it doesn't mean that I can't actually kill you in the lane if I catch you off guard. Especially since Sans very visibly used this flicker in the lane. Now, Kelra kind of out of the fight for now, but he wasn't going to participate in the upcoming turtle anyways.
Yeah, this is one of the things, too. The Granger only picked a couple times so far, you know, and this is going to the hands of Kelra. Obviously, very comfortable on this hero, can make it work, but, you know, I think that's the main thing, too. You know, the decision between who gets the Sky Piercer, most likely, as the panel mentioned, Aurora here, you know, you got to protect still Kelra on the Granger. He's got the range to work with, and yeah, I kind of agreed. Maybe a little bit stronger of an audio attacker here, where he's got to rely on the Rhapsody shots, but it's all about positioning, and we've seen it before from Kelra. First turtle up, though, that's already going to get started down. RW going to drop down, Loot be gone, and now Akashi going to get shredded through here, so a bit of a trade. Turtle still up, Keyboy. Almost level 4, will have that golden hour available now. They can play around this Sans, going forward with the flicker. There's the damage we were looking for again, as Kyrie picks up a kill for himself.
Great coordination from the mid trio here. Great showing, and more importantly, they understand that Bagwin, he's about to get level 4, so there's no point risking it, even though Kyrie does have a level lead on to Hide Bush. At this stage of the game, right, we're thinking about lane advantages, and from top side, we're probably not going to see much go on. It's a sandbag on that side. Kelra, he's got to be really careful. As long as that flicker is down, if he pushes himself too far forward, if Doom gets a Xamarin Force directly on top of him, he can kill him in that lane, so he's got to be careful for that.
What I want to see from Entity7 here is just playing around their strengths, which is really, you know, real-world manipulation. We've seen this so much with the Eve pickups. Kyrie sees, he's like, Hide on Bush, I see you in that bush. I'm going to go for this anyway. A lot of damage coming through. Alley-ooping it over to Sans as he's able to cap off the kill. Get out of my jungle, says Kyrie.
Yeah, the problem is that once you see the stun be thrown out, he has no way to kind of, you know, close the get out with any iframes at that point. Kelra now getting an early Sky Piercer is great. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to participate in the very first fight here. Because so far, Sans has kind of given the layup over to Kyrie. At some point, it's got to go over to Kelra.
Yeah, eventually, but the strengths, man, and this is why the Eudora is so just a top priority pick right now. You're seeing it in action in the early game to be able to set things up in this manner and also kind of supplement a jungler like the Hirara in the hands of Kyrie is something that you can make work so well from the early game all the way to the late game. And now this turtle finally going to be started up here. It's been delayed pretty much out. They're going to go for another kill. Akashi once again shredded through. A golden hour is going to drop down. Now Kelra's a part of the fight. He wants to get the stacks he's looking for. Doom's got to defensively Xamarin Force out. There's another kill for ONIC. And they'll finally make their way for this turtle here. Shin's got no option but to back off. There is a push in the mid, though, at least for something for Entity7.
How much damage did he actually get onto that mid-tier 1? No, just the plating. The plating is good enough. That's still a little bit of money. He's going to lose a decent amount in his own jungle as Kelra decides, you know what? I ain't wasting no time whatsoever. Give me the gold on that top side before the shielding times out.
You're seeing it right there, Gideon. That's just how scary that amount of damage can be, that a flicker is burned out from Shin. Just because, again, that snapshot, the interaction with the stun, and as they go into the jungle again, E7, no room to breathe, even on their own side, as Kelra will pick up another stack.
There's just so much CC to deal with, and nobody can really stop Keyboy from what he's doing. He's able to run through every single member of the side of E7, and until we see a full commitment, there's just no point. And now they're losing mid-tier 1, which is a pivotal point in the map.
Golden Hour, drop down, Kelra lining up the shots, and it's right lined up for Shin, and now in the mid lane, Daytona's welcome into the team. They landed on through, Luffy's gone, but E7 looking to fight back down, running it for Sands. He's gonna have to burn the flicker, the re-engage comes through, snapshots are there. Oh, Bagwin, 1 HP, he'll get back to base. Could have been way worse for Entity7 there.
Way worse, for sure. But man, let's look at the goal difference here, because somehow Kelra has been more effective in these team fights in comparison to Doom, who's been struggling again because of that Golden Hour. Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Golden Hour catches onto 2 members. They line up the shots perfectly, but by the time Akashi actually gets into the middle of this fight, they kind of don't have enough damage, right? You can see that Doom, unfortunately, tries to get this kill onto Keyboy, but they still have plenty of battle spells. So the innate impact that we see from ONIC is just too much to handle, and Doom ain't gonna waste a free Purify just to get out of a Golden Hour or walk around it.
Yeah, for E7, they want to go ahead and start letting, Doom scale up. This is what we see with Harith, right? Eventually, you're able to do a whole lot with that Zaman Force. They just really haven't been able to have that upper hand fight against, this lineup that ONIC has. A big component to that, again, the Golden Hour. I'm surprised, Marcel, we haven't seen him pop up as much, especially back, Wildcard and then even in MWI. And it's like, he's still so useful with that Golden Hour alone. But even Chip can do something similar. A little bit of stun here on Keyboy. This fight for this turtle, though. Let's see if anyone's actually able to secure it. Highland Bush will just now pick up that Sky Piercer, though.
I'm not sure if that's even going to get any value this time around. Considering what's about to happen, Highland Bush gets caught out just like that. I mean, these interceptions, they can't... Wait, hold on.
Oh, they're just going for it. Another stack for Kelra. Akashi could be next. Infernal Pursuit, but there's a double now for this Granger for Kelra. Stacks on stacks, and that's going to be a turret. And just another objective.
That's a huge miscommunication for the side of Entity7. ONIC now going to take full advantage of this. Is Kelra now leading the charge by himself with the rest of his team to say, you know what? We're going to take everything. What are you going to do? Chase us? Doom, trying, but he's not going to catch up to Keyboy anytime soon.
Yeah, you're not going to catch a Marcel like that, So, yeah, I don't know. That was clearly a mistake, a misstep there for E7 to be on that side, to lose their jungler, but the punishment also is just more turrets, more space. Even in that replay, it just happens so quickly, and then you get collapsed on. And if you line yourselves up like this for E7, you're trying to keep things from getting too worse. It's just, ONIC does such a great job at giving those stacks over to Kelra too. They know that that's a big part of these team fights. Now, I mean, look at the health bars. They're just dropping as they try to get to the base. They try to get away, but Bagwin's down, and now Akashi gets blown up as well from the shots from Kelra.
He didn't want to use his flicker either. Again, I feel like E7, they understand that their battle spells are like so key to their composition, but at the same time, they're not using it to save themselves. Now we have a 13-3 lead, a 5.7k lead at 8 minutes into the game, which is not, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty devastating on top of the fact that Kelra is almost max stacks at this stage of the game on his Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Keyboy and Sans both just doing an amazing job throughout this game too to set things up. Look at the difference here now in the mid lane. They're actually able to get Ludwig, Keyboy, and Sans. Do they want to fight this? I know they got Kelra there, but still, you don't want to get overzealous and get punished here. You got a 6,000 gold lead if you're ONIC. You want to keep that together for this Lord here in about 30.
First items, priority. I like how Ludwig is like, no, I'm not going to think about sustain whatsoever. All I'm thinking about is maintaining my stacks, get me a Guardian helmet, and I'll make something happen. He is a thick boy for a good reason, but also such a huge deterrent for E7. Like, what are they going to do as soon as he starts charging up the Daytona's welcome, right? On the opposite side, I do want to see whether or not E7, specifically Bagwin, he needs to get a backline attack onto Kelra.
Yeah, I feel like he's been trying, he's been trying to find that positioning, but there just hasn't been that opening that they're looking for. And now at this point, it looks like E7's just gonna have to give this Lord over to ONIC, let them do their things. Akashi's gonna give the information. There's quite a few here. They're trying to push up top too, but Lord already secured by Kyrie. Bagwin gone. I mean, this is just not where you want to be. And now Daytona's welcome to keep Akashi in place. Line it up again for Kelra to get a double again. And E7, it's looking really dire here in game one.
I think this game is almost over. ONIC is in a point where their snowball is a little too big. And they're purposely delaying Hide on Bush. He will not be able to get with the rest of his team. And now his death timer is staggered.
Yep. Already base turret's going to be worked on. Doom trying to drop it down with his Almond Force, but still just delaying possibly the inevitable here. Almost a 9,000 gold lead as Lord is going to approach this mid turret. The defense shield's still going to pop, but the Lord is still up, and now the pressure's here. 15 still, 4 Hide on Bush to be up. They're going to drop it down once again. Lootby, Daytona's welcome. Throw him into the wall. Kyrie, meanwhile, on the other side's working. Burns a flicker out. Akashi, no chance. And now looking to take out Doom as well. He's trying to avoid the shots from Kelra, but he can't avoid Kyrie. And they're looking for more. Finally, Kelra goes down, but Kyrie's here as well. It's a different KK connection. It's a maniac for Kyrie. And that's all ONIC needed in this game one. Under 12 minutes, they'll cap out game one against Entity7.
21-6 the final score, and they're gonna farm one more before they close out the very first match. Egos were tested this time around. Entity7 said, you know what, we're comfortable with this style of composition, but it doesn't matter how comfortable you are. If you're walking into counter picks, there are certain expectations that need to be understood. That real world manipulation was not going to find much value until the golden hour is down. The shortcut, same problem. So the question is, who throws out the ability first?
Oh man, seemed like there was a lot of problems to solve there, Gideon, you know, for Entity7. Sometimes it was themselves, you know, solve the problems of themselves. Their positioning, their choices on the way that they moved around the map there. I think that was one of the biggest things is, you know, sometimes you end up delaying yourselves that chance to get back into the game or get a game started on your favor, because even look at the highlights here from STC, this is the main thing. You're playing against a golden hour, which really set things up for a Granger. You know, all you have to do is line up those Rhapsody shots, and even, you know, that'll get you the stacks you need, but then you don't have control of your own jungle, and the snowball just started so quickly here for not just Kelra, but the rest of ONIC here.
Yeah, just everybody on the side of ONIC was really in tune with each other this time round, but I have to say, Entity7, they can't go for compositions like this, especially knowing that you're playing into the Marcel. It's tough. It really is tough. And considering that the snowball always starts with Kyrie and Sans, they might want to start attacking the mid trio for the upcoming game as a form of adaptation. Because the laning phase, even for Akashi and Talupti, basically nothing happened. Doom didn't find much of an advantage despite Kelra losing his flicker early on, but Kelra just played the lane so perfectly, right? Hey, fast clear the wave, go for the recall, and now Doom has nothing to pounce on once I get back into lane.
Yeah, even this, you know, I mean, they gave Kyrie, you can see a smile on his face when they lined it up for the Savage there for him. I'm so surprised. We're going to start seeing if teams over the course of MSC, you know, they decide to just ban out the Hirara, man. I don't know. Maybe that's one of the points of the draft, or whoever ends up getting it.
Here's the thing. When we start thinking about the Assassins, you start thinking about the Lynx, you start thinking about the Heraras. What about the others? We have yet to see a Lancelot. Obviously, we still have the Harley in play. Hayabusa? Nobody even thought about that as well?
I know.
Warcry assassins are very, very unique in this current meta. It's one of the few assassins that can actually, you know, hey, we can fight a little bit early on, but we gotta play the mid games nice and slow. But when we get that snowball, you can just see that overwhelming force. Walk into your jungle, take whatever you want, slap them up a little bit, leave a receipt, and walk away.
You can walk away. I mean, Entity7, you got to give it up to them. They tried to like go into the jungle of ONIC here, and they tried to put some pressure on Kyrie. They tried to, you know, make something happen with the chip. That's what we expected too, but it kind of backfired on them. And I think it's almost in that case where if you're going to bring out the chip or bring out something else that can put pressure on the opposing jungle, you have to be willing to take that risk. And in this case, look, it ended up snowballing into an 11-23 defeat for E7. You know, that's not where you want to be.
Exactly, right? I mean, we don't even need to look at the numbers to know that this was an overwhelming victory. So a lot of it just really comes down to, like, how does this composition work together at the different stages of the game? And I think, unfortunately for Hide on Bush, just unfamiliar with this particular matchup against Hirara, because as soon as you use that stun to initiate, you're not going to escape. Hirara is great at chasing targets. No matter how far you are, she'll catch up pretty fast.
And this is crazy too, you know, the cooldown that you have with that build there that Kyrie went with, and of course he's got the Queen's Wings too, so I mean, Aurora''s already hard enough to kill, man. You know, you build it that way like Kyrie and you put it in the hands of a jungler like Kyrie, you know, it's going to be even worse for you. So I'd love to see it, you know, moving on if Entity7 can just take maybe the Aurora from ONIC and not let them get that. And maybe we get to see Hanan Bush go ahead and do his thing. But, you know, it's much more than that. One thing we have learned over these weeks, Gideon, is that Aurora, to be able to be successful like we saw this, you need that team support.
Yes.
You need everyone to be able to help that Aurora get to that point.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think ONIC just really showcased that perfectly here in Game 1.
It's so very good that they, again, it's about the micro mechanics on top of just like seeing the bigger picture to everything that's happening here. That's why I was thinking whether or not they were going to get access to some of the favorites for either one of these sides, for either Lupti or even Akash to get. I was thinking Esme, but that was first ban. I was like, all right, whatever. Maybe they're going to get Paquito. Okay, we're not going to get Paquito either. So maybe they might shift into a more damage-oriented style for the side of Entity7 rather than, you know what, we're going to team fight with team fight. Scrap that. Let's get really, really messy here. Let's go for the scramble.
Yeah, I think the scramble is... We've seen different strategies now from multiple teams. I mean, hell, one of them, obviously Aurora Gaming from the last series, where it was just a very different concept of play style, you know, more that sustainability, kind of dragging things out. But this is one of the big things here that the meta is shaping to be.
Well, speaking of meta, we've got a little special somebody up on that stage. Let's throw it over to see who it is.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hide on Bush from Entity7. Welcome.
Bienvenido. Gracias. Thank you. No,
Thank you. Well, this is really interesting because finally we get to meet you in person, and it's amazing to finally see a representation from South Amer. So a LATAM representation. What does this mean to you coming into MSC?
Es muy interesante por fin poder conocerte y verte en persona. Esta es la primera vez que tenemos un representante de Latinoamérica y Sudamérica. ¿Qué representa esto para ti?
Representa mucho para mí por los logros que he convertido, lo que he hecho en general. De ser coach, jugador, analista, es algo muy bueno para mí llegar a este punto y nada, me siento muy feliz.
It is really big for me because I've been a coach, a player, and an analyst. So everything I've been doing throughout my career, this is a really big thing for me, and I'm extremely happy.
All right. So you've done almost every single role. So what made you come back as a player?
Bueno, parece que has hecho básicamente todo lo que se puede hacer. ¿Y qué hizo que regresaras como jugador?
No, de hecho estoy cumpliendo varios roles ahora. Estoy cumpliendo de coach, analista y bueno, sigo siendo jugador a pesar de todo.
I'm actually doing everything right now. I'm the coach, I'm the analyst, and I came back as a player.
Oh, okay. So he's doing everything right now. So with that kind of knowledge, how does he see the matchup against ONIC? Because considering ONIC are one of the favorites here coming into MSC.
Y con todo este conocimiento, ¿cómo ves tu enfrentamiento en contra de ONIC? Que ONIC son uno de los favoritos en el torneo.
La verdad no estaría tan seguro porque es una experiencia nueva para mí internacionalmente. Es la primera vez que puedo enfrentarme a equipos internacionales y bueno, todo dependerá de cómo nos desempeñemos, cómo estemos trabajando como equipo, pero por lo general yo nos veo bien personalmente contra ONIC.
I can really be certain because this is a first for me. It's the first experience that we get a chance to go against international level teams. So I personally think that we are really good right now as in terms as a team, but I couldn't be sure.
Okay. Any nerves though? Is there nerves up against ONIC?
¿Cómo van los nervios? ¿Te sientes un poco nervioso?
No, no me siento nervioso.
No, not at all.
That didn't need translation. I felt that confidence coming through. But of course, you're going head-to-head later on with Kyrie. Is there anything maybe you want to say to Kyrie come this next matchup?
Te vas a enfrentar 1-1 contra Kyrie. ¿Hay algo que le quisieras decir a Kyrie en este enfrentamiento?
Nada, que sea un buen juego y que, bueno, que gane mejor.
I wish for a good game and may the best one win.
Oh, nice. Cold, calm, collected. I like that. Haidon Bush, good luck for your next match because we're throwing it over back to the studio.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Back on the studio and here on the stage for draft. Game number 2 between ONIC and Entity7. It was tough for Entity7 to say the least, as ONIC stomped right through them, through their Marcel, and of course, that Granger picked up by Kelra. Redmar and Mirko here, still talking to you over the draft. Okay, I think we could go back to maybe the first set of bans here for E7. I feel like that Claude ban was way too much.
I feel like everything was a bit too much, Redmar, right? Because we have to take into account that, for me at least, looking at those drafts, Entity7 were coming into game number 1, not trying to win, but trying not to lose, right? Because usually you would ban the Fanny and Ling, and you would pick up a jungler in the first phase, knowing, okay, they went up on the Hirara, it's going to be closed out later on in the second phase for sure, but they didn't put enough respect onto the Hirara. They didn't even put any respect into the jungle.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they even let go of the Eudora, which is kind of crazy, right? Like, it's almost like a guarantee, especially against a team like ONIC, that they want to go on Assassin. So you need to try to take that very good combo with an Assassin, aka also a counter to the Assassin in the Eudora.
Yeah, that's why looking at the draft for Entity7 earlier, it felt reactive in the sense that realizing their first 3 picks felt like some of ONIC's greatest hits.
Yep.
They took away the Harith, they took away the Phobias, they took away the Eve. All of that are just screaming ONIC's greatest hits. It felt like the most proactive pick that they went for was actually the last pick, Chip. Though in the big picture, it did end up having difficulty with the team fighting being kind of awkward around the golden hour of the Marcel. It just didn't work out for them. So now at least they switch up the sides and they banned out the Fanny, they banned out the Valentina. I think, okay, with ONIC banning out the Atlas, they don't have the Atlas access anymore. Phobius is still open, Freya might not be the best pick. Would it be too much if they just rush to the Hirara right now?
I think it's a bit too much again because, okay, there you go.
That's better.
I really like the Eudora, right? If you want to go up against Assassins, if you want to pick up an Assassin as well, the Eudora should be it. And now we're seeing it, you know, kind of escalate in Prio. Love it. Yep. But now for ONIC, I don't think they need to pick up an Assassin right now. They just go for, what are the picks? The Belric's gone, Atlas is gone, Marcel's also gone. They go for the Cho, all right, straight up for Rome, a comfort for Keyboy.
Yeah. And honestly,
Then
looking at the other picks from today, I felt like the Cho might be something teams might want to revisit as a priority, considering that there was one draft earlier in TL versus Aurora where the Cho would have looked perfect, but then it got banned away. So ONIC now, they're being proactive. They pick up the Cho, they still end up with a Hirara for Kyrie, and now why not go ahead put up a Ling, because there's a risk it might get kicked away. But I feel like you have to take that risk. Consider the Ling, so at least you get the Assassin versus Assassin, and if you cannot play in the objective fights, at least you play the map.
And this is why, for me, I think it would have been better for Entity7 to stay on red side. It's okay being the team to respond over with the picks. It's just you need to take these prio picks away, right? Marcel, first pick for ONIC in game number 1. That should have been the Eudora Hirara instantly for Entity7. Now, there's so many picks up for grabs. Even if they get another let's say they go for a gold lane, even an XP lane and a Paquito, then Esmeralda just shows up for ONIC. There's so many ways to respond it over, and they pick the Harley into a Cho. ONIC, again, they know that this Cho will be good against anybody, against the Ling, against the Harley, and now it's the Harley got the Kacha. I honestly feel like the Esmeralda or the Uranus will show up. There you go. Those tanky, sustainable XP lanes. Great for Lutpi.
Yeah, and now Team Entity7 need to watch out, just constant invades, and even if it's not invades, just vision provided by the Uranus, leaving the EXP lane, showing up, messing you up, and just feeding all the information that ONIC needs. I feel like this Harley, at the end of the day, was just like, Coach, you know what? I'm feeling more Harley this time around. Maybe not the Ling. We saw Haidon Bush use it a lot during their last Amber season anyway, so that is screaming comfort. But Romid Trio, all magic. They need some physical damage in here through the EXP and the gold lane.
And that's where it'll get very difficult, right? I feel like for ONIC right now, they should be comfortable playing one of those unorthodox gold laners, something of a strong side here. They ban out the Dairoth, so interesting. I guess they're thinking Entity7 because they might not be able to get a gold lane with physical damage, that they'll look to try to put the physical damage into XP. That's why they go for the Dairoth ban, but there you go. The Yve gets taken out as well. Not too big of a fan of that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's because they're considering setting up for a carry pick. That's the only reason why they'd want to ban out the Eve right now.
Not too big of a fan of that either, right? Because the Brody is what I'm thinking about for ONIC.
Oh, for ONIC?
Yeah, because I think they are trying to get, I think they're reading into the carry pick for Entity7.
Yeah.
With the Yve ban as well, so I think they might just be going for Brody.
All right, let's see if Entity7 reads it.
Sora ban as well.
Ban out the Kelra hero now. Ban out that Brody. Might be the best call for Entity7. And if it's not the Brody, at this point, it's a plug and play, honestly. I think we've said that a lot for ONIC, especially in MPL ID. A lot of times, a lot of picks, you could just plug and play anything, and they'll find a way to make it work.
With the Cho and the Hirara, with the Uranus as well, all of them can chase the Harley. I don't really even think that the Harley can make it to the backline of ONIC, so I wouldn't even be too surprised if ONIC go for even like something as crazy as a Farsa even up against these assassins, because again, Jusin ban, Yve ban, they've taken away a lot of the safer choices in mid. The next best thing would probably be a Lilia if you're thinking safety. I think ONIC aren't thinking about safe. I think they're thinking about dominating.
Yeah, if you want domination, of course, you still have the option of Sans to suddenly show up with the Kadita, get that Petrify up. Hardcore pick-off combo with that Cho, and instantly, if you delete the door, you delete someone. But they don't want to. They want to go. They don't want to go for that. It's fine.
Safe.
Safety's good. Safety's good. Lily is great.
And as expected, the Brody smells really good right now. It's looking really good. If Entity7 pick up a Claude, Moscow for carry, I think it's an insta Brody, right? XP. They need something. They need something to deal with this. Now, what is it? Paquito against the Uranus.
All right. Pretty much.
Unless this is gold, and then they like pick another guy.
Surprise EXP, yeah. I mean, after all of this, the Esmeralda's still open. But then it's really just the Uranus, you dead lane that. Unless Akashi is feeling something else. I mean, I wouldn't even want to consider... maybe if you really want to reach the Brody, you go crazy with it. You put the Paquito in gold and you pick up something like a Bene. At least you have some form of dive and access. But oh, wait, no, yeah, it's Brodyable.
Brody.
Now's the time.
Brody.
Yeah.
If it's not Brody, safe choice would be Moscow, but after seeing the Granger, Kelra ain't about that safe game, bro.
Yeah, we thought Granger has pretty much just bowed out of the meta. He pops up here and there, not always the best results, but he made it work last time. Pretty sure Brody, he'll be able to make it work as well. But Entity7, they said they wanted to be aggressive. You know, aggro looks good for them. They have a lot of dive.
That's true. Now, hear me out. Beatrix with a Cho.
Yes.
Pull up that skin, Kelra. We know it's in you, bro.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Naisu did bring up, it's the KK combo, just a bit different. I feel like in the drafts as well, it's very much like that M6 ONIC Philippines composition. The Brody gets locked in. We read that out quite early. And this was actually a pick that got them one of their only games. Their only game actually in the grand finals against Vitality.
Oh yeah, they picked that up quite early on in the series. And now here it shows up in MSC. There is precedence for it. Super Marco and Team Falcons PH picked it up. Entity7 seems like they weren't ready for the Brody pick, or were they? Maybe this very high aggro, high damage, all dive potentially fast tempo lineup that the South Americans, the players from Latin America are known for, will be able to force a game 3 for this series. We're gonna bow out for now as we head into game number 2, tossing it back on over to Guidon Bush, sorry, that's Gideon, and Naisu. Thanks, Reptar. It's a great day to be here for Series 3, but also this for ONIC as they're looking for the opportunities, but it's about that snowball.
Yep.
They have to play through strong side, which they start at level 1.
They want to build the snowball right now.
Ouch.
Okay, Revitalize is burnt. I think they're happy with that, but that's going to be tough for E7 because this is always what we see. Early game pressure in the mid lane, trading out some battle spells. And so you don't have that Revitalize. It's nothing too crazy, but obviously it's going to kind of change your game plan here. Let's take a quick look at the emblems for now.
Yep, so far the emblems are going to be Master Assassin, no exit.
Oh,
no, shit,
hold on,
in
shit.
trouble.
Oh. You don't get a chance.
You got, it's one of those moments where it's just like, yeah, you already, the level 1 got messed up.
Yeah.
So you probably shouldn't be the one opening up the bush as well, or maybe using the Forked Lightning as a means to open, but the same can be said about Agwin, right? You just gonna have to just open up the map somehow.
Yep.
Look at the control, the tempo already. Oh, the sidestep from T-Boy.
Oh, look at the pressure actually. Hide on Bush. Again, nowhere to go. Double for Keyboy 3-0 on this Cho. That's a roam Cho, by the way.
By the way, Kyrie is already level 4, like nearly before the minute even started. Like this is a ridiculous start for ONIC developing a 1.6k lead less than 2 minutes into this game. And what sucks about it is that Hana Bush has no camps to actually take. And then he goes up to the EXP. Guess what? No crab there. I gotta go invade. And Keyboy, he's sniffing it out.
What it feels like is a Harley with no magic right now, man. Like he's starved out. You see it. Keyboy is enough pressure. Okay, at least there's a caveat there. Our kill going to the hands of Shin. So a little bit of an overstep probably from Sans there. He did burn his flicker in that, but still, man, this is one of those cases where you give up this first turtle. You don't really want to maybe contest this just because of the fact that Hainan Bush has already been delayed enough. If he's delayed further, then we've seen that before be the case.
Yeah, and honestly, nobody wants to fall behind, especially since Keyboy wants to maintain that passive from his roaming boots. In the meantime, though, I'm looking down on bot side, and Doom is also having a pretty tough time against Keller, who's got an amazing freeze by his tower.
All right, as we expected, Turtle just gonna go in the hands here of ONIC. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, a little bit of trading going on there. Keyboy will be able to go ahead and take it. He's almost got the flicker available, and now that he's got the kick, he's got that Way of the Dragon. He's going to continue to be a nuisance there in the jungle. Up on this top side where Kyrie is, though, keeping tabs on him. Good protection, though, coming out from E7. They need to do this. They need to get these guys out of their side of the jungle, and they'll do that behind on Bush. Once again, Kyrie, level 7, goes through. Good thing, Hainan Bush able to get his purple buff.
And great rotation here coming in from Kyrie as well. He's not going back up towards that top side. He just completely decided, you know what, we're going to cut through that mid lane. We're expecting Akashi to actually start participating in these fights, and now they're back on the invade.
Doom's only level 3. Oh no, it gets worse. Shin going down here. The fight for the orange. Hainan Bush won't be able to get that one. And man, someone's got to help Doom here. I just realized, yeah, he's only this level 3 at this point, and Kyrie level 8, man.
This is ridiculous. Like, Kelra has got a permanent freeze here. What is he supposed to do? Like, well, they need Vagwin to actually come down and break this freeze, or literally anybody to break this freeze. It's, oh no, he's dead.
No, Doom. Red team too, they know this. He's gonna go ahead and get some regen on, but oh, pop the blaze, do it! There's Keyboy! Goes in with a kick! Not the target he was probably looking for, so he kicks Shin. Doom does go down though, Revitalize to help. Meanwhile, Kyrie gets a kill across the map against the Kashi. But ONIC will continue to build up. Gideon, I don't think we've seen this kind of a lead at the 4-minute mark.
Right now, the game is up to ONIC. Like, if ONIC whiff anything, if they give a shutdown over to E7, maybe there's an opportunity. But if they play just a standard game of constant invades and just using their capital lead that they have, their economic lead, there's just nothing they can do. I mean, I'm looking at this replay and it's just like, what's the point, right? The dive wasn't the cleanest dive, yet it doesn't matter when your base stats are just way higher than your opponents.
Yeah, you can see that too, and the reaction there from Kimoy, obviously. In that too, he picked up the Radiant Armor, so now he can be more durable, you know, against these magic damage dealers that Entity7 has, and that's all part of the plan of not letting that lead that they built up already so quickly slip out. And this is the thing, another turtle's just gonna go over to ONIC. There's no contest here. So when it's this case, when we have to think of Entity7's chances of turning the game over on this head, you know, with this kind of landslide right now for ONIC, where is that going to be? Who is going to be that person? You know, because Doom, you'd think it'd be the Klon, but my goodness, he was delayed so much, frozen out of his lane.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think this is a prisoner's dilemma already. It's like asking a mother who's their favorite child. It's you gotta pick one, unfortunately, and right now it's not Doom. That's what I could say. Oh no.
Oh, Kashi. Where's the Keyboy under the turret? There's the kick right in between both. They don't care. They'll get a kill. There's the stunt, Lutby. Kyrie with a retribution, gonna chase down Shin. Shin able to get away though, but that's just a preview of how much ONIC can take from Entity7 as a turret is pushed now in the bottom lane. Tier 2, Doom, nowhere to go. Popping the Purify. Has to stay alive at all costs, but Kyrie's here. All the iframes to work with, and a torn apart memory from Kelra will cap out another kill.
They can stop. This is a public execution here from ONIC. They are not letting up, and they want to make sure that it is known you can't play anything less than perfect.
Couple shots here. All right, flicker burn, at least for Sans. But still, so much work for Entity7 to deal with that they just have to watch the tier 2 turret go down nearly here in that bottom lane. It's just ONIC doesn't have anything else to take, so they'll just keep pressing on these turrets.
You know, I've watched a lot of games in my career, but never one where I've been so confident that this game is kind of over already.
Yeah.
It's an 8.4K lead 6 minutes into the game, and these positions are literally impossible to get out of unless ONIC all decide to like run at fountain or something like that. But it's very unlikely. Once you're at a stage where you're already an item and a component ahead of your opponent, it becomes very difficult to actually claw your way back out of this, especially since a lot of the combinations are very single target rather than hitting multiple people. Yeah. And that's the big difference between E7 and Team Liquid's composition. Even though Team Liquid was losing massively at that point in time, the comeback with ability comes down to the 5 wombo combo, which they don't have.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here too, you know, there's a phrase over in the Philippines that's used quite a bit. It's called Hunger Games. You hear the professional players say it, where they take everything from the jungle, pretty much. Akashi, they'll take him as well. They're going to be looking for Doom next. Doom will be able to get away with the BMI, but now Bagwin trying to run himself away, but it's just way too much. Already this early on.
Yeah, look at the base. Yep, he's already holding on to 2 waves, because what are they gonna do? Like, no DHS? All right, that's fine. Max stacks on Uranus. He's gonna regenerate harder than everybody put together.
Yeah, this is just, at that point, Lutby just pressing on the wounds for this one.
He's gonna walk into target just to restart the stacks. Yep,
restart the stacks. Another wave coming through mid. Tier 1 gone, Tier 2 next. They still hold on to the shields, but Entity7, again, look at this, the glooms. A couple glooms bringing Doom down to a third of his health.
Dude, Lutby, I hate, especially when you're playing Uranus at a high level.
Just look at him.
And you have such a lead, he just becomes like the solar system's behind here. Just a dirty little man. Look at him. What are you gonna do? Huh? He still has his ult. And then he punts on up and he does nothing. He's just literally face-checking them.
This is only possible when you're 13,000 gold ahead as a team. Bagwin desperately jumping in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but he's just going to go to his death. Loopy still in the base. He hasn't moved at all. A flicker forward from Sans, trying to get the kill. Another defense shield popped, but look, Loopy still not moving from this. He's his own just bulwark for this team. He does burn the flicker. There you go. Finally, Entity7. They're done with the disrespect.
I'm sure hoping that ONIC isn't trying to farm the numbers here because it's looking very, very good so far. Oh, Calamity Reaper going on right on Bush. Kind of interesting what he's going for here. Wants to make sure that he has a little bit of true damage on top of everything else, but I think right now he kind of needs some sustain. Not to mention that Kelra has been playing literally pixel perfect as well, making sure that he isn't missing a beat. Catching up and cleaning out the majority of these kills, but now that we're coming into the 9th minute of the game, ONIC, this is it, right? No holy shielding on every single side of Entity7's base. They're going to be able to get this. Zipper, could you pull up the items just in case? I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that Doom should be like an item and a half. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it hurts.
Uh-oh, it's going to hurt more here. Sans does take some damage. He's got the black shoes. He's going to be fine. A little jump there on the fence. They're going to get run down in their jungle, so ignoring the Lord for now. They'll just take a buff, make their way back to it. But what do they get out of that? Again, some of these ultimates used up, battle spells. E7 still wants to show up for this. Potentially, they might just get punished here, though, if they do.
Everything that could have gone wrong in the early game has gone wrong for Entity7, and I think that as much as it feels soul-crushing for Haidon Bush, it's one of those games that you wish, like, all right, it's a GG, go next. I understand that we're going to have to play through the lower side, but this is really, really rough. And I think the only few mistakes that ONIC can make, it's difficult for Kyrie because at this stage, he's got enough cooldowns to get his iframes back up before the killing blow actually comes through. I think it's got to be down to like just Sans and Kelra who need to give away these kills, particularly Kelra.
And I don't know if that's going to happen, man.
He usually doesn't do that.
It's usually not the case, but even if it was the case, Entity7 just doesn't have the firepower. I feel like they almost have to expend too much for them to cap out a kill on an overstep that most likely won't happen from Kelra. Now for ONIC, with this Lord marching towards the base, the 14,000 gold too is even bigger than the Lord right now. Lutfi up again, leading the charge. There you go again, just deleted off the map here. 2 base turrets down. ONIC looking to cap it out here under the 12-minute mark once again. One more desperate attempt here from E7, but they'll just lock it down and come in cleaning as ONIC comes in to clean up the series in a sweep against Entity7.
An absolute massacre, a murder here up in the group stages. ONIC, they're not holding back their punches anymore. They've taken advantage of every little thing in this game, and those who gave away those kills were purely for donation purposes.
Yeah.
Holy cow. This is going to be an exciting MSC. You know, we've seen many upsets. We've seen those who are looking for former glory. They don't want to make the same mistakes past 2-3 years ago, even if we dig far enough. All of these players, they're looking for revenge. They're looking for the top spot.
This was, again, interesting to go through the way that it did through the drafts, through the picks. But this is also the ONIC that I feel like a lot of people have seen shades of throughout their course of their journey up here to MSC in 2026 for EWC. But again, it's a refined version of them. You know, and I think a big part of that is they're playing into where the meta is currently. They're really honing in on that. But even the way they move around the map, Gideon, it just looks like they're cleaner than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, no, they had tempo at every single moment in this game. They made sure that they checked the foundational bookmarks, and most importantly, they went above and beyond and reached further, right? Keyboy was allowed to do Keyboy things, which he hasn't been able to do as often in the recent years, but now it feels like he's back to his normal self. Yes, I will disrespect you, I will get everything out of you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, him and Loopy both, man, just having the time of their lives there. Again, think about that, how good of a start that is. A 3-0 start for Keyboy on the Cho. Just dominant, you know, able to go ahead and just do whatever he wants basically in the opposing jungle of E7 here. And that also just, again, when we talked about the discussion about the Hirara and how you have the most success with that hero, your team has to support that to happen, and they did it from the start.
Yep. And from the start to the end, we're going to be now thrown over to our winners up on stage with Rose for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh my, ONIC with such a dominant sweep up against Entity7, a 2-0 game. And of course, we are on stage with someone who I last saw last year under the banner of ONIC Philippines. But this time, he returns to the MSC stage as ONIC. How are you, Kelra?
I'm okay, I'm fine. Wenchana.
Did you miss playing in MSC?
Yes, very, very much. I miss to play to MSC.
I have to ask you, What's the difference with playing with ONIC Philippines last year and playing with ONIC this year? Okay, go!
Ang pinagkaiba nila, naglalaro akong kampi kay mga Indonesia ngayon at saka yung comms namin iba.
He said playing with Indonesians, they have different comms compared to, I'm pretty sure, ONIC PH last year, where they would primarily communicate in Tagalog. Now, I have to ask you, today was a day filled with surprises and upsets. We saw incredibly fast games. We saw Rafael in the mid lane. I gotta ask you, what do you think about the meta right now?
Yung meta ngayon, ano talaga depende sa team kung may sarili-sariling meta yung mga teams ngayon and wala talagang sinusunod na meta. Yung ngayon, kumbaga kung anong strength mo, yun yung lalaroin mo.
He said that as of now, there's actually no specific meta. It's more towards playing towards your strength and just capitalizing on what plays out. You seem very happy to have a translator on stage, huh? Yeah. So, Kelra, aside from the meta, I want to ask you, your next opponent is going to be Aurora, who just 2-0 clean sweep TL just now. And if we look back to last year, when you met them on your opening match in ONIC Philippines, you guys lost against Rosa Selena. So what are the preparations for that matchup up against Aurora?
Preparation lang namin, siguro masayusin namin yung mabumben namin and babawi ako sa Aurora kasi tinalo nila kami last EWC.
He said that what he's going to be working on is obviously their map rotations, and he is going to get a revenge match up against Aurora for beating him last EWC. Any words to the fans here in the arena today?
Maraming salamat sa mga puntang Pinoy dito. Patuloy na sinusuportahan pa rin kami and sa lahat ng mga pumunta yung nag-report and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta.
Kelra said thank you to all the Filipinos who came down to the arena and to give them their support. Continue supporting them. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he hopes to see you guys again. Thank you very much, Kelra. It's amazing to be back on stage with you.
Yes!
Yes! Thank you! All right, that's it from us. We're showing it back to the studio to break down what happened in this series. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. That was amazing. I mean, what a personality, Kelra. And you can hear the screams. A lot of happy fans for whatever Kelra had to say. The ONIC crowd is going live here in Paris, France at EWC 26. And MSC has really started off strong, guys. We saw 2 upsets. Mirko and Rinmar joining me back on the desk. We saw 2 upsets to start off these series. Now this one, it wasn't an upset, but it was the fastest series overall. 2 sub-12-minute wins. ONIC, we said they were on, we talk about Golden Road. They're on the road for a championship, and it looks like they started off strong.
Oh yeah, dude. They just dominated every single aspect of the game, having winning matchups in all of those individual lanes and just capitalizing on every single one of them. Again, they set it up in the first phase. It doesn't even look like they're trying to hide it, but I guess it's like it could be an experience, but there you go. I guess, bro. I guess so too.
I feel like we needed to see a result like this after the very shocking day, start of the day that we had. But of course, unfortunately, that it was at the expense of Entity7, where I'm sure they're very hungry to, have a much better start here and get some better results. Yeah. I guess it's just unfortunate that they went up against a team that's like one of the most aggressive in the world. Yeah. And it really felt like they tried to play a similar style, too similar to ONIC, and yeah, they just got beat there.
Maybe needed to, we talked about this yesterday, fire with fire. Maybe needed to slow it down. So hard to do, though, against the caliber of these types of players. Talking about MVPs and Kelra. And obviously, things worked out well for them. But, Mirko, if you broke it down, they were fast games. What was the key to success for ONIC in this matchup?
I think it's just having winning lanes across the board and having the assassins, having someone like Kyrie to force out those bans, force out those I'd say strange picks as well coming in from Entity7, right? Like all the way from game number 1, it was a Fanny and Ling ban into no Hirara for Entity7. And in game number 2, they gave the Hirara over again without a Ling response. I feel like right now, teams who don't have the Fanny, don't have the Ling in their arsenal are really going to be at a disadvantage. We see it back-to-back games now. Yeah. For Entity7, they just didn't even have, I'd say, like the plan. Again, it's the same as what we said for game number 1. It looked like they were coming into this matchup thinking, all right, how do we not lose instead of how do we win?
Yeah. And Rinmar, you said it was kind of a meta's past. A few months ago, you saw that first draft from Entity.
Yeah, even their decision here, the fact that they went with the Gata Kacha and then the Harley as one of their next two picks after picking up the Eudora. They picked up the Eudora, they knew the Hirara was coming out. ONIC picked up the Cho, then suddenly, I feel like they're scared to now pick up or even consider the Ling. They ended up doubling down on the Harley. Harley, not a terrible pick, but I feel like they just weren't able to play it with the way that they wanted to, and then at the end of
midnight,
the effect of the previous series bleeding on over to this one. Yeah. Also, I feel like they didn't expect the Brody to come out at all. They picked up a Claude. Brody was wide open. Mirko called it. We realized, like, yeah, it's such a good pickup for ONIC. I don't think it even crossed their minds that the Brody would pop up. And you saw how difficult it was for Doom to even farm in lane. He was straight up frozen out the entire game.
The gold standard. So many ONIC fans happy with that one, and they get to go home early or relax at the venue. There's a lot going on here at EWC 26 here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, though. The action is all MSC, and we're finding a way, I think, to break down what we've seen, because we're trying to learn something. And I think on the outside looking in, you can only glean so much. But now, I know, Renmar, you've got a couple of clips for us that you want to break down that maybe give us a bit more insight as to why things worked out so well for ONIC.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the draft here real quick again, just so that we can revisit. You want me to keep going forward? Just so that we can revisit what happened. Yeah, we pointed it out. They picked up the Eudoras first. They gave up the Cho and the Hirara. But then these two, this screams Meta's past. If they wanted something a little bit more proactive, if they knew that they had the Burst with them and that they're going up against Burst, it wouldn't be too crazy to consider picking this up. But then they were thinking, okay, but there's an Esmeralda. Then why don't you pick up the Esmeralda if you're worried that you wouldn't have an answer to the Uranus? And then with the Brody open up here, you knew it was coming. We knew it was coming out. Mirko called it. They still ended up picking up the Cloud, and then that just ended up being really difficult for them. I feel like they also leaned in a little bit too hard with taking away some of the best picks that you can go for here. For Suns, they took out the Eve, they took out the Juicin, but the Lilia was still wide open, and that was one of the safest picks that you could go for. So yeah, draft choices, a lot of questions, and I will double down on what Mirko has been saying. Well, we've been saying they were playing and drafting not to lose.
Yeah. I think for me, it's also just like, if you look at the drafts again now, they didn't really have a plan after banning the Eve, because if they wanted to pick up the Claude, if they knew they were going to pick up the Claude, why even ban the Eve, right? Like, look at that again. They banned out the Juice and the Eve. They should have banned out the Juicin and the Lilia if the Claude was actually what they were already aiming for all the way from first phase.
Yeah, all right. So now let's look up how this game started out here for Entity7. There we go. So it was just really a tale of this start here. They found them over here, and then they continued. With Shin going down, great use of the flicker. Keyboy was aggressive, just the right amount. Vagi knew that he wouldn't have any help here. And this onslaught would continue. Hiron Bush wants to go orange, but then at this point you're thinking, how is a Gatakacha who's about to fall down with a Eudora just coming back supposed to protect with this show? Not much. It will just trigger a lot of usages from the abilities. Easy burst. ONIC made that start look so easy. It was simple, really. Once they saw where the Roman mid were, once they got a read of where the jungler was, pretty much there was nothing that they could do, and that was it. It was over from the first minute and a half of the game, because that snowballed into just more aggressive plays by ONIC that Entity7 had no response for. They couldn't even help their gold laner anymore because of how badly they lost the first minute and a half.
Yeah, ONIC going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming tomorrow. Also, that means that we're going to see Team Liquid face off against Entity7. Will it be just as fast? That one's going to be an elimination match as well, so stay tuned for that. We'll get all the details for the bracket. We've still got one more series to go, though, and before we jump into there, let's head over to Chris and Glitter Explosion for a Club Championship update here at EWC.
another club championship update heading your way. I'm here with Lauren once again. Your stage is very much rumbling away like ours has been as well, but big club championship update from you.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. So today we're sending 8 teams home. 8 keys will be crushed as we head into finals. However, our finals could not be any more stacked with the current clubs at the top of our club championship leaderboard, okay? We have the defending champs Twisted Minds, but then we also have Vitality, Navi, AGAL. We have Falcons just solidifying their spot. Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal game for the club championship side of things.
Wow, I mean, which way are you kind of leaning with it? Because I know it's get very, very close with that one, but has anybody been standing out?
We actually have a couple teams that aren't in CC standing out right now. We had Myth doing really, really well, but we do have Liquid in there starting to pop off. We see AGL has had some strong performances after a slower start, and honestly, defending champs Twisted Minds also look really good. This could really go any way.
Excellent. I'm really looking forward. I'm going to be keeping up with everything going on over on Lauren's stage. But there's your little club championship update. We'll be keeping up for the rest of the weekend.